Chapter 11:17. 50 years had passed since the Great Jin celestial empire unified the world. The world was under their control. Countless overlords' cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds after obtaining the heaven-level cultivation techniques. The world recognized the Great Jin celestial empire. Some of the resentment in the past had completely disappeared with the wind. In Yanjin, on this day, the providence was churning non-stop. The statues in the sky had also turned into golden dragons that swam among the providence. The largest was naturally the main dragon, the 18-claws golden dragon of providence. Roar! The main dragon roared. The dragon's roar instantly penetrated the sky and entered the ears of all the people. That was the first time in 50 years that the people had heard the sound of the golden dragon of providence. All the people stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky, because everyone knew that the sacred general had something important to announce. In front of the skyward hall, Yan Chuan was wearing a dragon robe and stood at the entrance of the skyward hall with a group of officials. The officials stood respectfully with a hint of excitement on their faces. Yan Chuan raised his head and looked at the sea of providence in the sky. Yan Chuan suddenly said loudly, "The people of the Great Jin celestial empire." In an instant, his voice passed through the sea of providence and entered the ears of all the people. It has been 50 years since the world was unified. Over the past 50 years, the country has been prosperous and the people have been peaceful. I am very happy. Great Jin started from the dynasty, then the imperial dynasty, and the celestial dynasty. Step by step, we have gone through thousands of obstacles and hardships, but we have finally reached this point. Yan Chuan said loudly. His voice resounded throughout the world. Countless people exclaimed in admiration when they heard Yan Chuan's words. Indeed, it was extremely difficult to unify the world in the past when the sects were the mainstream. The imperial dynasty, the celestial dynasty, is this the end? I don't think so. There is still the sacred court above the celestial dynasty. Some people know that there is a Dao seal in this realm. Take the Dao seal and you can enter the celestial realm. But is it enough for the celestial dynasty to enter the celestial realm? Great Jin will have to face the entire celestial realm. Is it enough? Yan Chuan asked. Is it enough? All the people of the world frowned as they mulled over this sentence. It's not enough. It's far from enough. Moreover, under a country, it's not that the country will be strong if the monarch is strong. It needs a strong monarch, strong officials, and strong people. I have erected 3,000 heavenly steels for the world to refer to. I hope that you all can properly comprehend them. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Thank you, Your Majesty. Voices of gratitude came from all directions. In the past few decades, everyone knows that I have gathered all kinds of talents from all over the world. I'm sure everyone is curious as to why these people were summoned here. Yan Chuan said. Everyone held their breaths. I want to bring this group of people to the immortal world first to lay down a foundation and make the final preparations for us to enter the immortal world in the future. Yan Chuan said in a clear voice. Hua! For a time, the world was in an uproar. Everyone was envious of these people who had been chosen, but they didn't know why they had been chosen. Now that they knew, countless people were envious of them. Immortal realm? The immortal world. Enter the immortal world first? Countless people in the world were envious, and those who had been chosen were also very excited. Before they came, some people were still hesitant. With the heavenly steels, it didn't matter whether they went to Yanjing or not. Now that they were here, they realized that the difference was huge. Great Jin will return to the world in a few thousand years. During this time, the Julu Academy and the city lords will be in charge of supervising the country. I hope that you all will be patient. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yes, we will definitely wait for Your Majesty's return. We will definitely wait for Your Majesty's return. Rest assured, Your Majesty. Promises came from all directions. After a long while, Yan Chuan opened his mouth again. Dejin definitely didn't select all the talents in the world exam this time. We can only wait for 5,000 years. During these 5,000 years, there will definitely be a large number of talents in the world. I'm looking forward to the day when Dejun returns and the third world exam. I hope that the world will wait for it. Yes, Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. Countless people cheered. They were proud of Great Qin. Lastly, set up a forbidden area in Xianyang City. Anyone who dares to come close will be killed without mercy. The Julu Academy will judge those who capture or stop them from coming close. When Great Qin returns, they will be rewarded according to their contributions. Yan Chuan said again. Yes, Your Majesty. Countless people answered. Yan Chuan looked up at the Sea of Providence and said solemnly, Master Dragon, divide the city. Roar! The golden dragon of Providence let out a deafening roar. As it roared, the vast Sea of Providence suddenly churned and spread out. Every little dragon carried a wisp of Providence and shot in a direction quickly. Swish! Swish! In an instant, Great Qin's Sea of Providence fell apart and spread out quickly in all directions. Carefree City! Boom! A thunderous sound rang out above the worry-free city. Suddenly, a surge of luck appeared, and within the luck, a golden dragon spiraled downwards. Qianya City. There was also a loud sound, and a small golden dragon of Providence coiled up. Boom! 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 Great Qin's Providence quickly spread to all the major cities in the world. Providence kept descending from above the various cities. Yan Chuan spread Yan Jin's Providence all over the world. As for Yan Chuan, he waved his hand and flew towards the central divine continent with the entire royal city. Countless people in Yanjin were envious. Xianyang Palace was located in the middle continent. There was an extremely deep pit. In the deep pit, a murderous aura soared into the sky, causing the tribulation clouds in the sky to rumble. The Julu Academy also moved not far away. A group of deities from the Julu Academy were waiting respectfully. Boom! The imperial city fell into the deep pit, and countless murderous aura immediately surrounded it. Meng Ling Tian flew over. Although I don't cultivate feng shui, I know this place. This is the Heavenly Calamity Acupoint, the most murderous of all the underground caverns, Meng Ling Tian said in surprise. In the distance, Yan Chuan looked at the deities of the Julu Academy. Everyone, I'll leave this world to you first. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Meng Ling Tian and the others immediately bowed. Yan Chuan said that he would bring everyone into the deity realm, but the deities thought that Yan Chuan deliberately lied to the world. So, they didn't think much of it. Yan Chuan nodded. The imperial city flew directly into it. Countless cultivators were still a little uncomfortable. Didn't they say that they were going to the deity realm? Why were they here? But now that the emperor had come down, no one complained. Following Yan Chuan into the underground palace was a small portion of fate and the powerful 18-clawed fate golden dragon. The 9th day of the 9th month, the time has come. Feng Yinyang. Yan Chuan called out. Yes. Feng Yinyang replied. Then they felt the earth tremble and the mountains shake. The immortals in the outside world were confused. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of thousands of mountains from all directions soared into the sky and crashed down on Xianyang Palace. The mountain rocks filled the sky, blotting out the sun. It was a spectacular sight. The immortals continuously retreated. At this moment, the countless chosen ones in the underground palace of Xianyang revealed extremely curious expressions. Boom! With the golden dragon of Providence supporting the upper part, a thick layer of soil immediately covered the Xianyang underground palace. In the blink of an eye, the underground palace of Xianyang was covered by the earth. Inside the underground palace, the golden dragon of Providence illuminated the entire underground palace. Yan Chuan looked around at everyone. This is my law. Everyone, do not resist. Stand straight. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. More than 10 million people immediately stood straight in rows. Yan Chuan took out the sky-burying coffin and stepped into it. He slowly lay down. Not far away, in the skyward palace, there was another coffin. Inside it lay Zizi and Miao. In Yan Chuan's sky-burying coffin, besides Yan Chuan himself, there was also the Emperor's sword and the Jade Emperor's sword. He covered his glabella with a black jade talisman. Feng Yang, release the heavens calamity meridian. Yan Chuan said. Yes. Suddenly, endless cold yin qi rushed out from the ground. The moment the yin qi appeared, it immediately eroded everyone. Crack, 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 crack. Almost everyone turned into ice sculptures in an instant, unable to move, including the various officials and the 4 armies. This cold air made everyone fall asleep in the blink of an eye. Dream of heaven's secret. Yan Chuan shouted. Rumble! For a time, souls suddenly emerged from the countless ice sculptures. The terrifying number filled the entire Xianyang underground palace in the blink of an eye. Yan Chuan also divided into 200 parts in an instant. Looking at the countless souls in all directions, every single one of Yan Chuan's souls suddenly made a grabbing motion in the air. Soul go! Boom! Billions of souls suddenly rushed into the sky, divided into 200 parts by Yan Chuan, and rushed into the immortal world in an instant. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, the souls in the underground palace left. In the blink of an eye, the underground palace was silent. Only at the top of the underground palace, a golden dragon with 18 claws quietly overlooked the entire underground palace. Outside, after the 100,000 mountains filled the Xianyang underground palace, new mountains were formed. Around the mountains, yin qi filled the air, and countless poisonous creatures grew on the ground. It made people want to avoid it from afar. The eyes of the immortals flashed with amazement. Feng Yang? What a powerful feng shui technique. The Xianyang underground palace is like a large yin ground. I can't see the majestic scale from before at all. Meng Lingtian exclaimed. Yes. Everyone nodded. The great Zhen celestial empire is in seclusion. We should prepare for our Julu Academy. An immortal said. Meng Lingtian nodded. The immortals looked at each other and finally left. At this moment, countless people in the world looked at the providence above their heads and immediately understood that the emperor had left with those who had been chosen. It would be a few thousand years before the emperor returned. I wasn't chosen, but I believe that I'm not inferior to those geniuses. The emperor left me a heaven-level cultivation technique. Before the emperor returns, I must become strong and join the great Zhen celestial empire. I want to become strong. In the 3rd examination of the world, I must pass. All over the world, countless people were filled with pride and joy. But 5,000 years? A whole 5,000 years. In the past 1,000 years, the world had undergone earth-shaking changes. In another 5,000 years, who knew what the world would be like? Chapter 11:18. It had been 20 years since Yan Chuan entered the celestial world. The people finally felt a sense of loss. It was as if a mountain that blocked the wind and rain had suddenly disappeared. Their hearts felt empty. In the past, Yan Chuan had also entered the celestial world for a few hundred years, but it was different this time. In the past, everyone thought that Yan Chuan was still in Yanjing, and that the Dezhen Empire's machinery was still running. Yanjing's sacred status was still there, so even though Yan Chuan had not attended court for many years, Yan Chuan was still in everyone's heart. But now, he was gone. The emperor had left with more than 10 million people? The commoners suddenly felt a sense of emptiness, but it did not explode. The 50th year. Finally, a commotion broke out in the southern divine continent. An ambitious expert gathered his entire clan to fight for a city after cultivating the heavenly steel art. He wanted to take over a city. Fortunately, the Dezhen Empire's power was still there, and this disturbance was quickly extinguished. But at this moment, the flames of ambition in many people's hearts were ignited. The 100th year. The 100th year since Yan Chuan was lost. The coup that had been brewing for a long time in the northern divine continent began. 10 cities of the northern divine continent were lost in a single night. When the news spread, the world was in an uproar. Meng Lingtian personally came to the Julu Academy and beheaded all the rebels at lightning speed. The Julu Academy's power was instantly spread across the world. The 300th year. The remnants of the great Buddha Empire appeared in the western divine continent and raised the banner of restoring the Buddha. They immediately contacted a group of rebels and started an uprising. Meng Lingtian arrived again and shouted. Countless cultivators who had been blessed by the heavenly steel rushed out and destroyed this group of rebels. The 400th year. The Julu Academy's power was unparalleled, and they held the first ever entrance exam. They recruited talents from all over the world. The 500th year, the 600th year, the 700th year, the 800th year. In the 400th year, the Julu Academy was ruled by an immortal, and the world was subdued. The favor of the heavenly steel was still in the hearts of the older generation, but in the hearts of the new generation, it slowly faded. The 900th year. It was also the most chaotic year. The East Divine Continent, the South Divine Continent, the West Divine Continent, and the North Divine Continent. For a moment, the world was in turmoil. Many experts, after cultivating the heaven-level cultivation technique, would be able to reach the heaven level. His cultivation base advanced by leaps and bounds. The glory of Dezhen in the past made everyone envious, and they also wanted to establish a country. While the immortals of the Julu Academy were worried, they issued a book of merit for quelling a rebellion. The merit book for quelling the rebellion in the Great Jin Empire will record the merits of everyone who quelled the rebellion in the Great Jin Empire. Once Yan Chuan returns, they will be rewarded accordingly. Conspiracy of the Four Directions did not think much of it. However, some of the major clans that had been lying low all over the world came out one after another after seeing the Book of Merit. He had not been seen for nearly 1,000 years. With just a single book, it was like the raging waves of the ocean, crashing into the flames of war in all directions. In just a year, all the rebellions were eradicated. Julu Academy. Meng Lingtian listened to the news brought by his disciples and felt extremely bitter for a moment. The immortals were also at a loss. Even we were helpless against such a rebellion. I did not expect Dezhen's merit book to be able to gather so many hidden experts. An immortal said with a wry smile. In the past 1,000 years, the Julu Academy has shocked the world. I thought that the reputation of the Julu Academy had already surpassed Dezhen's. Who would have thought that it could not compare to Dezhen's merit book? Meng Lingtian said with a wry smile. The people of the world are still with Dezhen. The immortals nodded. After the first book of merit, another 1,000 years passed. The world was extremely peaceful. There were no more large-scale rebellions. It had been 2,500 years since Yan Chuan entered the immortal world. Finally, immortals underwent tribulation in the sealed world. Immortals continued to undergo tribulation, but many chose to stay and wait for Yan Chuan's return. However, there were always one or two who chose to ascend in search of freedom. The immortals who ascended did not obtain freedom. The moment they ascended, they were captured by the people of the immortal world. A total of 3 immortals ascended, but they were all forcibly taken away. All of them were shocked and regretful. Far away in the sealed world, there was a vast group of palaces. Inside a large hall, the sage king of Deqi looked at a group of officials standing in front of him. Immortal Tianyi, who had been forced out by Yan Chuan, stepped forward. Sage King, we have forced him to tell us everything. He has no other information but this. Immortal Tianyi said bitterly. Yan Chuan ascended with more than 10 million people? Are you kidding? If he ascended, how could we not know? More than 10 million people? One of the officials immediately shouted. The sage king of Deqi pondered for a moment and nodded. Yan Chuan entered the immortal world alone. He might be able to hide from us, but it is impossible for him to bring more than 10 million people with him. But the person who just ascended made a solemn vow. Tianyi said with a frown. Absolutely impossible. Unless Yan Chuan deceived the whole world. The sage king of Deqi said in a low voice. Deceive the whole world? Sage king, do you mean that Yan Chuan is still in the sealed world, but he brought more than 10 million people to hide their identities and find a place to cultivate? Tianyi said blankly. The sage king of Deqi nodded. But why would they do that? Is Yan Chuan stupid? Someone shouted. Sage king. The netherworld of the sealed world has already collapsed. They can't enter the netherworld. Tianyi grabbed his hair and could not understand. The sage king of Deqi took a deep breath and said, according to the information you have collected, This Yan Chuan is not someone who will give up his empire. He must have a deeper meaning for doing this. It is just that no one knows. We will only know when he appears again. Then, Sage King, what should we do now? Other than the one we captured, the other two immortals who ascended have been snatched away by other forces. Tianyi said worriedly. Yes, Sage King. We can't hide the news anymore. The news of the sealed world has already spread to our territory. Other forces are already coming, and there are more and more of them. If this continues, we won't be able to stop them. If we can't stop them, then don't stop them. Let them go. The Sage King of Dachi said. Let them enter the sealed world? Tianyi said in surprise. That's right. Let them go. They will have to pay a huge price to enter. Once one force enters, the other forces will not be able to sit still. Let's go in together and turn the sealed world upside down. The Sage King of Dachi said in a low voice. Then what about us? Should we send more people in? The Sage King of Dachi shook his head and said, No need. Yan Chuan is hiding in the sealed world. These people will not be able to do anything if they enter. Let's continue to wait. The officials were surprised. Sage King, I don't understand. Why is the Sage King not taking action? Why are you waiting for Yan Chuan for so long? One of the officials was puzzled. The Sage King of Dachi took a deep breath and shook his head. You don't understand. What I want is not this Dao seal. The officials were surprised. The Sage King of Dachi took a deep breath and said, I once promised someone to use this Dao seal to stir up this stagnant pool of water. But Sage King, this Yan Chuan is very strong. In less than 1,000 years, he can already kill a great immortal. You gave him another 2,000 years. Do you still want to give him more? Tianyi was worried. Of course, why not? I have not met a decent opponent in a long time. In another 2,000 years, my Rui Jingu Bang will be perfected. Sky-bearing coffin? That coffin from beyond the heavens? I want to try it too. The Sage King of Dachi laughed. Sage King? That sky-bearing coffin is from beyond the heavens? Really? The officials asked curiously. Of course. The Sage King of Dachi nodded. But how does the Sage King know? Tianyi was surprised. During the great ancient trial, I saw it with my own eyes. The Sage King of Dachi said. The officials were shocked. At the same time, they were excited. None of them knew the Sage King's background. They had many guesses in the past, but no one would have thought that the Sage King might have experienced the great ancient trial. Those who survived the great ancient trial were all strong people. Sealed world. It had been 3,000 years since Yan Chuan entered the immortal world. Boom! 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 Loud noises came from all directions in the sealed world. Then, the immortal world experts entered the sealed world one by one. In the southern divine continent, a group of close to 1,000 Confucian cultivators slowly landed on the peak of a mountain and looked at the gradually shrinking hole in the sky. Huyen Boyu, including us, 3 dojos have already entered, and 2 people from the sage court have also entered. Be careful! A voice came from the entrance. The leader of the group of Confucian cultivators was dressed in a Confucian robe. His eyes shone with an extremely sharp light. Don't worry, Grand Leader. I will be careful, Huyen Boyu said in a low voice. Also, Yan Chuan might be hiding somewhere in the world. Remember to be careful and don't be reckless. Even the sage court of Dachi suffered many losses in this world in the past. They have not been able to conquer this world for thousands of years. That's proof. A voice came from outside. Huyen Boyu said solemnly. The hole in the sky slowly disappeared. Huyen Boyu stood on the peak of the mountain and looked at the vast land before him. Vice Grand Leader, what should we do next? A Confucian cultivator looked at Huyen Boyu. First, we will seize a city and use it to spread our influence everywhere. We will establish the prestige of our 10,000 Confucian sect in this world. Then we will look at the world, Huyen Boyu said. Everyone answered. The group of Confucians immediately shot in one direction. In the western divine continent, another group of experts had entered. My lord, what should we do now? Seize a city first, then expand our influence. In the northern divine continent. Master, we have entered this world. What should we do now? Let's set up camp here first, accept disciples, and spread our teachings. There were a total of 5 major forces spread across the world. Visitors from outer space. This was the 3000th year since Yen Chuan had entered the immortal world. This year was destined to be the most troublesome year for the Julu Academy. News continuously spread to the Julu Academy from all directions. In the Julu Academy, when Meng Lingtian and the other immortals heard the news, they immediately felt bitter. They are coming with ill intentions. An immortal said in a deep voice. Don't worry too much. Block them if you can. If you can't block them, delay them. Even if you can't delay them, the Xianyang Underground Palace is nearby. Meng Lingtian said in a deep voice. When Meng Lingtian said that, the immortals all let out a long sigh. Yes, Yen Chuan was still here. What was there to be afraid of? If they really couldn't do it, they could just wake Yen Chuan up in advance. Chapter 1119. The 5 major factions of the celestial realm had entered the sealed world. Using a single point as an overview, it was rapidly expanding. The 5 major factions had learned their lesson from the sacred court of Great Qi. They didn't act too hastily. After seizing a city, they slowly advanced. Once the rebellion was announced, many ancient clans in the world immediately sent experts to quell it. However, this time, it ended in failure. The experts of the celestial realm were too strong. After several immortals died, the world was in an uproar again. The strength of the 5 major factions instantly spread throughout the world. Countless clans raised their heads in anticipation of news from the Julu Academy. In the past, the Julu Academy was incomparably powerful. If there was a rebellion, they would immediately kill it. However, this time, the Julu Academy didn't make a move. They didn't even take out the Book of Merit. 50 years later, the 5 major factions each occupied a large territory. However, there was still no news from the Julu Academy. At this moment, everyone in the world understood that even the Julu Academy couldn't afford to offend the people from the 5 major factions. Should they submit? After seeing how tyrannical the 5 major factions were, some young cultivators thought of submitting to them. However, some of the deep-rooted clans didn't submit to him. Not everyone was muddle-headed. Some old ancestors who had lived for thousands of years naturally saw the situation in the world. In a certain clan, a group of experts gathered in a meeting hall. Old ancestor, the 10,000 Confucian sect has been extremely benevolent to our families. They have taught us cultivation techniques, and they even have the immortal cultivation techniques that you need. Old ancestor, as long as you agree to join the 10,000 Confucian sect, you will be able to do so. If you join the sect, everything will be at your fingertips. A young man shouted. The leader of the group, a dignified old man, shook his head. Old ancestor, are you still thinking about Great Qin? It's been more than 3,000 years. Great Qin is long gone. The young man said anxiously. The old man shook his head. Bastard, what do you know? 3,000 years ago, the strongest genius of our clan was barely chosen by the emperor. If that genius returns, he alone is comparable to our entire clan. Is that genius that amazing? Amazing? He cultivated the same cultivation technique as you. How long did it take you to cultivate the first layer? The old man asked. 10 years. 10 years? Huh, that old ancestor of yours only trained for a month. The old man said solemnly. How is that possible? Even so, your ancestor was almost eliminated when the emperor was selecting the talents of the world. The old man said in a deep voice. How is that possible? The young man exclaimed. His Majesty is not someone you can fathom. Are these immortals really as good as you say? The 10,000 Confucian sect? The old man asked in a deep voice. The 1,000 Confucian sect is a large-scale Tao rite, an upgraded version of a holy land. It has birth positions, and it is even stronger than the great accomplishment Holy Land. The young man said, Birth position? Haha, In the past, the holy court of the Great Qi dynasty was also a birth position. How many people did they send down? What was the result? When the tiger is not at home, the monkey is the king. The monkey will always be the monkey. When the tiger returns, everything will be overturned. The elder ancestor said in a deep voice. But Yan Chuan has been gone for thousands of years, and he hasn't come back yet. Tao! The young man cried. How dare you? The old man glared at the young man. The most talented person in our clan is only a minor official in the great accomplishment Holy Land. Is the emperor's name something you can address directly? I have already decided. Since we can't stop the 10,000 Confucian sect, we will leave and migrate to the central divine continent. The old man said in a deep voice. Elder ancestor, why are you doing this? We have the 10,000 Confucian sect here. The young man said stubbornly. Those who don't leave with the entire clan will sever their ties with the clan. They will no longer be a member of our clan. The old man said in a deep voice. The young man became anxious. The old ancestor flung his sleeves and left with a group of prestigious people. After everyone left, only a few young men and an old man remained. Fifth grandpa, did we say something wrong? The young man asked with a bitter smile. The old man shook his head and said, although I did not experience the great accomplishment Holy Land, I know that our clan rose to prominence because of that divine steel. Without that divine steel, we would only be the lowest cultivators. Some people of your generation have already forgotten to be grateful. After saying that, the old man walked away. After the major clans in the world could not stop the 5 great celestial realm forces, they could only migrate to show their sincerity. Although more than 3,000 years had passed, the grace of the 3,000 divine steels had blessed the world. Countless cultivators still cared about the great accomplishment Holy Land. At the same time, they believed in Yan Chuan's promise. More and more clans migrated to the central divine continent. As for the 5 great celestial realm forces, they were expanding their territory at an extremely slow pace. Southern divine continent, 10,000 Confucian sect, bastards. I only asked you to recruit disciples. You actually said that those people are not willing to join us? Huyen Boyu said in a deep voice. Yes, the influence of the great accomplishment Holy Land is too deep-rooted. Many clans would rather migrate than submit. A great scholar said with a frown. Huyen Boyu's expression turned slightly ugly. It had been 3 years. Apart from seizing cities by force, the number of disciples they had recruited was pitifully small. Even if they did seize cities, it was extremely difficult to manage them. Vice Sect Master, what should we do now? Why don't we just go to the Julu Academy and destroy the Julu Academy? We can cut off the hopes of the world. A great scholar said in a deep voice. No, let's wait a little longer. The 5 great forces will enter and destroy the Julu Academy. They will only take the lead. Those who take the lead will always die early. I don't believe that after 3,000 years, the people of the world will still care about the great accomplishment Holy Land. Huyen Boyu said in a deep voice. Then what should we do? Continue to strengthen our sect. The favor of the heavenly steel? We will also erect the heavenly steel. There are still many juniors in the world. Huyen Boyu said in a deep voice. Yes. The 5 great forces did not head to the Julu Academy. They were all expanding their forces. The Julu Academy did not stop them. It was not that they were unwilling, but that they could not stop them. Julu Academy. Another 300 clans have migrated from the southern divine continent. Another 200 clans have migrated from the northern divine continent. As the news came in, the Immortals frowned and analyzed. You may leave, Meng Ling Tian said. After dismissing everyone, only the Immortals remained. The Immortals smiled bitterly. It's been 3,000 years, but the charm of the great accomplishment Holy Land is still so great. An Immortal smiled bitterly. Yes, it seems like we can continue to drag this out. Meng Ling Tian nodded. The 5 great forces are all holding back. This world is a tough nut to crack. These people are just subordinates of the experts in the celestial world. How can they compare to Yan Chuan in terms of ambition and means? Another immortal smiled. Drag it out. The immortals finally made up their minds. And so, it had been 4,500 years since Yan Chuan entered the celestial world. The 5 great forces gained a foothold in various parts of the world. At the same time, they continued to advance toward the central divine continent. And in this chaotic world, new heroes were born once again. From the Thousand Confucian sect, they obtained the God investiture strategy and Tiansu. They established countries and sections. When the Thousand Confucian sect saw that these heroes were willing to create chaos, they gave their full support. Suddenly, in addition to the 5 great forces of the celestial world, 10 countries and 20 sects appeared in the world. They spread out in all directions and surrounded the central divine continent. In the central divine continent, many experts transcended their tribulations and became immortals. Under the arrangements of the Julu Academy, they went into hiding and formed another force. However, it was difficult for this force to compete with the other forces in the world. Another 500 years went by. It had been 5,000 years since Yan Chuan entered the celestial world. Southern Divine Continent, Thousand Confucian sect. In a huge palace. In order to stabilize the hearts of the experts in the Central Divine Continent, the Julu Academy lied to the experts of the Central Divine Continent that Yan Chuan would return soon. But today, Yan Chuan hasn't returned at all. A great scholar said in a low voice. Our previous guess that Yan Chuan might still be hiding somewhere in this world is unrealistic. 5,000 years. How can more than 10 million people hide? That's right. The Julu Academy doesn't know what's good for them. They gathered people and stirred up trouble. It has been 2,000 years. We have been in this world for 2,000 years. I have had enough. Huyen Boyu said in a low voice. Vice Sect Master, what should we do? A great scholar asked. In the Southern Divine Continent, the Thousand Confucian sect has reached 1 million members. Inform everyone that we will go to the Julu Academy in 3 days and expose Meng Lingtian's lies. We will gather all the experts of the Central Divine Continent. Huyen Boyu said. The great scholars replied. The 1,000,000 Confucian cultivators of the Thousand Confucian sect were led by a group of immortals. They carried the sacred mountain, the entire city, and the sea of providence clouds as they flew toward the Central Divine Continent. It was just like how Yan Chuan had flown with Yan Jing back then. At this moment, there were already many immortals in the sealed world. Whether it was the major forces or the Julu Academy, there were immortals hiding everywhere to investigate the secrets of the various places. The news of the Thousand Confucian sect invading the Central Divine Continent immediately spread to all the forces. The leaders of the other 4 celestial world forces also received the news. Huyen Boyu? He can't sit still anymore? A leader sighed. Huyen Boyu is invading? That's great. Let's go and see what kind of sparks will fly between the Thousand Confucian sect and the Julu Academy. Groups of forces continued to fly toward the central continent. In the Central Divine Continent, the Julu Academy also received the news. The Thousand Confucian sect is invading? Meng Lingtian frowned. It's been 5,000 years. His Majesty Dezhen is about to wake up. An immortal sighed. Huyen Boyu is a great immortal. Rumor has it that he's even stronger than Gong Yang Taolu. In this world, great immortals are revered. If His Majesty Dezhen isn't about to wake up, the Julu Academy will have a hard time. Another immortal frowned. Invading? It hasn't been used for 2,000 years. Immediately spread the news and invite the experts of the world to defend against the enemy. The Julu Academy will use the Book of Merit, Meng Lingtian said solemnly. Okay. The immortals replied. The moment the Book of Merit was released, the experts of the Central Divine Continent were in an uproar. Countless experts rushed toward the Julu Academy to help the Julu Academy resist the Thousand Confucian sect. Julu Academy. Meng Lingtian looked at the experts from 5,000 years ago rushing over. He smiled bitterly. Dezhen's charm is too great. It's been 5,000 years. But these people are still loyal to Dejin. Meng Lingtian sighed. At this moment, a huge floating city slowly flew over from the distant horizon. Above the floating city, a righteous aura soared into the sky. The righteous aura of millions of Confucian cultivators dyed the blue sky of the southern region snowy white. At the top of the floating city, Huyen Boyu held a white feather fan in his hand. He looked arrogantly at the Julu Academy in the distance. Chapter 11:20. The group of immortals stood behind Huyen Boyu. With Huyen Boyu as the leader, they no longer held back their powerful auras. Instead, their auras erupted and suppressed the entire Julu Academy. Boom! The floating city crashed to the ground. It was just like the battle between Dezhen and the Great Buddha. They were separated by a certain distance. The floating city was the headquarters of the 10,000 Confucian sect in this world. It was named after the 10,000 Confucian sacred mountain. In the sky above the 10,000 Confucian sacred mountain, a total of 9 nine-clawed golden dragons of providence were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws at the distant Julu Academy. Roar! 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 In the sky above the Julu Academy, 9 golden dragons of providence were also baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. The two forces of providence were not giving way to each other. More and more experts gathered around them. There were people from the other 4 forces of the celestial world. There were also people from the 10 countries and 20 sects that had just been established. There were also people without any forces. Everyone was watching the upcoming battle. This was not just a battle between the 10,000 Confucian sect and the Julu Academy. It was a battle between the hearts of the people of Dezhen and the rebels. If the Julu Academy was completely destroyed in this battle, the hearts of the people of Dezhen would be completely destroyed. If the Julu Academy won, the hearts of the people of Dezhen would still persevere. The major forces did not take the lead because they would be making an enemy of the people of the world. Dezhen was not just a force. In the hearts of many people, it was a kind of spiritual symbol. Even if the 10,000 Confucian sect won, they might betray the people in the end. The 10,000 Confucian sect was led by Huyen Boyu. The Julu Academy was led by Meng Lingtian. Behind Meng Lingtian were countless experts gathered from all over the world. The two experts looked at each other coldly. Meng Lingtian, I'll give you a chance. Lead the Julu Academy and become a vassal of the 10,000 Confucian sect. I can introduce you to our sect leader and give you a high position in the 10,000 Confucian sect. Huyen Boyu said in a clear voice. Meng Lingtian sneered. Huyen Boyu? Do you know what you're doing? What? Huyen Boyu said. Sir? So what if he was a great immortal? It wasn't as if great immortals had never come to this world. Those who dared to cause chaos in the world, what happened to them in the end? All of them died. Do you want to follow in their footsteps? Meng Lingtian glared. Huyen Boyu snorted coldly. Even now, you still want to be stubborn? Gathering all the experts in the world to stop me? You should know that with my strength, I only need one palm strike to raise your Julu Academy to the ground. Huyen Boyu shouted coldly. It seems that there are quite a lot of people who have become immortals in the past 5,000 years. Do you still want to stay in this hopeless Julu Academy? This place is not suitable for you. Join my 10,000 Confucian sect and you will obtain even more. Huyen Boyu shouted at the countless experts of the Julu Academy. Humph! The group of experts snorted coldly. Meng Lingtian once again looked at the million Confucian cultivators behind Huyen Boyu. Haha, Huyen Boyu, do you think they came to help me because they wanted to stay in Julu Academy? No, they came to help me because they are all citizens of the Great Jin country. Meng Lingtian shouted. 10,000 Confucian sect? Million Confucian cultivators? Many of you are citizens of the Great Jin country. As for the others, your ancestors were all citizens of the Great Jin country. If you join the 10,000 Confucian sect, you will only be committing treason. However, you came here today to commit treason. Meng Lingtian looked coldly at the million Confucian cultivators in the distance. Treason? Some of the million Confucian cultivators panicked. After all, treason was the heaviest crime in the Great Jin country. Other crimes could be atoned for by meritorious service, but treason could only lead to death. Back then, Marquis Yan Chuyu had plotted treason. Yan Chuan attached great importance to his clan. However, Yan Chuyu had still been sentenced to death by Yan Chuan for treason. Yan Chuyu had contributed to the rise of the country back then, yet he had not been able to keep such a great merit. They did not have any blood relations with Yan Chuan. How could they have survived treason? There was an uproar among the million Confucian cultivators. Huyen Boyu's expression sank. He had not expected that the great Shin countries would still be so great after 5,000 years. Humph! Huyen Boyu snorted coldly. You want to instigate treason against my 10,000 Confucian sect? Mengling Tian, you are not qualified. Yan Chuan? So what if you are Yan Chuan? I have not seen him for 5,000 years. Who knows where he died? Back then, he was so strong because he had the world's luck. Now, he no longer has the world's luck. You want him to stand before me? Humph! I can crush him to death with one palm strike. Huyen Boyu said coldly. Ha! What a joke! Meng Lingtian laughed loudly. Huyen Boyu, you have the strength of a great immortal, yet you dare to say that you can crush him to death with one palm strike? I won't make any comments. I want to ask these million Confucian cultivators. This is the last time. If you leave now, I can let bygones be bygones. However, if you continue to be enemies with the Julu Academy, you will be committing treason. Meng Lingtian said coldly. In the distance, the million Confucian cultivators looked at each other. In the end, no one left. It was obvious that the 1,000 Confucian sect had given them hope over the years. Humph! Huyen Boyu and Meng Lingtian snorted coldly at the same time. Since you are unwilling to submit to the 1,000 Confucian sect, then there is no point for the Julu Academy to exist. Huyen Boyu shouted angrily. Use the Holy Scroll Array to refine the Julu Academy for me. Huyen Boyu shouted. The million Confucian cultivators shouted. The million Confucian cultivators each took out a scroll. The scrolls emitted a dazzling white light that resembled flames. In the distance, Meng Lingtian's expression changed. Everyone, it's time to make a contribution. Roar! The countless powerhouses of the Julu Academy roared. Suddenly, tens of thousands of powerhouses flew into the sky. In the distance, Huyen Boyu's eyes turned cold as he flew into the sky. Heaven-covering hand. Boom! Huyen Boyu's palm descended from the sky, covering the sky and the earth. It struck toward the tens of thousands of powerhouses. Before the palm landed, the might of the palm had already suppressed some of the powerhouses. Not good. Let's attack together. Meng Lingtian shouted. Boom! 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 Tens of thousands of energy palms, energy swords, and energy sabers shot into the sky. Huyen Boyu faced off against 50,000 of them. Boom! Under the huge collision, a huge storm swept up in the void. The storm swept in all directions, sending sand and rocks flying. The void shook slightly. Countless experts who were watching from the sidelines were shocked. A great immortal? He's so powerful! Countless powerhouses exclaimed in surprise. The tens of thousands of powerhouses who were pushed back by Huyen Boyu's palm turned pale. Could they win against such an expert? Huyen Boyu's palm strike was already his limit. After all, there were nearly 1,000 immortals among the tens of thousands of powerhouses. Even a great immortal could not kill them instantly. Of course, it was very easy to kill them all. However, in order to show his might and boost the courage of his million Confucian cultivators, he had to make a move by himself. The effect was obvious. The million Confucian cultivators were emboldened. Holy Scroll Array! The million Confucian cultivators shouted. Countless scrolls unfurled and covered the sky as if the sky was falling. They covered the Julu Academy. On the holy scrolls, the flames condensed from the righteous chi were even more powerful. When a powerhouse was touched by the flames, he was instantly vaporized. In fact, when an immortal reached out with his hand, he was instantly enveloped by the rolling flames. The flames seemed to be impossible to extinguish. The immortal let out a painful roar. He could only die with a grudge. The countless powerhouses of the Julu Academy were horrified. "Oh no, activate the array!" Meng Lingtian shouted. Boom! The Julu Academy was enveloped in a huge blue array. Blue dragon-shaped energy appeared on the array, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as if it was resisting the righteous chi flames. Rumble! The flames were burning the array formation madly. Sizzle! 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 The sound of boiling oil being splashed made countless powerhouses' hair stand on end. Huyen Boyu stood in the sky and watched as the Holy Scroll array burned the Julu Academy. A cold smile appeared on his face. The Julu Academy and countless powerhouses were completely trapped in the array. At this moment, they were like a furnace that was constantly being roasted. "Ah, Menglingan, what else do you have to say?" This Holy Scroll array was created by our sect leader. These million scrolls are also Dharma treasures that our sect leader personally refined. It has a great reputation in the immortal world. With millions of Confucian cultivators setting up the array, even a great immortal would not be able to escape death. Huyen Boyu shouted. "The array is about to collapse. Everyone, hurry up and support the array." Meng Lingtian shouted to everyone. "Okay." Countless powerhouses quickly supported the array. "It's useless. It's only a matter of time. No array can stop the righteous chi." Huyen Boyu shouted coldly. "Burn, continue burning." Huyen Boyu shouted. "Yes." The millions of Confucian cultivators' faces gradually turned ferocious. Rumble! The rolling flames burned the array wildly. The people of the Julu Academy were getting more and more tired. Suddenly, a trace of relaxation appeared in one place. Boom! A large amount of sparks rushed into the array. Ah! Nearly 50 experts were instantly touched by the flames, and all of them were incinerated in pain. "Hold on!" Meng Lingtian shouted in shock. Boom! That place where he had relaxed was immediately patched up. The Julu Academy was on the brink of death. "Ah, burn, burn!" Huyen Boyu laughed loudly. The countless onlookers around couldn't bear to see this happen, but no one stepped forward. After this, the Julu Academy will be removed from the world. The Celestial Empire? Yanchuan? He won't be able to save you. Huyen Boyu's laughter spread everywhere. The fire continued to burn. The powerhouses of the Julu Academy couldn't hold on any longer and were burned to ashes. "I don't want your surrender. Die all of you." Huyen Boyu's face was ferocious. Everyone thought that the Julu Academy was finished. But at this moment, not far from the Julu Academy, in a vast mountain range, suddenly, a loud dragon's roar sounded. The dragon's roar soared into the sky and spread throughout the world. Everyone's expression changed when they heard the dragon's roar. "Xianyang Forbidden Area? Xianyang Forbidden Area? Why is there a dragon's roar?" Countless curious voices could be heard. In the distance, in the Xianyang Forbidden Area, a clear roar suddenly sounded. "Soul return." Rumble! In the sky above the Xianyang Forbidden Area, Yin Qi suddenly soared into the sky. Gusts of Yin wind swept toward the Xianyang Forbidden Area from all directions. Chapter 1121. In the distance, in the forbidden area of Xianyang, a clear cry was suddenly heard. "Soul return." Rumble! Above the forbidden area of Xianyang, Yin energy suddenly soared into the sky. Gusts of Yin wind swept toward the forbidden area from all directions. The Yin energy raged, forming a storm. It should be noted that both the Julu Academy and the Thousand Confucian sect were filled with boundless righteous energy. The righteous energy had a strong restraining effect on Yin energy. But now, it seemed like it could no longer be restrained. Endless Yin energy gathered and scattered the righteous energy in all directions. The billowing Yin energy dyed the sky in the distance black. Gusts of Yin energy rushed into the ground. In an instant, the forbidden area of Xianyang was filled with a murderous aura. How could this be? Why is there such a huge commotion in the forbidden area of Xianyang? What a heavy Yin energy! The surrounding cultivators were confused. Huyen Boyu suddenly felt that something was wrong. He turned to look at the 1,000 Confucians' sacred mountain. Millions of Confucian cultivators had set up the array. There were also hundreds of immortals on the mountain. They were the immortals that Huyen Boyu had brought down from the immortal world. "Go and take a look," Huyen Boyu shouted. A group of immortals immediately flew over. In addition to this group of immortals, many of the surrounding experts also flew into the sky and headed toward the forbidden area of Xianying. The huge commotion had already affected everyone's hearts. Below the Julu Academy, countless cultivators were struggling bitterly. Under the Holy Scroll array, there were casualties. Life and death were hanging by a thread. Some people were so desperate that they did not even want to surrender. Is there any meaning to our perseverance? Countless experts were filled with bitterness and despair. Meng Lingtian was also very anxious. Suddenly, energy soared into the sky from the forbidden area of Xianying. A dragon's roar shook the sky. Meng Lingtian's eyes lit up. "Everyone hold on. Your emperor is back. Great Zhen's emperor is back. They're all back." Meng Lingtian roared. "Emperor Zhen is back." The other immortals of the Julu Academy shouted in ecstasy. When the immortals called out, the hearts of the despairing powerhouses suddenly beat wildly. "His Majesty is back? Really? Is His Majesty really back?" One of the immortals exclaimed in joy. "Yes, His Majesty will come back from the forbidden area of Xianying. That's why it was sealed as a forbidden area. Look at the forbidden area of Xianying. Everyone has come back." Meng Lingtian shouted. Everyone looked over. As expected, the forbidden area of Xianying had undergone a tremendous change. In an instant, everyone seemed to have been injected with a cardiac stimulant, and all of them burst forth with power that exceeded their limits. "His Majesty is back. Long live the Holy One. Long live the Holy One. Long live De Zhen. Long live." The powerhouses who were still struggling began to howl in excitement. Years of suppression and despair seemed to have all been released in an instant. As the saying went, the other went up. 1,000,000 Confucian cultivators had set up the Holy Scroll Grand Array, and they were about to win. But then, there was a sudden change in the distance, and the people below shouted that Yan Chuan had returned. Yan Chuan had returned? The powerhouses of De Zhen had returned from the immortal world? Countless Confucian cultivators suddenly trembled in their hands, and the fierce Holy Scroll Grand Array suddenly became slightly unstable. "His Majesty is back? How is that possible? He hasn't been seen for 5,000 years. Why is he back now? It's fake. It must be fake." Some Confucian cultivators were so frightened that they went crazy. Huyen Boyu, who was in command of this battle, also changed his expression. Meng Lingtian shouted, "Yan Chuan is back? Is it real? Hurry up, you bunch of trash, go and see." Huyen Boyu shouted at the immortals who were flying over. For a moment, the hearts of countless cultivators in the surroundings were beating wildly. The powerhouses who were watching felt their hearts beating wildly. Yan Chuan is back? For a moment, countless emotions were brewing. Disbelief, panic, ecstasy, excitement, and despair. All kinds of emotions erupted at this moment. Forbidden area of Xianying? Forbidden area of Xianying? Countless powerhouses rushed towards the forbidden area and arrived in the sky above it in the blink of an eye. Countless Yin-Chi rolled in from all directions and went straight underground. The group of powerhouses looked at the ground with ugly expressions. Everyone knew that there was a problem underground, a big problem. And looking at the ground, the countless powerhouses suddenly felt a sense of fear. Just looking at the ground made them feel like their souls were being sucked away. The group of powerhouses looked at each other. The immortals didn't know what to do. "Destroy that forbidden area for me. Completely destroy it." Huyen Boyu's voice came from afar. "Yes." Hundreds of immortals attacked almost at the same time. Roar! An earth-shattering force was released from the hands of the immortals and struck toward the forbidden area of Xianying. The vast power seemed to be able to destroy heaven and earth, and it seemed like it could turn the ground into fine powder in an instant. Roar! Under the ground, a loud dragon roar came. The dragon roar soared into the sky, and the ground exploded from below with a loud bang. Boom! The forbidden area of Xianyang exploded in an instant. Endless soil, mountain rocks, and an 18-clawed golden dragon of Providence soared into the sky. The golden dragon of Providence's body shone with golden light, and its face was ferocious. Everywhere it passed, the giant palms of the Immortals melted, and countless rocks and soil flew into the sky. The entire sky above the forbidden area of Xianyang was filled with huge rocks. The golden dragon roared and swung its tail, sending the Immortals who were surrounding it flying. A large amount of soil flew in all directions in an instant. The vast area, the ground, the mountains, and the rivers were instantly thrown into the distance. Inchi raged. Billowing black fog shrouded that area, making it look extremely mysterious. Roar! The 18-clawed golden dragon of Providence roared again. The 9 golden dragons of the 10,000 Confucian sect and the 9 nine-clawed golden dragons of the Julu Academy seemed to be cowering. At the same time, in the 5 divine continents, the Providence above some cities had already disappeared, while some cities still had the Providence and a small golden dragon that Yen Chuan had scattered in the past. Roar! 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 In an instant, all the cities with golden dragons roared excitedly at the sky, as if they were responding to the 18-clawed golden dragon of Providence from Xianyang. The appearance of the phenomenon caused an uproar among the people of the world. 5,000 years. The Providence hadn't moved for 5,000 years. Why did it suddenly roar? What's going on? Many people didn't know what was going on, but some ancient families and their ancestors all walked out of their houses. In a manor outside Yenjin in the East Divine Continent, an old man walked out of the manor's main hall. Ancestor, what's going on? Why are there dragon roars in Yenjin? The old man's eyes were filled with tears. 5,000 years. 5,000 years. His Majesty is back. His Majesty is back. The old man trembled with excitement. Ancestor? A group of disciples said in surprise. The old man suddenly knelt in the direction of the dragon roars. This commoner welcomes the return of your Majesty. May your Majesty live for 10,000 years. After the old man knelt, the disciples of the family could only follow suit. This scene appeared in countless places in the world. The ancestors of countless families knelt in the direction of the dragon roars. Welcome back, His Majesty. Long live His Majesty. Welcome back, His Majesty. Long live His Majesty. Countless voices of worship seemed to be fed back to the 18-clawed golden dragon of Providence. The 18-clawed golden dragon of Providence didn't restrain the voices. For a moment, the sky above Xianyang was filled with voices of worship. Welcome back, His Majesty. Long live His Majesty. Endless voices of worship and respect could be heard. The experts around Xianyang were shocked beyond words. The struggling experts of the Julu Academy cheered, His Majesty is back. Welcome back, His Majesty. The experts of the Julu Academy bowed respectfully, but the millions of Confucian cultivators weren't so calm. They even looked frightened. In the distance, the dragon roars filled the sky, and countless voices of worship could be heard. It was as if a catastrophe had arrived. Huyen Boya's breathing also became heavier. Bastard, what Yen Chuan? I'm not afraid. Huyen Boyu roared as if to encourage himself. In the distance, the Yin Chi slowly entered Xianyang. The Yin Chi slowly decreased, and the scene in the distance was slowly exposed to all the experts. High up in the sky, above a small sea of Providence clouds, the 18-clawed golden dragon of Providence roared, showing its domineering aura. Below, there was a huge cave. At a glance, it was incomparably vast. Above the huge cave, there were countless palaces. At this moment, they were densely packed like statues. Around the countless statues, there seemed to be souls rushing into their bodies. At the center, a huge palace with the words, Skyward Hall, written on it. Skyward Hall? Dajin Celestial Empire, Imperial Court Hall? Countless experts were incomparably shocked. And on the square of Skyward Hall, there were countless officials from high to low ranks standing at this moment. At this moment, the countless official statues were respectfully bowing to a huge coffin in the center. It was a huge bronze coffin. Inside the bronze coffin, there was a man wearing a black dragon emperor robe. He was wearing a dragon robe and had a majestic aura. He wore a flat imperial crown on his head, and there was a black jade talisman stuck between his eyebrows. From afar, a domineering aura rushed over. Countless experts felt as if their hearts were being squeezed in an instant. Yanchuan? Dajin Celestial Empire? Countless experts cried out in horror. The black jade talisman between Yanchuan's eyebrows slowly flew up. Yanchuan's eyes suddenly opened. 2 beams of 14-colored golden light suddenly shot out from Yanchuan's eyes. Yanchuan is awake? As countless experts swallowed their saliva, countless officials and soldiers stood there like statues. Many people suddenly opened their eyes. Their eyes opened one after another, each of them shooting out different kinds of light. Ka. Countless stiff bodies were slowly twisting and turning, as if they were trying to get rid of the stiffness. All the experts, including Huyen Boyu, felt as if they couldn't breathe. That kind of pressure seemed to suck away all the air in the surroundings. Chapter 1122. Inside the underground palace of Xianying. Crack. The sound of ice breaking could be heard as more than 10 million people slowly and stiffly began to move. Their bodies were constantly breaking free from the cold Yin energy. In the sky, congratulations came from all the ancient families in the world. Welcome back, Your Majesty. May Your Majesty live for 10,000 years. The entire underground palace of Xianying felt as if everything was coming back to life. At the entrance of the skyward palace, the officials slowly moved their bodies and woke up. Inside the sky-burying coffin, the black jade talisman floated in the air. Yanchuan opened his eyes, and 2 beams of 14-colored light shot out from his eyes. Yanchuan stood up straight. He opened his arms. As he opened his arms, the wide sleeves of his dragon robe unfurled. From afar, it seemed as if there was a kind of kingly aura rushing toward them. In the distance, the experts who were watching and attacking all looked at this scene in horror. Even Huyen Boyu, who had been so aggressive and arrogant before, felt suffocated when he saw Yanchuan standing up in the distance. It had been 5,000 years. Although they had never seen Yanchuan, the reverence that the world had for Yanchuan had made Yanchuan's image in everyone's hearts even greater. The Sage Scroll Array burned the Julu Academy and millions of Confucian cultivators. When they saw Yanchuan standing up in the distance, their hands trembled, and the Sage Scroll Array suddenly became unstable. Yanchuan is back? Someone said in horror. Don't be afraid. We are disciples of the 1,000 Confucian Holy Land. We have the protection of the 1,000 Confucian Holy Land. Someone encouraged himself. Take advantage of the fact that they haven't fully awakened. Quick, destroy them. Quick. Huyen Boyu suddenly reacted and shouted at the group of immortals in the distance. Most of the immortals were still in shock. However, 100 immortals also reacted. Almost at the same time as Huyen Boyu's shout, the 100 immortals stepped forward and struck their palms toward the skyward palace. In the void, hundreds of golden palms with a destructive aura rushed towards Yanchuan. If it was 5,000 years ago, Yanchuan might have to treat it seriously. But now, Yanchuan didn't even look at them. After 5,000 years of slumber, the 200 souls returned and were quickly fused into one by Yanchuan. The growth of his birth chart power was equivalent to 1,000,000 years. It was as if he had suddenly woken up after sleeping for millions of years. As the memories fused together, there was a sudden feeling of wanting to vent. Facing the sky, Yanchuan let out a long howl. Roar! A loud roar came from Yanchuan. The void shook for a while, and the roar rushed straight up to the 9 heavens. The 100 immortals' golden palms, upon encountering Yanchuan's sound waves, instantly collapsed. The 100 immortals were extremely close, and the sound waves instantly entered their bodies. The 100 immortals' initial terror was instantly replaced by trembling involuntarily. Buzz. The 100 immortals trembled at a high frequency. As they trembled, blood flowed out of their 7 orifices. In the distance, The other powerhouses looked at the 100 immortals who were bleeding from their 7 orifices. This can't be real, Huyen Boyu said in horror. Just the sound waves were enough to make the 100 immortals unable to move? Bleeding from their 7 orifices? It seemed that everything was not over. Under Yen Chuan's long howl, one of the 100 immortals suddenly exploded. Boom! Blood splattered all over the sky. The immortal was blasted apart by the sound waves. Boom! 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 One after another, the 100 immortals all exploded. The sky was filled with a bloody mist that soared into the sky along with the sound waves. This scene was something that the surrounding powerhouses would never forget for the rest of their lives. 100 immortals. With a loud roar, all of them exploded. When the other immortals saw this scene, they did not even dare to approach from afar. The outcome of the 100 immortals was too terrifying. Huyen Boyu's expression was also extremely unsightly. Huyen Boyu had already flown over. He seemed to be waiting for Yen Chuan's loud roar to end before launching a sneak attack. After all, even if he launched a sneak attack, he would not be able to get close to the 100 immortals. Roar! The roar was long and lasted for an entire incense's time. Suddenly, the black aura around Yen Chuan expanded. Within the black aura, one could vaguely see a huge black dragon. As Yen Chuan roared, it seemed to soar into the sky. It was a vast illusory figure. It was like the condensation of Yen Chuan's Emperor Qi. This black dragon seemed even more ferocious than the 18-claws golden dragon. It was an extremely ferocious and domineering black dragon. In a daze, one seemed to hear the black dragon's roar. Although there was no sound, it felt like it was cutting into one's heart. After another incense's time, only then did Yen Chuan's long roar gradually stop. Yen Chuan took a deep breath. The surrounding black aura and the black dragon were all withdrawn into Yen Chuan's body. It's been 5,000 years. I'm finally back. Yen Chuan slowly closed his eyes and felt this reality. After 2 incenses' time, more than half of the people in Xianyang Underground Palace had regained consciousness. Greetings, Your Majesty. May Your Majesty live for 10,000 years. Among the officials, Hua Guang shouted loudly. Greetings, Your Majesty. May Your Majesty live for 10,000 years. Wang Jian, Jin Deyu, Yi Feng, Yin Hentian, Li Si, Lu Buwei, and the other officials from Dezhun bowed respectfully. Greetings, Your Majesty. May Your Majesty live for 10,000 years. The last shout was from all the people in Xianyang Underground Palace who had regained consciousness. Millions of people shouted at the same time. Their aura soared into the sky. At this moment, it was Huyen Boyu's last chance. He stretched out his palm and struck towards Yen Chuan. How dare you! Among the officials, an angry rebuke suddenly sounded. It was Wang Jian's voice. Wang Jian, who was in the middle of the court, suddenly moved in front of Huyen Boyu in a strange manner. Wang Jian was clad in armor and held a sword in his hand. He released a murderous aura around him. Boom! The blood-red murderous aura seemed to have dyed the void red. Great immortal Huyen Boyu's palm strike was instantly scattered by the murderous aura. Under the cold and bloody murderous aura, Huyen Boyu felt his heart instantly freeze. How dare you! Wang Jian shouted loudly. A blood-red sword of murderous aura that surpassed the previous one shot out from Wang Jian's eyes. Boom! The 2 swords of murderous aura that shot out from Wang Jian's eyes pierced through Huyen Boyu's chest and nailed him in the void, unable to move. Pooh! Huyen Boyu spat out a mouthful of blood. The feathers on the feather fan in his hand had been destroyed by the murderous aura, leaving only a bare handle. Pooh! Huyen Boyu spat out blood and convulsed. More importantly, Huyen Boyu was having a mental breakdown. He was just a mortal. How could he condense murderous aura into his eyes and kill people with his aura? How many people did he kill to condense such a ferocious murderous aura? A mere subject? A mere subject of Dezhun? And he dared to provoke Dezhun? In an instant, Dezhun was a great immortal. He used to be the strongest existence in the world. But now he was killed in an instant? No, it was 1/10 of an instant. A glance? Although Huyen Boyu was not dead yet, he was completely finished. Pinned in the void by Wang Jian's sword of murderous aura, he could not escape at all. Huyen Boyu was defeated in an instant. The spectating experts were also dumbfounded. Was this a joke? Was this a joke? Was there something wrong with my eyes? Seeing that there were still more than 10 million experts in the distance, countless experts who were originally gloating over Huyen Boyu's misfortune shrank back. The experts who were watching from the sidelines trembled. The experts from the major forces who were prepared to watch the Julu Academy fall were terrified. The millions of Confucian cultivators in the Holy Scroll Array trembled when they saw this scene. The Holy Scroll Array collapsed in an instant. Destroy the Julu Academy? Can it still be destroyed now? Boom! The experts of the Julu Academy attacked, and the Holy Scroll Array exploded. The Julu Academy's crisis was completely resolved. Ah, His Majesty is back, you traitors. Now it's time for you to die. His Majesty is back, you're all dead. Only death awaits you for treason. The experts of the Julu Academy roared at this moment. They had been on the brink of death, feeling despair and helplessness. Now that the situation had reversed, they all shouted wildly to vent the excitement and fear in their hearts. Let's go! Someone shouted in horror. The millions of Confucian cultivators, together with the hundreds of thousands of spectating experts, scattered in all directions in an instant. With Yen Chuan's powerful return, how were they supposed to fight? Boom! Like a torrential downpour, they fled in all directions. Some of the immortals were so terrified that they were about to ascend to the immortal world. The safest place was to ascend to the immortal world. Escape? How were they supposed to escape here? Yen Chuan had more than 10 million people. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the crowd of Dajin's officials. Escape? No one is allowed to leave without His Majesty's permission. Jin Dayu shouted. He extended his hand, and the divine emperor bell soared into the sky. Clang! A bell chime rang out. The immortals who were about to ascend had already taken a step into the immortal realm. They were all dazed by the bell chime and fell down with a loud crash. Huoguang also took a step forward and brandished the spear in his hand. Suddenly, a storm of spears appeared in all directions. Boom! All the fleeing cultivators were sent flying back to where Julu Academy was at after being struck by the countless astral spears. Not a single one of the million cultivators managed to escape. They all fell to the ground. The strength of the various legion commanders was no longer just strong. Instead, it was terrifying to look at. The Xiuzhe that were knocked back were all dizzy from the fall. This shouldn't be happening. Why is this happening? Why are they so strong? Countless voices of shock and horror rang out. Meng Lingtian and the other experts of the Julu Academy gaped in shock. Everyone had expected Yen Chuan to be powerful when he woke up, but no one had expected him to be so terrifying. Greetings, His Majesty. The great Zhen experts were overjoyed and bowed respectfully. The people of the Julu Academy sighed in amazement. Meng Lingtian in particular could only smile wryly. The Julu Academy had recruited disciples for 5,000 years. More than half of them would join Great Zhen. Greetings, His Majesty. Meng Lingtian and the other Julu Academy immortals bowed. Chapter 1123. Rumble. The underground palace of Xianyang slowly floated up. Dragon roars could be heard everywhere. Clearly, Feng Yinyang had already manipulated the dragon vein to transform the land of Xianyang. Yen Chuan stood in front of the skyward palace. He looked at the countless excited experts in front of the Julu Academy. Yen Chuan smiled as he sighed. Although Yen Chuan had established various factions in the immortal world, this was Yen Chuan's true foundation. Everywhere else was just a passing cloud. My people, I'm back. Yen Chuan said to the crowd. Countless experts clenched their fists, their faces filled with excitement. Seeing Yen Chuan return, everyone understood that everything in the past was worth it. My people, I'm back. Yen Chuan said again. Roar. The golden dragon of providence let out a long roar. Yen Chuan's voice quickly spread across the world. Of course, The world was already in tatters. Only the people in the cities covered by providence could hear Yan Chuan's voice. Also, everyone from 5,000 years ago could hear it. As long as they didn't establish another country or sect, they could hear Yan Chuan's voice. In a city. This voice? Why do I suddenly hear a voice in my ears? The dragons roar just now, and now this voice? The people of the immortal world? 5,000 years ago? Immortal world? As more and more people came to their senses, the sound of cheering could be heard like a tsunami. Rumble. Providence from all over the world quickly gathered above Yan Chuan's head. Providence gathered not only for the expansion of the territory, but also for the hearts of the people. If the hearts of the people were firm, the providence would never dry up. In the distance, Meng Lingtian led the immortals of the Julu Academy and a group of experts from Immortal World to the front. Meng Lingtian, everyone, thank you for your hard work in managing the world. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Meng Lingtian smiled and said, it's nothing. The Julu Academy has benefited a lot as well. These people from the 10,000 Confucian sect are going to do whatever they want under the heavens and bring disaster to the world, right? Yan Chuan looked at the 1 million Confucian cultivators in the distance. How did you know? Meng Lingtian asked in surprise. Oh, I understand. Your consciousness went to the immortal world, so you know. Meng Lingtian immediately understood. Yan Chuan nodded. In the distance, many of the million Confucian cultivators bowed in fear. Your Majesty, we were wrong. Your Majesty, spare my life. Your Majesty, we were foolish. The million Confucian cultivators screamed in terror. At this time, Li Si walked out and waved his hand, summoning a million holy scrolls. The holy scroll formation from before was set up with this item. There were countless words on it, and each word was like a gem. Your Majesty, the 10,000 Confucian sect has a total of 108 holy scrolls. These are the holy scrolls of the Earth Literature Star. 108 holy scrolls are the foundation of the 10,000 Confucian sect's founder. If one of them is destroyed, it will no longer be complete. Li Si said with a smile. The holy scroll? Won't be complete? Then burn it. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. No, don't burn it. The immortals who had been shaken back by Jin Dayu cried out in alarm. This was the founder's favorite treasure, the foundation of the sect. The founder trusted Huyen Boyu and allowed him to bring a holy scroll to the lower realm. If it was destroyed, how would they explain it to the founder? Jin Dayu snorted coldly. The immortals were so shocked that their qi and blood surged. Li Si glanced at the 1 million Confucian cultivators on the ground. Your Majesty, the 1 million Confucian cultivators of the 10,000 Confucian sect followed Huyen Boyu and tried to overthrow the world. They should be punished for the crime of rebellion. Your Majesty, please order them to be killed. Li Si said solemnly. Order them to be killed? The million Confucian cultivators in the distance were stunned. They couldn't help but shiver. I second the motion. Lu Buwei said. I second the motion. Yi Feng shouted. I second the motion. Yin Hentian also shouted. For a moment, the officials were furious and glared at the rebels in the distance. No, Your Majesty, please spare us. We know we were wrong. Your Majesty, we know we were wrong. Yan Chuan glanced coldly at the 1 million Confucian cultivators. If knowing we were wrong is useful, then what are the laws? What's the use of laws? Allow it. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. The officials replied. No, help. Help. The 1 million Confucian cultivators cried. Without needing Yan Chuan's order, Huoguang led a group of soldiers and rushed over. They reached out and used spells to suppress the 1 million Confucian cultivators. They sealed their cultivation bases. Another group quickly dug a deep pit in the distance. Your Majesty, the other group of people are mostly from various factions. They're here to watch the destruction of the Julu Academy and wait for an opportunity to strike and bring chaos to the world. An immortal who had previously resisted shouted. Yes, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, we can't spare them. The crowd was agitated. Yan Chuan nodded. Since that's the case, let's kill them together. Yes, the officials replied. No, Your Majesty, please spare us. Please forgive us, Your Majesty. The 1,000,000 Confucian cultivators were immediately suppressed by Huoguang's men and thrown into the huge pit in the distance. Outside the huge pit, a group of soldiers was constantly filling it with soil. No help. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. I've already become an immortal, I don't want to die. Your Majesty, save me. Sect Master, save me. The sight of 1,000,000 Confucian cultivators being killed was spectacular. There were countless cries, but they only had themselves to blame. On the other side, the 1,000,000 holy scrolls were also quickly burned by Li Si's men. Unfortunately, the holy scrolls were impervious to fire and water. I'll do it. Jin Dayu snorted coldly. He opened his mouth and spat out a golden flame. It was the true fire of the sun, which rushed toward the holy scrolls. Boom! Under the true fire of the sun, the 1,000,000 holy scrolls could only slowly burn. On one side, the flames soared into the sky, and on the other, the 1,000,000 Confucian cultivators were buried alive. Burning books and burying Confucians? Your Majesty, I suddenly feel that this scene is very familiar. Li Si suddenly laughed. Burning books and burying Confucians? After Li Si finished speaking, Lu Buwei, Wang Jian, Huoguang, Tan Lang, and Feng Yinyang nodded. What a familiar scene, but they couldn't recall it. Yan Chuan looked at everyone. Wait a little longer. When the immortal tribulation is over and the reincarnation seal is unlocked, you'll remember everything. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. How could Yan Chuan not have the same feeling? However, Yan Chuan knew that the reincarnation seal in the depths of one's soul could only be unlocked after becoming an immortal. Meng Ling Tian stepped forward and handed over a jade slip. The eyes of the surrounding experts lit up when they saw the jade slip. This is the book of contributions to quelling the rebellion in the past 5,000 years. It records all the contributions that the people of the world have made to the Great Jin country in the past 5,000 years. Meng Ling Tian said solemnly. Yan Chuan took the jade slip. A wisp of divine sense entered it. Buzz! Yan Chuan instantly read through the vast records of countless people and countless clans. I'm very pleased. Yan Chuan said. Lu Buwei. Yes, Your Majesty. I want you to sort out the book of contributions to quelling the rebellion, tally the contributions, and spread it to the world. In 10 years, I will reward you according to your contributions. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty. Lu Buwei answered. Thank you, Your Majesty. The group of experts shouted excitedly. Looking around, Yan Chuan suddenly shouted, I have returned, and the world will regain its former glory. From today onward, I will rebuild the capital of Xianying. Yan Chuan's voice spread across the world again. All the people of the Great Jin country immediately heard Yan Chuan's voice. Capital, Xianying. Lu Gangifeng. Yan Chuan called out. Yes, Your Majesty. The two answered. With Xianying as the base, contact the cities of the world and rebuild the world system. Yan Chuan said. Yes, Your Majesty. Yin Hen Tian. Yes, Your Majesty. Announce to the world that in 30 years, there will be a grand examination in Xianying. At the same time, you will prepare for the examination, Yan Chuan ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. Huoguang, Wang Jian, Jin Dayu, Feng Shao. Yan Chuan called out. Yes, Your Majesty. Rebuild the 4 legions and appoint you as the 4 marshals to pacify the world. Huoguang will be the East Marshal, Wang Jian will be the South Marshal, Jin Dayu will be the West Marshal, and Feng Shao will be the North Marshal. Conquer the world as soon as possible and eliminate all rebellions. Yan Chuan ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. Li Si will be the law of the world and assist in pacifying the world. Yan Chuan ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. Feng Yinyang. Be in charge of rebuilding Xianying. Build the capital of the 10,000 Saints Empire. Yan Chuan ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. Lu Buwei. Yes, Your Majesty. When calculating the contributions of the world, divide the officials of Xianyang into 2 groups and take turns to look for their descendants and settle them down. Yes, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. The 10 million soldiers of the Xianyang holy capital shouted excitedly. In the past 5,000 years, besides Great Jin country's loyal subjects, the other thing that the soldiers were concerned about was their blood relatives. Now that the emperor had ordered them to look for their relatives, they were all moved to tears. In the distance, the fire had finished burning. The million Confucian cultivators and the immortals of the 10,000 Confucian sect had all been killed. The first battle of Great Jin's return. Burning books and burying Confucian scholars to establish heaven's might. Immortal world. In a huge palace. A man in a white robe sat cross-legged inside. Suddenly, the man's expression changed. He stretched out his hand and a scroll appeared in his palm. The scroll unfolded and was divided into 108 regions according to the heavenly spirits and earthly fiends. Each region was emitting white light, but there was one region that was extremely dim. The literature star and the million holy scrolls were all destroyed? The man's voice was filled with a monstrous aura. At this moment, a loud shout came from outside the palace. Sect leader, Huyen Boyu's life tablet is broken. Huyen Boyu is dead. Jiao Hu came from outside the palace. Huyen Boyu is dead? Something happened in the sealed world? Yan Chuan has come out? The man's expression sank. The sealed world, the world. The news of Yan Chuan's powerful return quickly spread throughout the world. For a time, the world was in an uproar. The people of Great Jin cheered. The thousands of years of oppression in their hearts were finally released. The powerhouse who had betrayed the great accomplishment empire had a look of fear on his face. The news of the million Confucian cultivators of the 10,000 Confucian sect being killed also slowly spread. The 4 armies swept through everything in their path, and they started to recruit soldiers and buy horses. They were fighting and recruiting at the same time. In the central divine continent, the people of Great Jin were more united. The 4 great marshals soon arrived at the borders of the 4 central divine continents. They were ready to march to the 4 central divine continents. By the emperor's decree, we will fight against the rebels. Stand at attention. Huoguang, Wang Jian, Jin Deyu, and Feng Shao swore an oath and set out. Yes. The millions of soldiers answered loudly. Chapter 1124. East Divine Continent, a branch of the Great Chu's sacred court. Inside a large hall. My lord, it's not good. Great Jin's eastern marshal, Huoguang, just received news that he has already exterminated the Heavenly Might sect. A man dressed in official robes exclaimed to another man dressed in luxurious robes. Mighty Heavenly sect? Apart from our 5 great immortal world factions, there are 10 nations and 20 sections. The Mighty Heavenly sect is a middle-rank sect. Yesterday, Huoguang just arrived, and today the Mighty Heavenly sect was destroyed? The man in luxurious robes exclaimed. Yes, like a hot knife through butter. The Mighty Heavenly sect couldn't resist at all. The man in official robes said bitterly. One day? How could they not resist? From start to finish, Huoguang didn't even make a move. At the start, the Mighty Heavenly sect's formation was activated. Huoguang's subordinates broke the formation and started a massacre. From start to finish, Huoguang sat at the peak of a mountain, drinking tea and watching the battlefield. I know, Huoguang is just training the troops. The man in luxurious robes' expression changed. Training the troops? What a terrifying First Legion, what a powerful Great Jin. The man in luxurious robes said with an ugly expression. Sir, what should we do? Huyen Boyu is already dead. The 1,000 Confucian sect's forces couldn't even withstand a single blow from Yan Chuan. In this world, aside from the Sage Kings, it seems that we won't be able to stop the Great Jin from reuniting. The man in luxurious robes said. Is the Great Jin really that strong? Strong. It's not like you haven't seen Huyen Boyu before. He attacked with an entire sect and a million Confucian cultivators. Although we don't know the exact situation, do you think that's realistic? The man in luxurious robes said. Not a single one escaped? The man in official robes had an ugly expression. Hua Guang and the others didn't move quickly. It's obvious that they were reclaiming their territory while training their troops. We already overestimated Yan Chuan, but we still underestimated him. The man in luxurious robes said. Then what should we do? What should we do? You ascend first and report everything to the sacred king. I'll watch over this place. Tell the sacred king that if there is danger, this subject might give up on this realm. The finely clothed man said. Give up? Go report the truth. The man in luxurious clothes said in a deep voice. Southern Divine Continent. Bahuang sect. Kill. Roar. Exterminate these traitors. The army of the Great Jin dynasty broke through a sect's array and started a frenzied slaughter. In the distance, at the peak of a mountain, Wang Jian sat beside a stone table. There were 2 guards standing behind him, and an attendant beside him was making tea and serving tea to Wang Jian. Wang Jian sipped his tea while looking at the battlefield in the distance. The 8 Baron sect was forced to retreat again and again. Great Jin soldiers also suffered some casualties. However, Wang Jian didn't care about it at all. It was as if he was looking at a still scenery. Regarding the casualties, Wang Jian did not interfere. Wang Jian needed well-trained elite soldiers. Thus, the soldiers under him had to be tempered by blood and fire. Just as he was sipping his tea, a loud shout suddenly came from behind him. Wang Jian, you destroyed my 8 Baron sect. I'll fight it out with you. With a roar, a man clad in multicolored light appeared behind him. He held a long sword and slashed at Wang Jian. A huge energy sword appeared in the air as if it was going to cut Wang Jian and the mountain into pieces. Clearly, this person had become an immortal. An immortal's attack was boundless. However, Wang Jian continued to sip his tea. He didn't even turn around. Wang Jian did not move, but one of the 2 guards behind him moved. He drew his bronze sword. A huge energy sword that was several times bigger than the 8 Baron sect master's energy sword shot out. Boom! The sky seemed to turn white as the 2 energy swords disappeared. Wang Jian's guard sheathed his sword and returned to his original position. It was as if he had not moved at all. As for the 8 Baron sect master, his eyes widened in disbelief. The sword in his hand broke into 2. A thin slit appeared between his brows, and a large amount of blood flowed out. The 8 Baron sect master fell to the ground. When he landed, he was split in half. The 8 Baron sect master was instantly cut in half. In the distance, the 8 Baron sect disciples who were resisting were all horrified. A single strike? Moreover, it was from Wang Jian's guard. The sect master died just like that? They looked at Wang Jian, who was sniffing the tea in the distance and sipping it. All the 8 Baron sect disciples felt chills run down their spines. Did the 8 Baron sect still want to fight against Yan Chuan? Their sect master could not even withstand a single strike from Yan Chuan's subordinate. Did they still want to fight? At this moment, countless 8 Baron sect disciples were filled with deep regret. They could have been citizens of Great Zhen. Why did they choose to be disciples of the 8 Baron sect? It was like a commoner fighting for a mountain or becoming a bandit. Could they do anything against the imperial court's army? They were filled with endless regret. However, if regret was useful, what was the point of having laws? Kill. West Divine Continent, North Divine Continent. Jin Diyu and Feng Shao's armies were the same. They were victorious as they trained their soldiers. The 4 marshals were invincible. Great Zhen's heavenly dynasty, Xianying. After the morning assembly, Yan Chuan accompanied Zizi for a stroll by a small lake. Although they had been together for 1,000,000 years, Zizi did not seem tired of it. She held onto Yan Chuan's arm happily. Miao ran over like a light bulb and jumped onto Yan Chuan's shoulder. Miao. The fish here is not good. I want to eat the East Sea dragonfish. Miao said angrily. Let's wait until we reach the celestial realm. It'll be soon. Zizi smiled. Meow meow, haven't you remembered the past? You've already become an immortal. Yan Chuan asked curiously. No. It's just that my cultivation is higher and I have a better memory of spells. I can't remember anything else. Meow shook her head. Then forget it. Wait a little longer. Meow, it doesn't matter if you remember or not. I think it's pretty good now. Meow said, shaking its head. Yan Chuan and ZZ smiled. In the sealed realm, the four great armies of Great Jin continued to reclaim their territory. From top to bottom, almost all the officials were quickly operating the machinery of Great Jin. Everything was developing rapidly. More than 10 million talents had been recognized by Yan Chuan 5,000 years ago. They had gone to the celestial realm for nearly 1,000,000 years to gain experience. Now, whether it was administration, management, or statistics, they had been perfected. Governing the world was a piece of cake. In the past 10 years, according to Lu Buwei's statistics, Yan Chuan had given all kinds of rewards to the major families in the world. Some of those who had made outstanding contributions were even conferred the title of Viscount. Viscount, this was not the mortal world. Viscounts of Great Jin had long become the envy of the people. The families that had been conferred the title all held banquets and celebrated. The families that had not been conferred the title could only be envious. But so what if they were envious? Only with effort would there be returns. Great Jin's aura quickly spread to the world. In the celestial realm, as the four great forces ascended one by one, they brought all kinds of news. Suddenly, the various forces outside the sealed realm were in an uproar. At this moment, there were 6 great forces outside the sealed realm. 3 great holy halls, 3 great dojo. There were also some cultivators from the celestial dynasty and the sacred lands who were ready to drink some leftovers. Great Qi Holy Hall. In a large hall, Great Qi Holy King and the officials were having a court meeting. The Sage King captured some ascended immortals, said Soul Sky. There's news. That Yan Chuan is leading more than 10 million people in seclusion. His will has entered the immortal world. In any case, this group of people is very strong now. Even Huyen Boya couldn't withstand a single blow from Wang Jian. Great Qi Holy King nodded. I knew it. They returned with a strong force. It seems that the various forces in the lower realm are in trouble. Great Qi Holy King said with a smile. Yes, it's bad. The 1,000 Confucian sect did not leave a single one alive. You should know that there were more than 1,000 immortals, but none of them escaped. Tiani said. More importantly, the 1,000 Confucian sect's Heavenly Cycle Holy Scroll was burned until it was incomplete. Another official said with a smile. 1,000 Confucian sect, Heavenly Cycle Shu? Great Qi Holy King said in a deep voice. Yes, Sect Master Heavenly Cycle Shu is mad. This time he brought his entire sect here. More than 100 million cultivators are all here. Tiani said in a deep voice. More than 100 million? The entire dojo is here. They said that they are here to avenge Huyen Boyu, but everyone can see that Yan Chuan has returned and is about to take the seal. Heavenly Cycle Shu is here to snatch the seal. Tian-Yi said in a deep voice. That's right. There are 3 holy halls, 3 dojos, and 6 major forces in the Zhenlong Dominion. However, none of them are here like Heavenly Cycle Shu. His goal is too obvious. He just wants to snatch the seal. Earth 2 said. Holy King, I do not understand. Why is it that when we agreed to move the capital here, we are not moving anymore? Tian-Yi asked curiously again. I have my own plans. Heavenly Cycle Shu? If he wants to clash with Yan Chuan, then let him. I also want to see what's so special about this Yan Chuan. Great Qi Holy King narrowed his eyes. The officials were surprised. Holy King, no matter how strong Great Zhen is, can it be stronger than the 1,000 Confucian sect? They are here with their entire sect. Tian-Yi said curiously. 1,000 Confucian sect? Heavenly Cycle Shu? He is just lucky to have reached this step. He changed from studying to accumulating good karma. Now, he is creating the 1,000 Confucian sect? His luck is soaring to the sky? This person is neither fish nor fowl. There is no need to fear him. Great Qi Holy King shook his head. However, even if we don't interfere, the other 2 holy halls and dojos might interfere. Tian-Yi said worriedly. Then we will stop them. Great Qi Holy King said. What? Holy King, we are going to help Great Shen? An official exclaimed. Everyone looked at Great Chi Holy King. The sage king of Daki shook his head and said, I've told you before that I came to this territory to take the seal of the Great Path and use it to move the world. I was asked to do all this by someone else. Everyone looked at Great Chi Holy King. My Rui Jingu Bang has a flaw, but that person helped me to perfect it. He saved my life. This time, when I went to retrieve the Rui Jingu Bang, I mentioned Yan Chuan to him. I even showed him Yan Chuan's appearance. He actually said that Yan Chuan's first life was his old friend. His old friend? Of course, I need help. Great Chi Holy King said. Ah! Everyone was shocked. Do you know the Gongyang family? Great Chi Holy King asked. Yes, we know. The Gongyang family is a huge force in this world. They even control 2 holy halls and 3 dojos. After Gongyang Taoyu's death, the Gongyang family received the news and did not blame us. Instead, they sent someone to serve us. Tiani said. The Gongyang family is not interested in me, Sun Wukong. They are interested in my benefactor. They just want us to build a bridge. Great Chi Holy King said coldly. Chapter 1125. Outside the sealed realm, various factions gathered. The 10,000 Confucian sect had arrived. Nearly 100 million cultivators were filled with fighting spirit. The sect master, Zhou Tianshu, and all the experts looked coldly at the sealed realm. At this moment, the various factions were staring at Zhou Tianshu. This was because Zhou Tianshu seemed to be too unruly, coming with the entire sect? And he had the nerve to say that he was only here to take revenge for Hu Yanboyu? Naturally, Zhou Tianshu did not explain. Zhou Tianshu stood on a floating island and looked down at the land. Several people followed behind him. Sect Master, when will we enter this realm? One of them asked respectfully. Before Hu Yanboyu died, he sent someone to deliver a message. In the past, Goddess Jichen once said that there were only 2 ways to pluck the Tao seal. The first was to have the strength of an ancestral immortal. The second was to gather all the providence or merit in the world. However, everyone overlooked something. Zhou Tianshu said sullenly. Oh! Everyone looked at Zhou Tianshu. In the past, there were various experts in the sealed realm. Saber Demon, Sword Demon, and Dugabadian were all peerless experts. There were even ancestral immortals among them. Why did they fail to pluck the Tao seal and only great Zhou's Wujiong succeeded? Zhou Tianshu asked. Everyone was slightly stunned. That's right. Aside from these 2 conditions, there is one more important condition. One has to be a native of this realm. Wu Jiong reincarnated so that he could be branded with this realm's Tao seal. Hence, our previous guesses were wrong. If outsiders entered, even if they unified the world, they would not be able to obtain the Tao seal, Zhou Tianshu said. Everyone was shocked. There are 10 Tao seals in the world. This is the last one. However, you all should have heard of the news of the Tao seal shattering. Once it shatters, it will be gone. Hence, unless it is absolutely necessary, no one dares to destroy the Tao seal and become the world's enemy. Dugabadian and the others know the reason. However, no one wants to reincarnate. That is why it was delayed until today, Zhou Tianshu said. Then what should we do? Wait for Yan Chuan to pluck the Tao seal. Then, we will set up the Heavenly Cycle Holy Scroll Ritual Array, seize the Tao seal, and refine the world. Zhou Tianshu said. Everyone answered. Great Zhen's training was extremely successful. It was a one-sided massacre. The 10 nations and 20 sects were invincible. In front of the 4 great armies, they were simply unable to withstand a single blow. In fact, the people of Dezhun were so popular that their political power was overturned before the war even started. The people overthrew the city lord's mansion, and the officials led the rebellion. For a moment, the 4 marshals of Great Zhen who were training their troops were speechless. One of the sects was completely empty by the time Feng Shao arrived with his army. The disciples had all fled, and the sect lord had fled. This made Feng Shao, who was preparing to train his troops, feel conflicted. The only ones who put up some resistance were the remaining 4 immortal world forces. At this moment, the four marshals didn't forcefully attack anymore. Instead, they slowly trained and moved. It was as if the two armies were evenly matched. The experts of the four great immortal realms were relieved when they saw this. Of course, the four great powers didn't know that De Zhen's four marshals were deliberately slowing down their attack. Wang Jian and the others were worried that if they attacked too fiercely, they would scare away the last training target. That was why he slowly trained his troops. Just like that, the two sides continued to engage in a tug-of-war. The battle reports were constantly sent to Yan capital. When Yan Chuan saw the battle reports, he instantly saw through the plans of Huoguang and the others. He was also speechless. ZZ laughed at the side. After so many years, this is the first time I've seen a team that is afraid of winning. ZZ laughed. Yan Chuan could only smile bitterly. Let them be. At the branch of the Great Chu Sacred Court, the battle reports were constantly coming in. A man in a luxurious robe was reading the battle reports. What? Did Weio City almost fail? Huoguang's army has already entered the city? Victory is at hand? And then they were all scared away by our reinforcements? The man in the luxurious robe asked. Yes, our two cities finally didn't fail. A man in an official's robe said. Which reinforcements? So powerful? They forced Huoguang's team away? The 5th squad of Qinglong's Yellow Rock Camp. The man in the official's robe said. What? The 5th squad of Qinglong's Yellow Rock Camp? What 5th squad? Why haven't I heard of it? How many people do they have? The man in the luxurious robe asked. 150. The man in the official's robe said. What? The man in the luxurious robe opened his eyes wide. 150 people. The man in the luxurious robe's face twitched. Are you sure you didn't say 10,000? The man in the official's robe said strangely. 150 people forced Huoguang's army of 500,000 to leave? Are you kidding me? The man in the luxurious robe was about to jump up. Sir, that's the truth. The man in the official's robe also said strangely. The hall fell into silence. On the other side, Huoguang looked at the general in front of him and his face twitched. General Wang, don't you think that you fought too fake this battle? Huoguang said to the general in front of him. The general was about to cry. Marshal, I tried my best. Really, I tried my best to pretend that we couldn't take them. But there's no way to act. When two armies fight, they have to train. We trained for a while and killed a few thousand people, but the other side rebelled. They said that they were forced to, so they turned around and led the army into the city. Damn, the city gates opened wide and let us in to take the city. I didn't go in, and they killed the city lord themselves and sent the corpse to me. Marshal, I can't lose this battle. If not for the 150 enemy deserters accidentally exposing themselves, we wouldn't have been able to escape. The general cried. Huoguang. I still remember the resentful eyes of the soldiers who killed the city lord when we left. Marshal, I tried my best. The general said anxiously. Huoguang. In the central tent, the other generals held back their laughter. Several years later, in the Chu Sacred Court branch, the man in the luxurious robe looked at the countless contradictory battles around him and was about to break down. The large group of strategists in front of him also pulled out all their hair. That doesn't make sense. That's not right. How did they win this battle again? Am I thinking too much? Here, one person scared away Huoguang's army. Is it the empty city strategy? That's not right. They've used the empty city strategy more than 10 times. How did they succeed every time? I understand. If we can't win in the future, we'll use the empty city strategy. The empty city strategy is invincible. It's the best strategy in the world. Sir, I've written a military strategy book. I'm going to present it to the Sage King. In all court battles, empty city is king. As long as we know the empty city strategy, we'll always win. Yes, we must tell the Sage King that Chu's unification of the Zhenlong Dominion is just around the corner. In future court battles, as long as the 4 city gates are opened, all the soldiers will hide in the city and we'll win. The man in the luxurious robe almost fell for the nonsense of the strategists. He had fought for so many years, but he had never seen such complicated battles. It was ridiculous. The tactician in front of him was even worse. Could I be wrong? The man in the luxurious robe frowned. Suddenly, the man in luxurious robes shuddered. He finally reacted. The war between the two dynasties had always been a matter of life and death. This was an eternal truth. But what if the truth changed? Thinking back to the celestial world, not to mention whether the Sage King's empty fort stratagem would succeed, even if it did, if the other party did not fall for it, it would all be over. Fuck, Huoguang is playing with me. The man in the luxurious robe suddenly shouted in shock. How did we mess with you? The group of strategists asked in confusion. The man in the luxurious robe looked at the group of strategists whose intelligence had been severely lowered. He was speechless. The moment he reacted, the man in the luxurious robe immediately gathered all the immortals. Let's go, we can't stay in this world any longer. Let's ascend, immediately ascend. The man in luxurious robes was on the verge of collapse. My lord, why? We didn't lose. One of the generals shouted. The man in the luxurious robe. This is an order. Everyone, ascend and return to Great Chu. The man in the luxurious robe shouted. All right. Many generals were still unwilling to give up. Rumble. All the immortals flew away, and the news quickly spread throughout the world. In Huoguang's main camp, the group of generals looked as if they were mourning. My lord, we can't play anymore. One of the generals said with a long face. Huoguang suddenly smiled and said, What are you doing? What are you doing? All of you have long faces. We won the war, not lost. Don't make me feel bad with that expression. As the Great Chu branch ascended, the other three factions also realized what was going on. So, this was the reason why they had lost so much hair during this period of time. So, they had all been played? With shame and indignation, the experts of the three factions could only ascend with hatred. This humiliation, accompanied by hair loss, would be etched in their hearts. Several years of war. It was finally over. With the leaders of the four factions fleeing, Great Zhen's army did not dawdle and quickly advanced toward the various cities. Among them, there were some hot-headed people who wanted to become emperor themselves, but Great Zhen's army was no longer the same as before. They crushed everything in their path with irresistible force. In just a short year, the world returned to Great Zhen's empire. All sorts of officials quickly arranged for the various cities to be quickly reorganized. The four marshals also returned to the imperial court. When they returned to the imperial court, no one had the nerve to ask for credit. If they still asked for credit, they would be ridiculed by the entire imperial court. The four marshals acted as if nothing had happened and looked at Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan sat on the dragon throne and looked down at the officials. The examination of the world is over. A large number of talents have been selected, and millions of dragon veins have gathered in Xianyang. Next, prepare to transcend the tribulation. After transcending the tribulation, I will pluck the Tao seal and officially enter the immortal world. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes, Your Majesty. The officials shouted excitedly. Transcending the tribulation? Becoming an immortal? Actually, everyone had long thought about it, but the emperor did not give the order. Over the years, almost all the spirit stones in the world had been supplied. Great Zhen issued debt notes as currency and would compensate the people when they reached the immortal world. Now that they were transcending the tribulation, everyone understood that it would be an extremely grand scene. The emperor had decreed that they would transcend the tribulation to become an immortal. Chapter 1126. Xianyang, Skyward Palace Square. Yan Chuan looked at Meng Lingtian and the other Julu Academy members. Mr. Meng, everyone, all of you have helped the Great Zhen up until now. I am very grateful. Are you all really unwilling? Yan Chuan asked in a deep voice. Meng Lingtian and the other immortals smiled bitterly. Great Zhen is strong and we all know that. A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. If not for the legacy, we would definitely be willing to stay in Great Zhen, but Yan Di, We are all disciples of the Julu Academy. Please grant us our wish, Yen Di. Yen Chuan smiled faintly and said, "Why would I stop all of you from doing what you want? After this battle, the world is yours to roam. At the same time, the doors of Great Shen will always be open to you." Everyone looked at Yen Chuan and bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Yen Di." Yen Chuan nodded and looked around. Those who have undergone 19 heavenly tribulations will undergo together. Yen Chuan shouted. Yen Chuan's voice, along with the golden dragon of providence, reverberated throughout the world and into the ears of countless experts. Roar! Loud roars came from all over the world. Not in Xianyang, but in various places across the 5 divine continents. Boom! There was a loud explosion. Suddenly, dark clouds rolled in all directions, covering the sky and the earth. In an instant, the skies of the 5 divine continents darkened. Rumble! Thunder and lightning flashed in all directions. Amidst the lightning, one could vaguely see a lightning dragon swimming with its towering body. Looking up, it was like a vast dragon lake, densely packed with lightning dragons. The heavenly might was unparalleled. Countless cities around the world were covered with arrays to prevent the aftershocks. 5 million people? 19 heavenly tribulations? Yen Di, what a grand scene! Meng Ling Tian exclaimed. Rumble! One after another, lightning dragons descended from all directions. From afar, the entire world was in chaos because of the heavenly might. Grand scene? Yen Chuan smiled. This was just the beginning. The heavenly immortal tribulation for 5 million people. The entire sealed realm became restless as a storm wreaked havoc. There was even a faint ripple in space. Outside the sealed world, the various major powers were waiting. Suddenly, the void outside the sealed world trembled and a storm swept out in all directions. What happened? The sealed realm is about to be broken? Inform the sect leader. Inform the sage king. Quick, quick, quick! Outside the sealed world, chaos immediately ensued. There was no need for a report. Soon, the leaders of various factions arrived. Boom! Boom! Experts arrived, bringing with them waves of strong winds. They stood on tall mountains in all directions. The most focal point was the summits of the 6 mountain peaks. The 3 great saint kings, the 3 great sect masters, and then there were a few saint lords, saint masters, and so on. However, in front of these 6 great elites, everything else paled in comparison. Is it starting? Sun Wukong, the sage king of Daki, said excitedly. In the distance, the 10,000 Confucian sect's sect master, Zhou Tianshu, narrowed his eyes. He stared fixedly at the swaying void. The other 4 did the same. After watching for a while, the 6 great elites exchanged glances. Clearly, they were all competitors. Zhou Tianshu looked at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong smiled faintly. Seeing Sun Wukong smile, Zhou Tianshu took a deep breath and nodded. Clearly, to see Yen Chuan's ability, Sun Wukong had already informed Zhou Tianshu. Zhou Tianshu helped Sun Wukong stop the others. Rumble! The void trembled, and a storm swept out in all directions. What is this? It doesn't seem to be a Dao seal, one of the elites said with a frown. Great Chu Sage King, why do you say that? Zhou Tianshu asked. It's tribulation chi, the aura of a heavenly tribulation. Someone is undergoing a tribulation? The Great Chu Sage King asked. Undergoing a tribulation? I've never heard of a mortal undergoing a tribulation that could affect our world from the sealed world. Zhou Tianshu clearly did not believe it. The others were skeptical. The Great Chu Sacred King did not explain further. He just stared at them. Undergoing a tribulation. The sealed world was indeed undergoing a tribulation. 5 million people and 19 heavenly tribulations. This tribulation was too powerful. It even affected the celestial realm. However, it seemed like this was not the end. Even the weakest person in Great Shen had only undergone 19 heavenly tribulations. Moreover, it was more than enough. The power of birth charts was too powerful. The sky was gray and overcast. The 19 heavenly tribulations ended one after another. Great Zhen had gained 5 million heaven immortals. The 11 heavenly tribulations will be overcome together. Yan Chuan shouted.
What?
Everyone in the world shouted in unison. 11 heavenly tribulations? Meng Lingtian and the others felt bitter. They had never heard of it before, but they could understand. What did 11 heavenly tribulations mean? After transcending the tribulation, one would become a great immortal. A great immortal. Yan Di, how many people will undergo this tribulation? Meng Lingtian asked curiously. Yan Chuan looked at Meng Lingtian before he turned to Lu Buwei. Lu Buwei nodded and said, Your Majesty, a total of 5,414 people will undergo the 11 heavenly tribulations. Meng Lingtian. The Immortals of the Julu Academy. The Immortals of the Julu Academy were petrified. Rumble. The overcast skies suddenly darkened. Previously, the dark clouds covered the sky. However, there were still gaps in the clouds that allowed sunlight to shine through. Now, the gaps were completely filled. The only thing that could be seen was the light of lightning.
What?
In the dark clouds, huge dragons were cruising around. Their eyes were blind, but their bodies were 100 times larger than the thunder dragon from the 19th heavenly tribulation.
Arg.
Arg! Arg! The lightning dragons roared. The shaking of the void was 10 times more intense than before. Buzz! The void shook, the earth shook, and countless mountains collapsed. More than 5 million people in the world were undergoing the great celestial tribulation at the same time. The scene was several times larger than before.
What?
10,000 lightning dragons roared in unison. It was as if the heavenly river had collapsed. The lightning condensed into a liquid river and rushed toward countless people who were undergoing the tribulation. The world lit up. Streaks of lightning fell from the sky like waterfalls. Meng Lingtian looked at this doomsday-like scene and was completely dumbfounded. Outside the sealed realm. Rumble. In a huge area outside the sealed realm, the space suddenly shook violently. Waves of powerful shock waves sent those with lower cultivation levels flying. The clothes of the powerful cultivators of the major factions rustled under the impact. Whoosh! Heaven and earth essence chi surged from all directions into the sealed realm, accompanied by arcs of lightning. The cultivators with low cultivation levels retreated again and again. What's going on? An expert said in surprise. It's a tribulation. The great Chu sacred king shouted. Tribulation? Was this a tribulation? How was it possible? Zhou Tianshu looked at this scene in disbelief. No one had ever undergone such an exaggerated tribulation. It almost caused the entire realm to collapse. Impossible! Zhou Tianshu shouted. Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes. Benefactor's old friend? It's indeed extraordinary! Sun Wukong exclaimed. The powerful cultivators around were increasingly curious about everything in the sealed realm. However, the sealed realm had been unified and their subordinates had all withdrawn. No one knew what was going on inside. Rumble! Outside the sealed world, mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Countless cultivators retreated again and again, their eyes filled with curiosity. It must be a tribulation. The great Chu sacred king emphasized again. Many people began to believe it when they saw the arcs of lightning appear. However, no one could imagine what was going on inside. Rumble! The heavenly tribulation was like a surging river and a waterfall, baptizing all directions. The entire world was dyed black. The 11 in 9 heavenly tribulation was still going on. On this day, the people of the world would never forget this scene. 5,000 years ago, those who weren't chosen later became immortals one after another. Initially, they didn't think much of the opportunity 5,000 years ago. But now that they saw it, they realized how important the opportunity 5,000 years ago was. The 11 in 9 heavenly tribulation was still going on. Yan Chuan said again, except for Feng Yinyang, everyone else, begin the 12 in 9 heavenly tribulation. Yes, Your Majesty. Wang Jian Jindiyu in Hentian, Lu Gang, Yifeng, Li Si, Lu Buwei, Feng Shao, Huoguang, Tan Lang and the others answered. Even ZZ had begun the heavenly tribulation. Feng Yinyang was wrapped in a black robe and stood beside Yan Chuan. The other powerhouses quickly flew out of Xianyang with the ministers and the remaining elite troops, flying in all directions. The 12 in 9 heavenly tribulation? Meng Lingtian felt his heart being squeezed. The shock of a lifetime could not compare to that day. Seclusion? Yan Chuan had been in seclusion for the past 5,000 years? The immortals of the Julu Academy were all envious. The 11 in 9 heavenly tribulation was to become an immortal. The 12 in 9 heavenly tribulation was to become an ancient immortal. An ancient immortal? Ancestral immortals were the strongest immortals in the world. Even the Lotus God was an ancestral immortal. Below the ancestral immortals were the ancient immortals. Yama Emperor? You and Feng Yinyang won't be undergoing the 13 in 9 heavenly tribulation, will you? Meng Lingtian asked, looking like he was about to break down. Yan Chuan looked at Meng Lingtian and shook his head. The 13 in 9 heavenly tribulation? No, I haven't fully comprehended it in the world. I can't do it yet. Meng Lingtian and the others sighed. Fortunately, if the cultivators of the immortal world knew that they were going to be ancestral immortals, they might as well kill themselves with a piece of tofu. Then what about you and Feng Yinyang? Meng Lingtian asked, puzzled. Feng Yinyang and I are a little special, but we are both ancient immortals. Also, don't call him Feng Yinyang after the heavenly tribulation. His name is Gui Guzi. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Gui Guzi? Meng Lingtian and the others looked at Feng Yinyang. Feng Yinyang nodded. At this moment, Meng Lingtian realized that Feng Yinyang was a little unusual. He seemed to be more mature and dignified than he was 5,000 years ago. It was a very transcendental aura. There was a sense of mystery. While everyone was talking, the 12 in 9 heavenly tribulation began. Boom! The dark clouds in the sky disappeared, and in an instant, they were all filled with lightning. The sky was bright as if the sun was crashing down, and a soul-shaking aura pressed down on their hearts. Chapter 11:27. Outside the Sealed Realm. The 6 factions looked at the scene in front of them in shock. Roar! A huge lightning dragon appeared out of thin air and charged into the Sealed Realm. Roar! 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 More and more lightning dragons descended from the sky and rushed into the Sealed Realm. This area had a diameter of 30 million miles. Thunder and lightning roared in from all directions. Within a radius of 15 million miles, it was as if countless bolts of lightning had filled the entire area, creating a massive scene. What's going on inside? Zhou Tianshu said with a pale face. Is this a tribulation? What kind of tribulation is this? The great Chu sacred king exclaimed. All the experts in the 4 directions were at a loss. They were shocked by this moment. The ancient deity tribulation? Only the ancient deity tribulation can be so exaggerated. Sun Wukong frowned. Everyone's face fell. Ancient deity? The 6 heroes of the Zhenlong Dominion were all ancient deities. Was there going to be a 7th hero? Yan Chuan is going to become an ancient deity? Everyone's face darkened. Even an ancient deity would be injured in the sea of lightning. The deities hesitated for a moment and waited patiently. This wait lasted for an entire day. Inside the sealed realm. Roar! As Huoguangda roared, he used his physical body to collide with the final round of the heavenly tribulation, blocking it. Huoguang was bathed in the tribulation fire. He closed his eyes and clenched his fists like a peerless demon god, feeling the changes in his body. Boom! Wang Jian broke the last tribulation lightning with a punch and also closed his eyes to feel it. Li Si, Lu Buwei, and the others all closed their eyes and pondered. Everyone felt the changes in their bodies. At the same time, their faces gradually became ferocious, as if a fragment of their memories had suddenly appeared. At the entrance of the Skyward Palace in Xianyang, he suddenly said respectfully, "Your Majesty, my colleagues, we are almost done with the heavenly tribulations. However, the memories of our first lives are still locked tightly. This is because everyone's divine soul is attached to your Majesty's divine soul. Only when your majesty unlocks the reincarnation seal and releases the memories of your first life will your majesty recover. Only then can we recover our memories quickly. At the side, Meng Lingtian and the others were confused. Recover memories? What's going on? Yan Xuan lost his memory? Yan Xuan nodded. In the past 5,000 years, Yan Xuan led the heroes to the world tree again. In his previous life, the officials chased after him because of a curse. He cursed himself to follow the celestial emperor forever. Each of them entrusted a strand of their divine souls to themselves. It was also the last part of the reincarnation seal. As long as Yan Xuan undid it himself, the ministers would be able to undo it. Let's begin. Yan Xuan said solemnly. Yes. Gue Guzi nodded. Taking a step forward, Gigu Zi suddenly released his aura. Rumble! Rolling tribulation clouds rushed toward Gigu Zi. Gue Guzi clenched his fist and shouted to the sky, Gue Guzi heaven-locking technique. He raised his right hand to the sky, and it was as if billions of golden lights were shooting out in all directions. In an instant, it was like a huge net that trapped all the heavenly tribulations. Swish! Gigu Zi soared into the sky and went straight for the heavenly tribulations. Everyone, get out of the way! Yan Xuan shouted to everyone in the skyward palace square. Swish! Everyone flew away. Yan Xuan's aura suddenly released. Boom! A surge of vast power directly forced Meng Lingtian and the rest to retreat repeatedly. Yan Xuan's aura rushed toward all the tribulation clouds. It was as if he wanted to attract all the tribulations of more than 10 million people to himself. Is he crazy? Meng Lingtian exclaimed. Was he courting death? Rumble! Under the Gue Guzi heaven-locking technique, some of the heavenly tribulations that had reached perfection and were about to retreat were all stopped in the air. Gigazi's figure even soared into the sky and rushed into the sea of thunder, and his figure disappeared in an instant. Outside the sealed realm. Rumble! Thunder and lightning surged into the sealed realm like a torrent. Other than the 6 heroes, the experts from the Celestial Empire and the sacred grounds were all dumbfounded at this moment. Looking at the torrent of thunder and lightning, this group of experts originally wanted to drink the soup. Drink the soup? Was he courting death? Just as everyone was staring, layers of dark clouds suddenly appeared in the sky above the torrent of thunder and lightning. In the dark clouds, there were a large number of thunder dragons, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple. The 7-colored thunder dragons roared and looked down. Ancient immortal tribulation, it's really the ancient immortal tribulation. The great Chu sacred king exclaimed. Is it really the ancient immortal tribulation? But it seems a little different. It's much bigger than the ancient immortal tribulation that we went through in the past. Zhou Tianshu frowned. But it's definitely not the ancestral immortal tribulation. The ancestral immortal tribulation will be supervised by the remaining heavenly Tao. There's no remaining heavenly Tao here, so it can only be the ancient immortal tribulation. But why is this ancient immortal tribulation so strange? The great Chu sacred king was at a loss. Just as everyone was at a loss. Suddenly, a black figure rushed out from the torrent of thunder and lightning. That is. Everyone's expressions suddenly tensed up. It's Feng Yinyang, sacred king. I've collected portraits of the great Zhen officials. That's Feng Yinyang. Someone shouted. Feng Yinyang rushed out of the immortal realm and went straight for the ancient immortal tribulation. Whoosh! Feng Yinyang instantly entered the tribulation cloud. Countless experts were at a loss. Is he courting death? That's the ancient immortal tribulation. A mortal dares to go in?
What?
The dragons roared. Feng Yinyang fought with the dragons internally. After about half a day, the dragons finally stopped targeting Feng Yinyang. He passed? The great Chu sacred king looked at the tribulation cloud in horror. Feng Yinyang passed? Ancient immortal? A mortal rushed out of the sealed realm and passed the ancient immortal tribulation? The group of heroes suddenly felt that their brains were not enough to comprehend. How could this be? Since when did mortals become so fierce? He passed, but it's not over yet. The tribulation cloud is still continuing. Is there someone else passing the ancient immortal tribulation? Sun Wukong raised his eyebrows. Everyone was shocked. At the same time, they reacted. Indeed, there was still the number one expert in the sealed realm, and Yen Chuan. He had not passed the tribulation yet. In the tribulation cloud of the ancient immortal tribulation, Gigu Zi's hands were glowing with golden light. Gigu Futian, Gigu Shackles, Greater World Tribulation, the weakest world tribulation, two tribulations at the same time. Boom. The original ancient immortal tribulation suddenly increased by more than twice. Two tribulations at the same time? What's going on? The heroes outside the sealed realm were all at a loss. They did not know what was going on. Here, the only one who had a clue was Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes. Greater world? Greater world? It's been a long time, a long time. Gigu? It seems that he's a famous person in the greater world. Unfortunately, I was just a pawn back then. Too much information was sealed, and I knew too little about the greater world. If it weren't for my benefactor, I might have died long ago. Two tribulations at the same time? He used tens of thousands of heavenly tribulations to simulate the heavenly tribulation of the greater world. To simulate the heavenly tribulation of the greater world in this realm, the price is not small. Sun Wukong frowned and analyzed. At the same time, inside the sealed realm, in Xining, all the heavenly tribulations that had not dissipated previously were targeted at Yen Chuan. People of Dezhen, raise your right hand and borrow my power. Yen Chuan shouted.
What?
The golden dragon of providence roared and rushed into Yen Chuan's body. His voice penetrated the world. At this moment, the recognition of the people of Dezhen had reached an unprecedented level. They all raised their right hand, and surging power surged into Yen Chuan. Rumble. Yen Chuan's body slowly grew to the size of 1,000 feet. At the same time, Yen Chuan's hair instantly turned blood red. A vast sea of blood covered the entire Xianyang under his feet and quickly rolled in all directions. Under Yen Chuan's control, the sea of blood bypassed the buildings. Super Theurgy. Yen Chuan opened his mouth, raised his head and roared. Sky-devouring poison. Roar! Yen Chuan's mouth was like a huge vortex, swallowing the heavenly tribulation clouds in the sky. Rumble. Endless thunder and lightning surged into Yen Chuan's mouth. This was not a single person's heavenly tribulation, but the heavenly tribulation of more than 10 million people. More than 10 million heavenly tribulations covered the sky, but Yen Chuan was not afraid at all. He ferociously sucked in. Gigu Zi of the immortal world controlled the heavenly tribulation clouds, not letting them disappear. The thunder and lightning in the outside world surged into the sealed realm and into Yen Chuan's mouth like a flood. That was a lot more terrifying. The immortals of the Julu Academy went from being petrified to being dumbfounded. He's not human. He's definitely not human. This is too terrifying. How is this possible? Master, I've been staring for too long. My eyes are going to be blinded. I'm dreaming, right? Sky-devouring poison. This was too ferocious. Back then, even Meng Sansheng's primordial gourd was not so exaggerated. At least, the primordial gourd's absorption was not as strong as Yen Chuan's. This heavenly tribulation covered the 5 divine continents. How was it all sucked in? Thunder and lightning surged into Yen Chuan's mouth. At this moment, the world was silent. Only the sound of Yen Chuan swallowing thunder could be heard. Boom, boom, boom. This swallowing lasted for 10 days and 10 nights. In the end, everyone was a little stunned. And outside the sealed realm, on the 10th day, the heavenly tribulation clouds also surged into the sealed realm. Why are the heavenly tribulation clouds being dragged into the sealed realm? The rainbow dragons in the heavenly tribulation clouds? Why are they looking so scared? The lightning dragons in the heavenly tribulation clouds can feel fear. Countless exclamations were heard. Gigu Zi was sucked into the sealed realm with the heavenly tribulation clouds. After entering the sealed realm, Gigu Zi quickly dodged. and the heavenly tribulation clouds were completely sucked into Xian Yang and Yen Chuan's mouth without any resistance. Boom! Yen Chuan's body was covered in a circle of lightning. The heavenly tribulation was over. Countless cultivators stood in the clear sky. Yen Chuan stood quietly in the square of the skyward hall with his eyes closed. Yen Chuan did not pay attention to his cultivation. Instead, he immersed all his consciousness in the depths of his soul. Ka-ka-ka-ka. It was as if something had broken. Then, from this broken part, countless memories rushed out crazily. The memories of his first life were finally unsealed at this moment. Chapter 11:28. Endless memories surged out. 1 fate, 2 fortune, 3 feng shui, 4 yin virtues, and 5 merit names. Bai Huang, in our boundless world, human ancestor Sui cultivated fate, Fuxi cultivated fortune, Mingyi cultivated feng shui, Pangu and Hongjun cultivated yin virtues, and you cultivated merit names. You are the strongest in the boundless world. However, in the end, no one was able to transcend. The first Bai Yi said, I firmly believe that there will be one. What makes you so sure? Everything in the world, even the heavens and fate, is predetermined. It's just that the time hasn't come yet. No, I don't think so. I firmly believe that man can conquer nature. 5 years of study? You don't lose to Fuxi in terms of luck, you don't lose to Mingyi in terms of feng shui, and you don't lose to Hongjun in terms of accumulating good karma. People often say that the one who owns the Bai family owns the world. But because the Bai clan has the cultivation accumulation of various lineages. However, the only thing you haven't tried is life cultivation. 5 titles of merit? In the end, there was a difference. Studying may not be for scholarly achievements, but scholarly achievements must be studied. Bai Yi, human ancestor Sui, created the path of life cultivation, but in the end, he was defeated. That transcending cultivator also didn't succeed through life cultivation. Then you'll wait for the others to finish their respective paths? What if it doesn't work? The Bai clan should not have waited quietly. They should have done their best. I came here today to tell you that I will diverge from the Bai clan. I will take another path. I want to cultivate my life. Maybe you are right, but it will take too long to prove that you are right, so long that you and I may not be able to see that day. No one in the world will be able to see that day. Ancient divine abilities, heaven-splitting axe? The guide of the heavenly Tao? It's just icing on the cake. Why don't you give it to someone who needs it more? Don't disappoint me. Wang Jian, go and give him a hand. Holy King, why? I have met countless people. He is ambitious, but his foundation is too shallow. What I need is for the kiliacosm of worlds to be filled with transcendence. Grand Dukes under heaven. Go on, I hope I'm not mistaken. I know you have regrets, but this way, at least the great 1,000 worlds will not die. If you are a dragon, everyone in the great 1,000 worlds will be a dragon. Don't you regret it? Perhaps you will also win and transcend. I don't regret it, because this day was predicted millions of years ago, even before Bai Yi gave birth to Blue. Millions of years ago? Be at ease and accept the power of my birth chart. If you transcend, I will have no regrets. Old man, first you cultivate your scholarly achievements, then you cultivate your life. Now, I'm cultivating my scholarly achievements again. I almost succeeded in cultivating my life. I will definitely succeed in achieving scholarly honors. You cultivate the world's scholarly honors, while I cultivate the transcendence scholarly honors. Your scholarly honors are unknown, but my scholarly honors will definitely allow me to transcend. This is the monarch of the greater 1,000 world. I chose him from the lesser 1,000 world. If he transcends, will my scholarly honors be stronger, or will yours be stronger? Ha! Great Qin subjects, thank you. You have contributed greatly to the great 1,000 world's transcendence. Farewell, my great Qin. Celestial Emperor, Bai Qi is chasing after you. With my heroic spirit, even the fate of the Celestial Emperor, if the Celestial Emperor dies, then this subject dies. If the Celestial Emperor reincarnates, then this subject will follow. Immortal for all ages. Bai Qi shouted with tears in his eyes. As he shouted, he grabbed his saber and brought it to his neck. Celestial Emperor, Wang Jian is chasing after you. Celestial Emperor, Su Fu is chasing after you. Celestial Emperor, Zhao Gao is chasing after you. Celestial Emperor, Li Si will follow you forever. Lu Buwei, Celestial Emperor, immortal for all ages. The memories of his first life flooded into Yan Chuan's mind. The magnificent scenes made Yan Chuan's heart surge. I'm Bai Yi, I'm Lan, I'm Ying, and I'm Yan Chuan. Great River, Great Qin, and Great Jin. Yan Chuan took a deep breath as he recalled everything. The lightning around him had yet to dissipate. Yan Chuan continued to recall the countless details of his previous life. In the distance, some of Great Jin's subjects also had their memories unsealed. Wang Jian, Li Si, Lu Buwei, Huguang, Tan Lang, and Lu Jin all had tears streaming down their faces at this moment. A strand of excitement, happiness, and wild joy filled his heart. All of them clenched their fists. Bang! The lightning around them dissipated. Whoosh! Wang Jian was the first to fly to the Skyward Palace. Standing outside the Skyward Palace, he looked at the plaque and then at Yan Chuan in the center of the square, who was covered in lightning. Wang Jian suddenly knelt on one knee. Your subject, Wang Jian, greets the Celestial Emperor. Long live the Celestial Emperor. When Wang Jian shouted out, there was a strong sense of excitement in his voice. A large number of subjects flew over from all directions. Yi Feng, Yin Hentian, and Jin Diyu looked at Wang Jian curiously. However, Huguang and Tan Lang soon arrived. Your subject, Meng Tian, greets the Celestial Emperor. Long live the Celestial Emperor. Your subject, Meng Yi, greets the Celestial Emperor. Long live the Celestial Emperor. Yi Feng, Yin Hentian, and Jin Diyu looked at the two in surprise. What's wrong with Huguang and Tan Lang? Who are Meng Tian and Meng Yi? Feng Xiao and Lu Jin also flew over. Your subject, Zhang Yi, greets the Celestial Emperor. Long live the Celestial Emperor. Your subject, Zhao Gao, greets the Celestial Emperor. Long live the Celestial Emperor. In the distance, Lu Buwei, Li Si, and a large number of other subjects all came over. Half of them only bowed to Yan Chuan to show their gratitude. However, some subjects seemed to have gone crazy and knelt down. Your subject, Li Si, greets the Celestial Emperor. Long live the Celestial Emperor. Your subject, Lu Buwei, greets the Celestial Emperor. Long live the Celestial Emperor. Your subject, Gui Guzi, greets the Celestial Emperor. Half of the subjects not only changed their names, but they also addressed Yan Chuan as the Celestial Emperor. Yi Feng, Yin Hentian, Lu Gang, and Jin Diyu were all surprised. They silently waited for Yan Chuan to wake up. Zizi also came back with Miao. She also looked at the scene in front of her with curiosity. Yan Chuan closed his eyes and recalled everything that had happened. Yan Chuan was full of emotions. It was as if he had a very long dream in an instant. Boom! Under a suction force, the lightning around him was suddenly sucked into the Shunting acupoint. The blue sky thundercloud in the Shunting acupoint suddenly changed shape. The heaven-devouring Taoist scripture has finally leveled up. Rumble. The 5th level, Autumn Lightning. The 6th level, Winter Lightning. The 7th level, Apocalyptic Lightning. The 8th level, Creation Lightning. In the Shunting acupoint, the blue sky thundercloud had already changed shape. It became like a pillar, holding up the two ends of the blue sky thundercloud. The heavenly Tao of this world? Yan Chuan frowned slightly. I understand now. During the great ancient calamity, the heavens died and the heavenly Tao collapsed. This is a collapsed heavenly Tao. Before it collapsed, it condensed a Tao scripture. The so-called Tao scripture is the last trace of the heavenly Tao's will before it collapsed. No wonder Dugubuddian said that I was also a heaven mender before he died. He must be talking about the heavenly Tao that I am slowly recovering. The heaven-devouring Tao scripture has a total of 9 levels. It is now at the 8th level. It is only 1 level away from being completely repaired. If I complete it, I can completely mobilize the power of the heavenly Tao. When the heavens died, the heavenly Tao collapsed. There are 3,000 heavenly Taos in this world. The collapsed heavenly Tao of the great ancient calamity is only a part of the 3,000 heavenly Taos. Otherwise, this world would have disappeared long ago. In order to prevent the world from collapsing, the unintelligent heavenly Taos somehow chose people with compatible life providences to use the power of a particular heavenly Tao. And this chosen person was the so-called Tao God, able to use the power of a perfect heavenly Tao. The Tao God represents the heavenly Tao, and the heavenly Tao is the heavens. No wonder the Tao God is the heavens. Tao God? When I repair this heavenly Tao, won't I be considered a Tao God as well? In the greater thousand realms, only when one ascends to immortality will there be heavenly tribulations. In this world, there is a heavenly tribulation for every level of cultivation. These heavenly tribulations are not very strong. It seems like it is because the heavens died. The heavens controlled the heavens, and the heavens controlled the heavenly tribulations. When the heavens died, the heavens were definitely damaged and controlled by the remaining heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao has no intelligence and can only set heavenly tribulations based on instinct. It is not easy for a chaotic world on the verge of collapse to have its current order. Everything is recovering. My current cultivation is at the 10th heaven of the ancient immortal realm. It seems like it is also limited by the rules and laws of this world. However, it is not a problem. My cultivation level is still there. I will return to the ancestral immortal realm. I am willing to wait and find a way. Yen Chuan took a deep breath and sighed. Transcend? Immortality? In this life, I will definitely return to the top. Yen Chuan clenched his fist. He opened his eyes. Whoosh! 2 14-colored rays of light shot out from Yen Chuan's eyes. This was the light of cultivation level. It was also Yen Chuan's final achievement in his previous life. In front of him, the officials bowed respectfully. Wang Jian, Li Si, and the others were crying emotionally. Your Majesty! Heavenly Emperor! There were 2 groups of people. One group shouted, Your Majesty, while the other group shouted, Heavenly Emperor. Yen Chuan looked at the crowd and suddenly smiled. I'm back. My dear officials, I am back. Why you crying on this joyous day? Ha! Yen Chuan laughed. Wang Jian, Li Si, Lu Buwei, and the others wiped their tears and laughed too. Ha! Half of the officials looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. Their laughter soared to the sky and covered the earth. The entire sky above Xianyang was filled with laughter. This was a kind of sudden enlightenment, a kind of carefree feeling of the clouds parting and the moon shining brightly. This was a kind of carefree feeling of the grievances of eternity being dispersed in a single day. Yi Feng, Jin Diu, In Hentian, and the others more or less guessed the reason at this moment. They were envious. Meow. Meow tilted its head curiously. Zizi's eyes flashed with a trace of worry. After a while of laughter, only then did the crowd stop laughing. Huguang Mengtian? Yen Chuan looked at Huguang with a smile. Yes, I am Huguang, and also Mengtian. However, I still like the name Mengtian because Mengtian will always follow the heavenly emperor. I will change my name to Mengtian from now on, Huguang said solemnly. I am Meng Yi. Tan Lang shouted. I am Zhang Yi. Feng Xiao said solemnly. I am Zhao Gao. Lu Jin said respectfully. Chapter 1129. My name is Meng Yi. Greed called out. My name is Zhang Yi. Feng Xiao said solemnly. My name is Zhao Gao. Lu Jin said respectfully. His former subjects kept changing their names. Meng Tian, the commander of the 1st Legion. Zhang Yi, the commander of the 7th Legion. Meng Yi, the commander of the Terracotta Army. Zhao Gao. Kiguzi. Yen Chuan sighed when he saw these familiar names. After transcending the tribulation, his body shrank to its normal size. Yen Chuan looked at his subjects. Great River, Great Qin, Great Jin. Great Qin has yet to reach the peak, but Great Jin will definitely be able to. The Great Jin Celestial Empire, This is my starting point. I, Yan Chuan, will lead my subjects back to the peak of their former glory. Great Zhen will definitely live forever. The subjects shouted excitedly. The tribulation is over, and the world is scorched? Yan Chuan looked around. Countless experts had returned, but the lush mountains and rivers were now scorched black. It was a land of death. Yan Chuan took a deep breath. Heavenly path, spring thunder, all things grow. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Hong. A loud clap of thunder boomed in all directions. Suddenly, a huge amount of vitality filled the air. Amidst the vitality, countless plants on the ground were rapidly reborn from the ashes. Soon, the scorched earth became lush. The power of the heavenly path quickly restored the world. After 3 days, the scorched earth was no longer there. Countless officials had already gathered in Xianyang from all directions. The subjects who had just transcended the tribulation were very excited. Those who had regained their memories were all cheering for Great Zhen. Mengling Tian and the others from the Julu Academy were already numb. Yan Chuan looked up at the sky. He reached out and grabbed at the sky. A huge energy palm stabbed into the sea of providence. Boom! Yan Chuan made a grabbing motion. A huge force shot from the sea of providence into the net. Rumble! The earth shook violently. Gui Guzi took a step forward. Reincarnation pool, poison the earth. Buzz! Beneath Gui Guzi's feet, the reincarnation pool appeared once more. The reincarnation pool appeared, and the trembling ground was instantly silenced by Gui Guzi alone. Mengling Tian and the others looked at Gui Guzi in surprise. Was the earth invaded just like that? High up in the sky, Yan Chuan had already deployed the Skynet. The void shook violently, and a huge Taoist seal appeared in the Skynet. Buzz! Goddess Jichen's figure slowly appeared. Yan Chuan grabbed Skynet and looked at Goddess Jichen. Goddess Jichen looked at Yan Chuan and suddenly revealed a look of surprise. How could this be? Why are you? Goddess Jichen realized that something was amiss. Nothing is impossible. I'll take this broken karmic rank of heaven and earth. Yan Chuan said seriously. Goddess Jichen looked at Yan Chuan with a complicated expression before nodding her head. Goddess Jichen solemnly said, Please have mercy on the common people of the world. Yan Chuan nodded his head. I will disappear. I hope that everyone in the world will be able to live. Goddess Jichen revealed a sincere blessing. Hope that everyone in the world will be able to live? Yan Chuan's heart was slightly touched. One had to know that in the greater thousand world, the wish of the strongest in the world was that everyone in the world would be like a dragon and live forever. But in this weakest world, they only needed to live? Only needed to live? Sighed. Yan Chuan sighed slightly. He raised one hand to the sky and grabbed the Taoist seal with the other. Boom! Yan Chuan's hand landed on the Taoist seal. Rumble! Boundless luck surged into that hand. The Taoist seal suddenly trembled. Goddess Jichen clasped her fists and silently prayed for the common people to live. Then, it slowly disappeared. Yan Chuan, who was holding the Taoist seal, looked at Goddess Jichen's appearance and suddenly felt a trace of pity. Boom! Yan Chuan took off the Taoist seal. The moment the Taoist seal was taken off, the entire world suddenly changed color. For a moment, the world shook and a storm raged. Mengling Tian took a deep breath and said, This world is about to collapse. Outside the sealed world, countless celestial world experts had long been waiting impatiently. Zhou Tianshu, Sun Wukong, the Sage Kings, and the sect leaders were all waiting with rapt attention. Suddenly, a violent aura erupted in the sky above the scorched earth, and the void suddenly shook violently. A sect leader took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, He took the Taoist seal. He finally took the Taoist seal. Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed slightly. The previous ancient immortal tribulation had already made Sun Wukong sigh. His benefactor's old friend was indeed extraordinary. The Jingu Bang suddenly appeared in his hand. Sun Wukong's face was cold as he looked at the shaking place. Zhou Tianshu narrowed his eyes. Ancient immortals? So what if they're ancient immortals? They're just 2 newborn ancient immortals. You're not qualified to take the Taoist seal. Zhou Tianshu said coldly. Rumble. The ground where everyone was trembled violently. As it trembled, the ground suddenly split open from the center of the ground. After the split, the ground quickly moved in all directions. It was as if a vast area was slowly being squeezed out from the center. Rumble. At the center, white light shot into the sky. The barrier of the sealed world had collapsed. At the same time, the sealed world had officially occupied the Jinlong Dominion and expanded it. The Jinlong Dominion was connected to the sea in all directions. As the Jinlong Dominion shook, monstrous waves rose from the sea in all directions. Rumble. The sealed world broke open. The Taoist seal is mine. Heavenly Cycle Holy Scroll Array. Zhou Tianshu shouted. With a shout, Shaochen waved his hand, and the 100 million-odd sect members he brought with him were quickly sent in all directions by the Heavenly Cycle book, surrounding the expanding sealed realm. More than 100 million sect members each took out a scroll and quickly set up an array. More than 100 million disciples. Just this scene alone was enough to shock anyone who looked at it. Zhou Tianshu, what are you trying to do? The great Chu sacred king shouted. Obviously, Zhou Tianshu wanted to fight for the Taoist seal. Everyone could see that. However, no one had expected Zhou Tianshu to be so arrogant. He did not even greet everyone and was ready to attack. The great Chu sacred king took a step forward. A figure suddenly appeared in front of the great Chu sacred king. The great Chu sacred king's face darkened. He slashed with his sword. Rumble. There was a loud sound, and the great Chu sacred king was pushed back. The person in front of the great Chu sacred king was Sun Wukong. One strike from the staff had stunned all the forces. That was the great Chu sacred king. How could he force him to retreat with one strike? Great Chi sacred king? What are you trying to do? The great Chu sacred king asked. The others also looked at Sun Wukong. Everyone. Zhou Tianshu wants to fight for the Taoist seal. Why don't we let him test the waters? This world is obviously not what we thought it was. Sun Wukong laughed. The great Chu sacred king's face darkened. He looked at Zhou Tianshu, who was setting up the array in the distance, and raised his eyebrows. The great Chu sacred king looked at Sun Wukong carefully. He knew that Sun Wukong and Zhou Tianshu had no relationship in the past. Sun Wukong had only arrived recently. All right, I'll give the great Chi sacred king some face, the great Chu sacred king said. With that, the great Chu sacred king led his officials to a mountain peak in the distance. Sun Wukong looked at the other two sacred kings and the other two sacred leaders. Everyone, how about we take it slow? Sun Wukong asked with a smile. The ambitious people narrowed their eyes. Finally, they smiled faintly and said, all right. The forces quickly retreated to the previous mountain peak, allowing the ground to move in all directions. In the center, Zhou Tianshu was setting up the Great Cycle Holy Scroll Array. In the sky, there was a vast sea of providence clouds. The nation accumulated providence, the sect accumulated merit. The 1,000 Confucian sect should be accumulating merit, but Zhou Tianshu was accumulating providence. How could a religion accumulate providence? Therefore, the experts in all directions had little to do with Zhou Tianshu. Zhou Tianshu naturally ignored them. Rumble. Zhou Tianshu roused the power of providence, and the Great Cycle Holy Scroll Array finished setting up. As the sealed world's barrier collapsed, it quickly covered the sealed world. The sacred flame burned fiercely, preparing to burn the entire sealed world. Inside the sealed world, Yan Chuan picked up the Tao seal and held it in his hand. Then he carefully examined it. Yan Chuan had already made arrangements for the other matters, so there was no need to worry too much. Previously, Xiao Chen had scattered countless cultivators around the world to undergo their tribulations in consideration of the chaos in the world. The countless experts who completed their tribulations were stationed in the various cities, protecting the common people. Of course, Xianyang had the most experts. With the Tao seal removed, the sealed world sky broke. The entire sealed world officially entered the immortal world. In the end, the sealed world was still the sealed world. Its spiritual energy was far inferior to the immortal world's. After the sealed world broke, surging spiritual energy rushed over. The common people looked at the sky in pleasant surprise. They wanted to see how the sky of this immortal world was different from the previous sky. However, what they saw was not the sky of the immortal world. As time passed, everyone saw huge white flames that looked like stars covering the entire sky. The Holy Scroll Great Array? Meng Lingtian exclaimed, his expression changing. No, it's even more terrifying than the Holy Scroll Great Array. The Holy Scroll Great Array can only cover Julu Academy. This Great Array seems to cover the entire world, another immortal exclaimed. Just at this moment, a shout came from the sky. Disciples of the 10,000 Confucian sect, heed my command. Open the sealed world and expand its territory. The heavenly cycle Holy Scroll Great Array shrunk toward the center. Follow this sect master to burn Xianyang. Zhou Tianshu's shout came. Roar! A thunderous roar came from the sky. The sacred flame, which was as numerous as stars, quickly gathered toward the center, covering Xianyang. A vast might covered the sky and covered the earth. Xianyang, Meng Tian, Meng Yi, Li Si, Lu Bue, Wang Jian, and the others all revealed cold smiles. The 10,000 Confucian sects Zhou Tianshu? Meng Tian sneered. So what if it's the heavenly cycle Holy Scroll Great Array? You want to mess with my Xianyang with a mere array? Wang Jian said disdainfully. Yan Chuan looked at the seal in his hand. Then he slowly raised his head to look at the sky. When he saw the great array descending from the sky, Yan Chuan's expression did not change at all. It was as if what was in the sky was not a great array but a handkerchief descending slowly. Meng Tian Wang Jian. Yan Chuan said indifferently. Yes. The two of them replied in unison. Wang Jian soared into the sky and slashed the sword in his hand at the sky. Wang Jian's expression was ferocious. The sword in his hand exuded a monstrous killing intent. The moment the killing intent appeared, the entire sky above Xianyang seemed to be dyed red. Boom! A huge sword energy filled with killing intent streaked across the sky. At this moment, the heavenly cycle Holy Scroll Great Array was torn apart by Wang Jian's sword like a handkerchief. Boom! The vast array collapsed under Wang Jian's sword. In the sky, Zhou Tianshu, who was setting up the array, was stunned. It seemed like he had yet to react. Chapter 1130. Book 9. The Age of the Tao Gods Chapter 1. The dominating monarch's descent. Wang Jian's sword tore through the sky and split the earth. The ferocious killing intent brought out the ferocious nature of his previous life. With one sword strike, the heavenly cycle Holy Scroll formation was destroyed. Millions of 10,000 Confucian sect disciples exploded into a bloody mist. Sect Master Zhou Tianshu, who was controlling the formation, was dumbfounded by this scene. The heavenly cycle Holy Scroll formation. It broke? All the ambitious and ruthless people watched this scene with wide eyes. They knew how powerful the heavenly cycle Holy Scroll formation was. In the past, they had used this formation to refine several ancient immortals. Yet it had actually broken? The millions of 10,000 Confucian sect disciples were at a loss. Break! A shout came from the void. A vast energy spear soared into the sky and pierced half of the formation. Boom! That half of the formation exploded with a loud bang. Help! Master! For a time, a large number of cries rang out. At least 1 million Confucian cultivators were blown to pieces by the energy spear. The heavenly cycle Holy Scroll Grand Formation suddenly collapsed. Boom! The rampaging sword chi and stellar energy instantly scattered the scattered Confucian cultivators. Zhou Tianshu's expression was extremely unsightly. The 10,000 Confucian sects experts all flew behind Zhou Tianshu and looked at the two figures that flew out in shock. Rumble! The sealed world continued to appear, and the ground continued to expand. At this moment, Zhou Tianshu's expression darkened. Two figures stood in the sky before him. One of them wore red armor and had a pair of long feathers on his head. He looked at them with soaring battle intent. The other person wore white armor and held a spear in his hand. He was glaring at Zhou Tianshu. Their auras surged into the sky as they approached Zhou Tianshu. "Who are you?" Zhou Tianshu exclaimed. "Sect Master, they are Wang Jian and Hua Guang." A subordinate immediately said, "Wang Jian? Hua Guang? Yan Chuan's two subordinates? How is that possible?" Zhou Tianshu exclaimed. Zhou Tianshu was not the only one who exclaimed. The surrounding experts were all shocked. Everyone lowered their heads and looked in the direction of Xianying. In the direction of Xianying, Yan Chuan held the Taoist seal in his hand and looked up at the sky. He looked at the 10,000 Confucian sects Sea of Providence. Wang Jian and Hua Guang's attacks had already displayed their strength, not to mention the two ancient immortals, Feng Yinyang and Yan Chuan. Heavenly Cycle Book immediately revealed a bitter expression. When did mortals transcend tribulations become so powerful? Zhou Tianshu exclaimed. One must know that the Heavenly Cycle Holy Scrolls Grand Formation was so powerful that even the Heavenly Cycle Book himself would not be able to shatter it with a single strike. Dezhen's strength deeply shocked Zhou Tianshu. "Your Majesty Dezhen, please forgive me. The 10,000 Confucian sect will take our leave." Zhou Tianshu said decisively. He was the only ancient immortal in the 1,000 Confucian sect. How could he snatch the Dao seal? Moreover, he had already offended the other heroes of the Zhenlong territory by going first. There was nothing he could do if he stayed. Farewell? Yan Chuan suddenly laughed. Countless experts in the surroundings felt their hearts skip a beat. Everyone could feel the murderous intent in Yan Chuan's tone. "Your Majesty Dezhen, how may I help you?" Zhou Tianshu asked with an ugly expression. "Those who offended me in Xianyang should be killed." Yan Chuan said coldly. Zhou Tianshu's expression changed. Meng Tian and Wang Jian's fighting spirit suddenly soared. Boom! A large number of Dezhen experts soared into the sky and released their auras. The experts in the surroundings were shocked. Great immortals? Those people are all great immortals? There are so many great immortals. Exclamations came from all directions, and Zhou Tianshu's expression became even more unsightly. One had to know that there were only slightly more than 100 great immortals in the 10,000 Confucian sect. How could the auras of these hundreds of people be so powerful? "Yan Chuan, don't go too far," Zhou Tianshu shouted angrily. "Go too far? If I didn't have the strength, would you have spared me?" Yan Chuan said coldly. Zhou Tianshu was speechless. He was ready to refine Xianyang, so how could he spare Yan Chuan? "Today is a joyous day for Dezhen. I don't want to kill too much. I can spare your lives on the condition that you hand over the karmic position of the birth position," Yan Chuan said coldly. "Asking for the karmic position of the world by force?" Not to mention Zhou Tianshu, the experts in the surroundings were dumbfounded. "You're just from the Celestial Empire. How could the Celestial Empire challenge the dojos? And you're challenging them from a higher position? Are you kidding me? The dojos are on the same level as the Holy Court." The experts from the Holy Court and dojos were all shocked. Is this still the Celestial Empire? That's too overbearing. The experts from the Holy Court and dojos exclaimed. The experts from the Celestial Empire and the Sacred Grounds who wanted to get some benefits were completely petrified. They were all from the Celestial Empire, but why was there such a huge difference? Yan Chuan looked at Zhou Tianshu coldly. For some reason, Zhou Tianshu felt his scalp go numb. How arrogant! The puny Celestial Empire wants to force the 10,000 Confucian sect with some fortuitous encounter? Zhou Tianshu shouted. Yan Chuan squinted his eyes and said, "Zhou Tianshu, you have to understand that this emperor is not negotiating with you, and you have no room to negotiate with this emperor. This emperor has taken pity on you because of Goddess Jichen. Just because I don't want to kill too many people, it doesn't mean that this emperor won't kill you. You're going too far. You were just lucky earlier. Since you ancient immortals who just went through the tribulation want to die, then don't blame me." Zhou Tianshu said coldly. "Set up the formation." Zhou Tianshu shouted. "The sins of the heavens can still exist, but the sins of one's own making cannot be spared. Gigu Zi said indifferently.
Kill.
Yan Chuan shouted.
What?
Wang Jian and Meng Tian roared and led a group of immortals into Zhou Tianshu's formation. Hundreds of millions of Confucian cultivators quickly set up the formation. However, they could not withstand a single blow from the two ferocious gods. The two of them charged at Zhou Tianshu. Help! Experts were sent flying everywhere. The two of them were like two huge meat grinders. Even the formations and groups could not stop the two of them as they charged forward. The two armies behind them were also incomparably ferocious. For a time, they were unstoppable. The various ambitious and ruthless people in the surroundings were petrified as they watched this scene. The strength that the heavenly dynasty displayed completely overturned everyone's understanding. Is this really the heavenly dynasty? Boom! The 10,000 Confucian sect disciples were forced to retreat. In the blink of an eye, Meng Tian and Wang Jian charged to the front. Zhou Tianshu's expression changed. The 10,000 Confucian sect's aura, providence, descend. Zhou Tianshu shouted in panic. Buzz! A huge circular altar appeared under Zhou Tianshu's feet. Countless talisman scripts covered the altar. The karmic rank of the birth position? A look of satisfaction flashed in Yan Chuan's eyes. The circular altar under his feet was the karmic rank of the birth position, a proof of identity bestowed by the heavens. Golden dragons swooped down from the sky and headed straight for Zhou Tianshu. Boom! Zhou Tianshu's aura skyrocketed, stirring up a huge storm in the surroundings. He held a sword in his hand and slashed at Wang Jian and Meng Tian. The two fiends slashed at Zhou Tianshu. Their energy spear and energy sword slashed at Zhou Tianshu. Zhou Tianshu used the karmic rank of the birth position to absorb endless providence. Not only did his strength skyrocket, but he also used the karmic rank to form a huge golden barrier around the altar. The golden dragon circled around the golden barrier. Boom! The two sides collided. Wang Jian and Meng Tian's sword and spear pressed against the golden barrier. Blood-colored killing intent shrouded the golden barrier.
What?
The two ferocious gods shouted. The heavenly cycle scripture and the heaven and earth altar sank by 3 meters. Zhou Tianshu was completely suppressed by the two fiends. Impossible! How can the two of you suppress me? I should be the one suppressing you. Zhou Tianshu roared in shock. Zhou Tianshu roared in shock. The surrounding ambitious and ruthless people were also extremely shocked. Indeed, this should not be the case. Even if Zhou Tianshu's cultivation was ridiculous, he had used the power of providence. How could he not block Yan Chuan's two subordinates? This should not be the case, right? Zhou Tianshu fell further and further. In Xianyang City, Yan Chuan held the Dao seal with one hand. He narrowed his eyes and thrust his palm into the battlefield. Whoosh! A huge palm print appeared in the void. Within the palm print, there seemed to be stars revolving around it. The palm print charged at Zhou Tianshu. Wang Jian and Meng Tian suppressed Zhou Tianshu, preventing him from moving. At the same time, Yan Chuan's huge palm print descended. Oh no! Zhou Tianshu's expression changed. Boom! Yan Chuan's palm imprint shattered the golden barrier and charged straight for the heavenly book of cycle. Arg! Zhou Tianshu screamed miserably. Zhou Tianshu's head exploded. Roar! Roar! The golden dragon of providence above Zhou Tianshu's sea of providence screamed miserably. Roar! The 18-claws golden dragon of providence suddenly flew out of Yan Chuan's body and soared into the sky, charging at Zhou Tianshu's corpse. Roar! Wang Jian and Meng Tian quickly moved aside. Boom! The 18-claws golden dragon of providence sent Zhou Tianshu's corpse flying with a swipe of its tail. Then, it swallowed Zhou Tianshu's heaven and earth altar. Boom! After swallowing the heaven and earth altar, the 18-claws golden dragon of providence quickly returned to the great Zhen dynasty's sea of providence. Roar! The 18-claws golden dragon of providence reared its head and roared. Rumble! The 10,000 Confucian sect's providence surged over. It poured down on the great Zhen dynasty's sea of providence. At this moment, the countless experts in the surroundings seemed to have come to their senses. Zhou Tianshu is dead? How is that possible? The great Chu sacred ruler exclaimed. It was not just the great Chu sacred ruler. Nearly all the experts in the surroundings felt like collapsing. They had seen the heavenly dynasties destroy a dojo before. However, it had always been when more than 10 heavenly dynasties surrounded a single dojo. In the end, both sides suffered heavy losses before the dojo was destroyed. Who had ever seen a heavenly dynasty destroy a dojo? Furthermore, it was done so effortlessly. In the distance, Zhou Tianshu's corpse was still flying. The 10,000 Confucian sect's disciples had already collapsed. They were all dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. Finally, someone cried out in alarm. That Confucian cultivator immediately fled in a direction in fear. It was like a signal, causing countless Confucian cultivators to flee in panic. This great Qin dynasty was too terrifying and too dangerous. As the 10,000 Confucian sect's disciples fled in panic, the ambitious and ruthless people in the surroundings became restless. However, Yan Chuan did not give the order to pursue them. At this moment, Yan Chuan was focused on the churning sea of providence. The 18-claws golden dragon of providence was excited. The birth position's karmic rank. Obtained this karmic rank. Great Qin dynasty could advance to the Holy Hall. With the Holy Hall as the ruler of the immortal world, Great Qin dynasty would rise. Chapter 1131. Rumble. The 10,000 Confucian sect's providence surged towards Great Qin, causing the Great Qin's providence sea to churn. Countless Confucian cultivators fled in panic. Of course, there were also those who wanted to take revenge for Zhou Tianshu. Unfortunately, Xianyang's army was too strong, and they were all wiped out in the blink of an eye. The faces of the ambitious and ruthless people twitched slightly. Aside from Sun Wukong, whose eyes grew brighter and brighter, no one else charged forward. After all, Zhou Tianshu had mobilized the strength of an entire Dao right, while the other factions had only sent a portion of their strength. They quietly looked at Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan closed his eyes. High in the sky, the golden dragon of providence was also surging, wrapped in providence. It was absorbing the providence that it had just obtained. The officials of Xianyang were waiting excitedly. This wait lasted for an entire day. Roar! The enveloped golden dragon of destiny suddenly let out a long roar. As it roared, the golden dragon of destiny that enveloped it suddenly exploded. The golden dragon of providence revealed itself. It was still an 18-clawed golden dragon of providence, but it looked more solid. The dragon horns on its head grew more numerous, making it look even more ferocious and domineering. Roar! With a roar, half of the providence above the providence sea rushed out in all directions, charging towards the surrounding cities. In the past, before Yan Chuan went into seclusion, he had scattered providence to the various cities in the world. However, in the years since his return, all the providence had been collected. With the dynasty's providence, it was very difficult to distribute it to all the cities. However, now that the Holy Court had advanced, it could do as it pleased. Above each city, there was a small golden dragon that was protecting the luck of the city. As a result, the Holy Court's control over the world grew even more. This was because the golden dragon of providence could see any city through the providence. Only Yan Chuan could oversee Xianyang and look down on the world. Of course, one could only see a city if one looked with a purpose. Boom! An altar slowly appeared under Yan Chuan's feet. It was the karmic position of birth. From now on, the speed at which he absorbed heaven and earth Yuan Qi would be 1,000 times faster than ordinary people. Roar! The golden dragon of 18 claws of destiny roared into the sky. For a moment, the clouds in all directions began to spin rapidly amidst the loud roar. Citizens of Great Qin, the celestial empire of Great Qin will be promoted to the Holy Court of Great Qin. Yan Chuan shouted. His voice reverberated throughout the world. Greetings to the Holy King. Long live the Holy King. Li Si was the first to greet respectfully. We pay our respects to the Holy King. Long live the Holy King. The officials all bowed respectfully. Long live the Holy King! Long live the Holy King! Cheers came from all over the world. Long live the Holy Court of Great Perfection! Amidst the tsunami-like cheers, Dezhen was officially promoted to the Holy Court. At that moment, the expanding land gradually came to a stop. The sealed world was completely unsealed. The Jinlong domain was once again complete. Great Perfection Holy Court, Holy King Yanchuan. All around, the ambitious and ruthless people looked at Xian Yang with complicated expressions. Yanchuan's expression softened slightly after receiving the worship of the world. Then, he looked at the group of ambitious and ruthless people. Great Chu Holy Court, Qin Shao. Greetings to the Great Perfection Holy King. The Great Chu Holy King called out from afar. Great Qi Holy Court, Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong called out. Great Wave Holy Court Wang He. Zichuan Dojo Wuwen. Sea Dragon Dojo, Whale King. The group of experts announced their names. Of course, the 3 holy halls and the 2 dojos were the main ones. Now that they announced it solemnly, it was obvious that they recognized the strength of the Great Perfection Holy Court. As for the Celestial Empire and the Sacred Grounds, their voices were much weaker now. Yanchuan looked at everyone. Great Chu, Great Qi, Great Wave, Zichuan, and Sea Dragon? Yanchuan narrowed his eyes. The experts also stared at Yanchuan. The Great Perfection Holy Court has already arrived in the Jinlong territory. The Jinlong territory has always been in chaos, and there hasn't been a new territory lord for tens of thousands of years, right? Yanchuan said lightly. The faces of the experts sank. What did Yanchuan mean? I'll take the Dao seal. Although you all have delusions, you didn't offend Xianyang like Zhou Tianshu did. I'll give you all 100 years. Within 100 years, you can either leave the Jinlong territory or submit to the Great Perfection Holy Court. Yanchuan said lightly. Hua! The surrounding forces were in an uproar. Yanchuan? What is he doing? He just became a holy court, and he's already challenging everyone in the Jinlong territory? Isn't that too overbearing? The faces of the experts darkened as they looked coldly at Yanchuan. The experts of the Heavenly Dynasty and Sacred Grounds were furious, but no one dared to say anything. They had thought that the Great Perfection Holy Court was a sheep, but who would have thought that it was a wolf in sheep's clothing? No, it was a tiger in sheep's clothing. The tiger was out of its cage, and it wanted to devour the entire Jinlong territory? That's all I have to say. Everyone, go back and discuss what I've said. Yanchuan said in a low voice. You! The Chu Sacred King was furious. Yanchuan turned his head and looked coldly at the Sacred King. It was as if the Chu Sacred King dared to say no, he would kill him immediately. His powerful aura pressured the Chu Sacred King. The Chu Sacred King swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. The faces of the experts all turned ugly. Only Sun Wukong was surprised. Ha! What a Great Perfection Holy King! Sun Wukong suddenly laughed. The experts all looked at Sun Wukong. At this time, they needed someone to take the lead. Sun Wukong? Yanchuan looked confused. Obviously, he had some recollection of this name. However, it was from the memory of his previous life. Perhaps it was the same name. After all, this was the Sacred King of Daki. Since he was a Sacred King, he was a human. In his memory, Sun Wukong was a demon king. You want the Daki Sacred Court to retreat? Sure, as long as you can take one hit from my staff, the Daki Sacred Court will leave the Jinlong territory immediately. Sun Wukong shouted. Oh! Yanchuan looked surprised. How about it? Sun Wukong smiled. Come on. Yanchuan nodded. Sun Wukong took a deep breath and flew into the sky. He reached out and the Jingu Bang in his hand appeared. In Xianyang, Yanchuan narrowed his eyes. This staff looked very similar to the staff of the Demon King in his previous life. Take this. This Sun's sea-trampling staff. Sun Wukong shouted. As he spoke, the Jingu Bang suddenly became bigger. In the blink of an eye, it had a diameter of 50,000 feet. A strong aura emanated from the Jingu Bang. As soon as the aura was released, some of the surrounding experts were forced to retreat. A diameter of 50,000 feet was just the diameter. The huge staff descended from the sky as if it was going to smash the entire Xianying. This vast staff strike was many times stronger than the Heavenly Cycle Book's Holy Scroll Grand Array. The sacred kings and sect leaders' expressions changed drastically. They did not know much about Sun Wukong, but no one expected him to be so strong. How could this be? Yan Chuan's eyes lit up when he saw the staff descending. He reached out his sky-bearing coffin to face the sky. Hong! The staff and coffin collided. The void shook violently, and a huge storm swept in all directions. Gigu Zi hurriedly set up an array to protect Xianying. Yan Chuan's giant coffin collided with the Jingu Bang. The two weapons collided, and the two fierce people exploded with great power. Immediately, the fierce people were forced to retreat. A stalemate ensued. You the great sea stabilizing rod? Yan Chuan's face darkened. Oh, you know about it? Sun Wukong's expression changed. Boom! The coffin and the giant cudgel collided and exploded with a loud bang. Whoosh! Yan Chuan reached out and put away the sky-burying coffin. Then he narrowed his eyes at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong put away the Jingu Bang and looked at Yan Chuan in confusion. Everyone thought that you were dead. It turns out that you came here? The great sage, heaven's equal, Sun Wukong? Yan Chuan suddenly revealed a smile. You indeed know me? Or you? Why have I never seen you before? Sun Wukong asked with a sullen expression. Naturally, you have never seen me before. After all, you crossed too few territories back then, and I kept a low profile back then. Naturally, you do not know me. Why you here? Looks like he was the one who brought you here. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. You know. Sun Wukong frowned slightly. Yan Chuan nodded and said, there was a flaw in your sea-steadying needle. However, it has been repaired. How can I not know the technique used on it? Sun Wukong looked at Yan Chuan in surprise. After leaving the Zhenlong territory, you will go and see him, right? Yan Chuan asked. That's right. He was the one who asked me to come to the Zhenlong territory. Sun Wukong nodded. The experts around them were confused by the conversation between the two of them. They were at a loss. Sighed. Yan Chuan sighed. What's wrong? Sun Wukong frowned and asked. Help me pass a message to him. Yan Chuan said after taking a deep breath. Oh. Tell him that Hongjun is dead. The Grand Elder is dead. Yuanshi is dead. Nvaiwa is dead. Jane is dead. Junti is dead. They are really dead. Yan Chuan shook his head and sighed. What? How is that possible? How did they die? Sun Wukong exclaimed. Go and tell him. He will tell you. Yan Chuan shook his head and said. Many people around them were at a loss. Yan Chuan was the one who said this. Why did Yan Chuan say that the person would understand? But now Sun Wukong understood. Holding the Jingu Bang in his hand, his expression changed. I understand. I will pass on your message. Sun Wukong cupped his fists at Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan nodded. Sun Wukong turned around and said without hesitation, Everyone, let's go. The experts of the sacred court of Deqi left quickly with Sun Wukong. Swoosh. In the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong and the rest of them disappeared. The remaining experts looked at each other in dismay. In the end, the experts did not say goodbye to Yan Chuan. They left quickly with their subordinates. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the blink of an eye, all the experts were gone. The sky was clear in Xianying. Meow. Meow jumped over. Yan Chuan, you talked to Sun Wukong for a long time. Who is the person you mentioned? Meow asked curiously. You don't know him. Yan Chuan shook his head and did not explain. Chapter 1132. The Great Perfection Holy Court had officially settled in the Zhenlong domain. During the Ascension campaign, the heroes of the Zhenlong domain had gathered. However, they were all scared away by a native of the Sealed Realm. Once the Great Perfection Holy Court became famous, it spread all over the world. Xianying, Skyward Palace. Yan Chuan sat on the dragon throne. He looked down at the officials. In the palace, Meng Lingtian and the others were bidding farewell. Yan Di, we will set off to find the founder, Meng Lingtian said solemnly. Yan Chuan looked around and said, Julu Academy, do you know anything about the world? Very little. Meng Lingtian smiled bitterly. The Ascension campaign had been engraved in everyone's hearts. The immortals of the Julu Academy were all very respectful to Yan Chuan. Yifeng, give me a general description. Yan Chuan shouted. Yifeng stepped forward. Yifeng looked at Meng Lingtian and smiled. Although the other party's cultivation could not be compared to his, Yifeng did not look down on him. At least, the integrity of this group of people was not something ordinary people could compare to. Everyone, the world of immortals is divided into two realms, yin and yang. The world of the living has 9 continents and the world of the dead has 6 continents. In the world of the living, the world can be seen as 3 huge circles. The outermost circle is the outer east continent, the outer south continent, the outer west continent, and the outer north continent. The innermost circle only has 1 continent, the middle heaven continent. Yifeng explained. Meng Lingtian nodded. And the 4 continents in the center are called Ring Northeast Continent, Ring Southeast Continent, Ring Southwest Continent, and Ring Northwest Continent. The people of the Julu Academy were stunned. It was as if they could imagine the outline of each continent just by hearing the name. Each continent has 36 territories. The Great Perfection Holy Quartz Zhenlong Domain is located in the outer east continent, next to the northeast continent. Yifeng said. What about the founder of the Julu Academy? Meng Lingtian asked. Dongfang Bubi is currently in the center of the northeast continent's 36 weaves, the Eastern Weave. He is the ruler of the Eastern Weave. Yifeng explained. Moreover, all the territories under the heavens are separated by oceans. Yifeng added. Yifeng didn't even need a map. With just a few sentences, he had already summarized the entire mortal realm. Many thanks. Meng Lingtian and the others bowed solemnly. Meng Lingtian and company did not suspect that Yifeng and company knew about the patriarch's whereabouts because there was no need for Yifeng to lie to them. Meng Lingtian. Yan Chuan looked at everyone. Everyone from Julu Academy looked at Yan Chuan. Be careful, Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Thank you, Yindi. The immortals of the Julu Academy bowed. Yan Chuan nodded and watched the Julu Academy students leave. After the Julu Academy left, the meeting continued. Yifeng returned to the ranks. Lu Gang stood up. Sacred King, Sun Wukong has already informed the heavens of Daki and left. He took a large number of officials with him, but the people can't do anything. Lu Gang said seriously. Sun Wukong has left? Yan Chuan asked. Yes, it's been 3 years. All the forces in the Zhenlong Weave have been indifferent to your orders. They're all waiting for someone to take the lead. According to our spies, some forces are even preparing to form an alliance to fight against Daki. Unfortunately, after 3 years, we received news that Daki has retreated. Now, the Zhenlong Weave is in an uproar and all the forces are anxious. Lu Gang reported. Yan Chuan nodded. Sacred King, are we going to attack? Wang Jian asked in a deep voice. Yan Chuan tapped his fingers on the armrest of his throne and shook his head. No, wait a little longer. Wang Jian replied. Lu Buwei. Yes, Sacred King. You're in charge of recruiting soldiers. Not only within Daki, but also in the Zhenlong Weave. Quickly expand Daki's military, Yan Chuan ordered. Yes, Sacred King. DC. Yes, Sacred King. You're in charge of organizing the newly recruited soldiers and stationing them in all 4 directions. Yes, Sacred King. Zhang Yan Chuan called out. Zhang Yi, originally Feng Shao, was a spy from the Heavenly Buddha Empire in the Sealed World. He was given the title of Daki's 7th Legion commander for stealing the country. Yes, Sacred King. What do you think? Yan Chuan asked. Fight them. Zhang Yi said solemnly. Send Zhang Yi to roam around the various heroes. Find an opportunity to subdue them and bring them under Great Qin. Yan Chuan ordered. Yes, Sacred King. Zhang Yi replied. The hall suddenly fell into silence. Yan Chuan looked at Jin Diyu, who was among the officials. For a moment, Jin Diyu was also somewhat anxious. Jin Diyu. Yan Chuan called out. Yes, Sacred King. Jin Diyu stepped forward. Do you have anything to say to me? Yan Chuan asked. Jin Diyu's expression changed. He looked at the officials and smiled bitterly. Yes, since Sacred King already knows, there's no need for me to hide it. My first ancestor was the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi of the Great Thousand World. Unfortunately, he died. The second ancestor was God Emperor Luya. I'm sure Sacred King knows that he was the Great Qin Empire's monster god uncle. After the Great Qin Empire was destroyed, my ancestor could no longer stay in the Great Thousand World. He brought his descendants here by chance. Unfortunately, he was ambushed and died. Only I, Jin Diyu, am left. Jin Diyu said bitterly. Yan Chuan nodded. Liam monster god uncle? The past is like smoke, but how can I forget it? From today onwards, Jin Diyu will be the Great Jin Holy Court's monster god uncle. Yes, thank you, Sacred King. Jin Diyu said with reddened eyes. Inheriting his ancestor's title was a great reward from Yan Chuan. Not only did he recognize Jin Diyu, but he also recognized Luya of the past. Court is dismissed. Yan Chuan said. Long live the Holy King. Long live the Holy King. Yan Chuan was still sitting on the dragon throne after the officials left. There was one more person in the hall. Guiguzi. Sacred King, I will set off today. Guiguzi said solemnly. Yan Chuan nodded. Traveling between the two worlds is a special ability of feng shui masters. However, there's a limit to the number of people we can bring. We need to find the road to the underworld as soon as possible. I've already done my research. This is the weakest world and there should be 6 roads to the underworld. Unfortunately, only 2 have appeared so far. They are in the outer South Continent and the outer North Continent. The other road to the underworld has yet to be discovered. I will do my best to find it, Guiguzi said solemnly. Don't worry too much about this trip to the underworld. My other body will appear soon, Yan Chuan said solemnly. Is it the myriad ghost domain? Sacred King, you don't have to worry about my safety. Guiguzi smiled. Maybe we'll meet Su Fu and the others. If Su Fu and the others have become immortals, their memories should have been restored. Yan Chuan thought for a while. Su Fu's feng shui skills are not inferior to mine. His alchemy skills are even better. Sacred King, you don't have to worry about his safety. Guiguzi said. Go. Guiguzi nodded and left the hall. Yan Chuan thought for a while and walked toward the back of the palace. In the back of the palace, Zizi was sitting by a small lake. She was using the comb that Yan Chuan had given her to comb her hair. Sister Zizi, I realize that Yan Chuan has changed. Miao said unhappily as she gnawed on an immortal stone. What's wrong? Zizi's hand paused for a moment and then returned to normal. That day, when he was talking to Sun Wukong, he mentioned a person. I asked him for a long time, but he didn't tell me. Stinky Yan Chuan. Miao suddenly scolded. It's useless to tell you. Zizi comforted. I just don't like it. Miao shook her head. Zizi smiled slightly. At this time, Yan Chuan slowly walked over from not far away. Who made Miao unhappy? Yan Chuan said with a smile. Zizi looked over and her expression trembled. A trace of panic suddenly appeared in her heart. But she quickly hid it. It's you. Miao immediately cried out. What about me? Yan Chuan smiled. I only asked you about a person. You didn't even tell me. Miao criticized. You wouldn't know if I told you. And this person is very troublesome to talk about. I'll tell you slowly in the future. Yan Chuan smiled. That's more like it. Miao laughed. I have something to say to Zizi. Go play somewhere else. Yan Chuan smiled. Miao? What can I listen to? Miao asked curiously. Husband and wife talk. Yan Chuan said directly.
Meow.
Miao snorted and skipped away. Only Yan Chuan and ZZ were by the small lake. ZZ's fingers were twirling, and there was some panic in her eyes. Taking the comb from ZZ's hand, Yan Chuan said softly, ZZ, what's wrong with you? Why do I see that you're a little absent-minded recently? ZZ immediately shook her head. Yan Chuan grabbed the comb and gently combed ZZ's hair. As he combed her hair, ZZ's eyes suddenly turned red. What's wrong? Yan Chuan asked softly. ZZ bit her lips. Yan Chuan waited patiently. Many of you have recovered the memories of your previous lives. I found that many of you have changed a lot. Even you have become more arrogant. I'm worried. ZZ's eyes were suddenly wet. Looking at ZZ, Yan Chuan held her in his arms. With a smile, Yan Chuan said, I'm still Yan Chuan. I'm still the same. It's just one more memory. The most important thing is that our love is real. It will never fade and never change. Really? ZZ's mood suddenly became better. Looking at ZZ, Yan Chuan suddenly kissed her. This kiss lasted for the time it took to burn a stick of incense before they separated. At this moment, ZZ's body was limp, and her eyes were watery. You and I have been husband and wife for so long, but we haven't consummated our marriage yet. Wouldn't we become the laughingstock of the world if word got out? Let's just do it today. Yan Chuan suddenly carried ZZ up. ZZ's face immediately turned red. Objection overruled. I'm not joking. Yan Chuan carried ZZ and stepped into ZZ's bedroom. All the maids were chased out. Outside, the maids all looked confused, but Meow Meow ran over again. Meow, where are Yan Chuan and Sister ZZ? Meow asked a maid. A maid pointed at a palace. The moment she pointed at the palace, the sky suddenly became covered with dark clouds. Rumble! Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Meow, heavenly punishment? Heavenly punishment again? Isn't Yan Chuan immune? Why is there heavenly punishment again? Meow was surprised. Chapter 1133. The Netherworld was a world without a sun, with only a silver moon shining down on the earth. Everything was heavy with Yin energy, but it was also vast and boundless. In the world of the living, there were volcanoes that contained countless amounts of fire. In the Netherworld, there were springs that contained boundless Yin energy. In the Netherworld, the Myriad Ghost Domain. There were dozens of springs in the Myriad Ghost Domain, and one of them was located in the center of the domain. This spring wasn't large, with a diameter of about 10,000 feet. However, over the past few thousand years, the spring's mouth had shrunk until it was only 100 feet wide. Not only this one, but the entire Myriad Ghost Domain springs were also shrinking, as if there was some kind of power that was forcefully extracting the Yin energy from the entire domain. However, no one could find out what was going on. There was a villa around the spring in the center. There was a group of mysterious people living in the villa. The villa's name was Su Zhuang. This group of people didn't interact with the outside world, and they didn't care about the distribution of forces in the world. They simply guarded the spring. Within Su Zhuang was a courtyard. There was a huge alchemy furnace in the courtyard, and a silver-haired man in purple robes was sitting cross-legged beside the furnace. He was watching the fire while looking at the giant spring not far away. Celestial Emperor, Su Fu knew that you would definitely recover. Since you've recovered your memories, this subject's memories have also been unsealed. Su Fu was incompetent. I didn't take good care of your corpse in your previous life. When it fell into the spring, this subject will accompany this spring and wait for the Celestial Emperor to send someone over. Su Fu's eyes flashed with determination. Master! A series of anxious cries came from the outside world. Come in! Su Fu called out. Soon, a group of black-robed people rushed in. Master, it's not good. The two great ghost kingdoms of the Myriad Ghost Domain are at war. One of the black-robed people said anxiously. Oh! Su Fu raised an eyebrow. Master, the Myriad Ghost Domain's two great holy courts, the Soul's Wrath Holy Court and the Soul's Wrath Holy Court have been fighting for the past few years. Finally, the Myriad Ghost domain has been divided into two. Now, the final battle between the two kingdoms is about to begin, and this spring will be the battlefield. One of the black-robed people said, "That's right, Master. Let's leave this place quickly." The ghost soldiers of the two dynasties have already gathered in all directions. When the time comes, they will launch a general attack. Our Su Zhuang is right in the center of the battlefield. Master, the two dynasties have already sent scouts over. They want us to leave quickly. The war will officially begin tomorrow. We're at the center of the battlefield. If we don't leave, we'll be affected by the war between the two dynasties. This battlefield is occupied by the top generals of the two dynasties. Everyone said again and again. No way. Su Fu glared at Zhang Xian. Master, His Majesty is already dead. With your geomancy and alchemy skills, you'll be able to reach a high position in the Holy Court. Why are you still guarding this place? One of the disciples asked anxiously. You bastard! Su Fu glared at Zhang Xian. No one dared to say anything. I won't stop you if you want to leave, but I'll definitely stay here. If any of you leave, you won't be my disciple anymore. Su Fu said coldly. Everyone's faces turned ugly. However, at this moment, no one dared to say that they were leaving. At the same time, no one dared to leave even though their lives were in danger. They were waiting for the danger to come tomorrow. Su Fu and all of his disciples were waiting by the side of the secluded spring. The secluded spring was surrounded by a vast plain. Countless ghost soldiers had already gathered in the east and west of the plain. There was a large flag in the east with the words Secluded Holy Court on it. There was a large flag in the west with the words Soul Wrath Holy Court on it. The two armies had gathered. Countless ghost soldiers were exuding a murderous aura. Their bodies were blue, and wherever they stood, a bone-chilling wind would blow. Boom, boom. The sound of soldiers gathering resounded throughout the world. The commander of the east was dressed in armor. He looked coldly at Su Zhuang, who was at the center of the battlefield. There are still ghosts that haven't moved? The commander said coldly. It's not ghosts. It's a group of people. These people are extremely stubborn. One of his subordinates said, They don't know what's good for them. If they want to die, then die. The commander said coldly. The commander of the West also looked at Su Zhuang, who was at the mouth of the secluded spring. However, there was no pity in his eyes. The commanders of the two armies were only waiting for the time to come. One of Su Fu's disciples stood at the entrance of the villa and looked over with an extremely ugly expression. 8 million? Both sides have 8 million ghost soldiers. What should we do? A black-robed man said anxiously. Senior brother, we follow Master. At worst, we will die. After we die, we will become ghosts. Another black-robed man comforted. How can it be that easy? When people die, some of their souls will disperse. Only the lucky ones will turn into ghosts. Even if we turn into ghosts after death, we will be the weakest ghosts. These 10 million murderous weapons will swallow us in one gulp. That's right, junior brother. When ghost soldiers fight, most of them devour each other. If they swallow us, we will be completely gone. Everyone panicked. Inside Su Zhuang, Su Fu suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked in the direction of the secluded spring. This is? The aura of the Zombie King? The Zombie King in the secluded spring? Could it be that the Celestial Emperor's corpse didn't shatter? Right? The world-suppressing bronze coffin. With the protection of the world-suppressing bronze coffin, how could the Celestial Emperor's corpse be fine? The Celestial Emperor's final cultivation was the life-stealing poison. Could it be? Could it be? Su Fu's face suddenly revealed a trace of ecstasy. The two armies were about to fight. Other than Su Fu's group on the battlefield, there were 3 figures standing in the distance outside the battlefield. The person in the lead was dressed in a white robe and held a folding fan in his hand. There was a heroic aura between his brows, and his long hair fluttered behind him. His handsome face revealed a trace of curiosity. The 2 people behind him were expressionless, as if they were his followers. The secluded spring in the myriad ghost domain has decreased. The ancestor said that a giant demon will be born? He sent me to investigate. A giant demon? I didn't see it, but I saw this group of interesting people. The two armies are fighting, and this group of people still hasn't left? Interesting, interesting. The white-robed man patted his folding fan and said curiously, "Sir, should we intervene?" One of the followers behind him asked. The white-robed man twirled the folding fan in his hand and smiled slightly. "No need. Strange people will do strange things. Just watch." Yes. While everyone was waiting, the horns of the two armies were finally blown. Ooh. Kill! Kill! The marshals of the two armies shouted at the same time. With a loud roar, the 8 million soldiers of each army charged into the battlefield. Rumble! The ghoul army covered the sky and the earth like a huge net, covering the entire plain. The ghoul army charged quickly, and the ghoul soldiers at the front saw Su Zhuang. Flesh and blood? Haha, I haven't eaten human flesh in a long time. This flesh and blood is mine. No one is going to take it from me. It's mine, my. The ghoul army at the front charged straight at Su Zhuang. Their eyes were filled with wild excitement. Master, this is bad. Su Zhuang's disciples immediately shouted. The group of disciples quickly ran to the central courtyard. 8 Desolation Feng Shui, Earth Dragon Turn. Su Fu shouted.
What?
A dragon's roar came from the ground. Then the Earth Dragon vein was quickly drawn over and formed a huge shield that enveloped Su Zhuang and the secluded spring. Boom! The two ghoul armies were blocked when they got close.
What?
A Feng Shui formation? A Feng Shui formation? I'll eat it too. I'm a hungry ghoul. As long as it's energy, I'll eat it.
What?
Tens of thousands of hungry ghouls surrounded the Feng Shui formation and quickly gnawed at the dragon chi outside the formation. What should we do, Master? The disciples were terrified. But Su Fu did not blame them. At the very least, none of the disciples betrayed him. At the most critical moment, none of them left. They chose to believe in him. Let's go to the mouth of the secluded spring, Su Fu said excitedly. Everyone was terrified, but they still followed Su Fu. They're out. There's so much flesh and blood. Ha! Eating a human is more worthwhile than eating 10 ghouls. A ghoul shouted. Ha! The ghouls attacked the Feng Shui formation, but even more ghouls were fighting. The ghoul soldiers of the two armies quickly weaved in and out of the battlefield. Rumble! The entire plain was shrouded in a strong murderous aura. The ghouls were killing each other. The commanders of the two armies stood on opposite sides of the battlefield and watched the battle. In the distance, the young man in white was also watching quietly. He looked at the ghouls gnawing at the dragon chi in the distance and did not understand Su Fu's plan. Su Fu led the disciples to the mouth of the secluded spring. The bottom of the secluded spring was liquid, and the top was mist-like dark yin chi. What are we doing here, Master? The disciples asked coldly. The ghouls around them howled. The scene was like hell. It was extremely terrifying. Su Fu's eyes lit up because the dark yin chi in the secluded spring was churning violently. Gurgle! The dark yin chi churned, and Su Fu's eyes became more and more excited. In fact, he was so excited that his entire body was trembling. Boom! A small opening appeared in the distance, and a large number of ghouls rushed in. The disciples quickly waved their dharma treasures in fear to fight the ghouls that rushed in. The disciples were slightly stronger, but the ghouls were endless. Quick! The formation is about to break. Eat! Don't let them take the flesh and blood. These people are mine. The ghouls roared excitedly. The secluded spring churned for a while. Finally, a loud sound was heard. Boom! With a loud sound, a monstrous dark yin chi burst out from the secluded spring. Countless secluded spring exploded and shot into the sky, shooting in all directions. Su Fu's formation was shattered, and some of the ghouls were also blown away. Rumble! Following the monstrous dark yin chi, a figure slowly floated out of the secluded spring. It was a man in a black dragon robe, and his entire body was emitting a dark yin qi. The dark yin qi surrounded him, and it seemed to condense into a black dragon that circled in the sky. He wore a flat imperial crown on his head, 5 dragon boots on his feet, and a black dragon imperial robe. A huge deterrent force was emitted, forcing countless ghouls to retreat. The powerhouses in all directions looked at him in surprise. Zombie? A marshal said in surprise. Zombie Emperor? While countless powerhouses were still in shock, the zombie emperor floated into the sky. He looked exactly like Yen Chuan, the zombie Yen Chuan. Yen Chuan's eyes were red, and 2 blood-red fangs were exposed in his mouth. He looked extremely majestic. Boom! Suddenly, the sound of cloth being torn could be heard from Yen Chuan's back. A pair of huge wings suddenly appeared on Yen Chuan's back. The wings were 20 meters long. They were hairless, but looking from afar, it was breathtaking. It was a pair of dragon bone wings, and the dragon bones were covered with a layer of fine dragon scales. It looked like a bat's wing, but the entire wing was covered with dragon scales. The dragon bones seemed to be covered with dragon skin, and the dragon scales stood upright. Flying high in the sky, with a vast moon behind him, it looked like the Lord of all demons had descended. The zombie emperor opened his mouth and roared at the sky. Roar! The zombie emperor's roar did not sound like a human's, but like a dragon's roar. The loud dragon roar formed sound waves that radiated out in circles, like countless light wheels spreading out. Countless ghost soldiers suddenly fell to the ground, holding their heads in pain, rolling on the ground. The 2 marshals looked at the zombie emperor's roar in panic, and a strong sense of confusion flashed in their eyes. In the distance, the white-clothed young master's eyes widened. Roar? The void trembled from the roar? This is the void shaking. This is the giant demon that the old ancestor spoke of? This is the giant demon? The white-clothed young master exclaimed. Roar! The dragon's roar suppressed the world. At this moment, the world was filled with dragon's roar. Your subject, Su Fu, welcomes the return of the Heavenly Emperor. May the Heavenly Emperor live for 10,000 years. Su Fu was so excited that his whole body trembled as he knelt down. The moment Su Fu knelt down, the disciples quickly followed suit. In the sky, Yen Chuan's dragon roar lasted for an entire incense stick's worth of time before it stopped. The huge dragon bone wings flapped slightly, and he looked down. The countless ghost soldiers looked at the sky in shock. Zombie, who are you? Zombie King, I am the first army commander of the Nether Holy Court, Yu Wuxia. Zombie King, I am the first army commander of the Soul Fury Holy Court, Qinjiu. For you. The commanders of both sides let out loud shouts. Yen Chuan looked down at the entire plain, but he ignored the 2 ghosts. His eyes were still red. Suddenly, the red light in his eyes condensed. Suck! Yen Chuan opened his mouth and took a deep breath. As he inhaled, a majestic suction force covered the entire plain. Ah, help! A hungry ghost screamed in shock. Under this suction force, the hungry ghost was sucked into the sky and into the zombie king's mouth. It wasn't that hungry ghost, but countless ghost soldiers. Countless ghost soldiers couldn't help but be sucked into the sky. Save me! Commander, save me! No! Countless ghost soldiers were sucked into the sky and into the zombie king's mouth. Originally, these ghost soldiers wanted to eat people, but now, it was as if they were being eaten. They all roared in shock. As for the zombie king Yen Chuan's mouth, it was like a bottomless pit. The rolling ghost soldiers were all sucked into his mouth like a surging river. Rumble! Under this suction force, the countless ghost soldiers couldn't even escape. This suction force covered the entire plain. Of the 10 million ghost soldiers of the 2 dynasties, none of them were able to escape. Even the 2 marshals were roaring in shock as they tried to resist this suction force. No, impossible! How could this be? The 2 marshals roared in horror. In the distance, the white-clothed young master also sucked in a breath of cold air. The appearance of the giant demon sucked in millions of ghost soldiers? What a powerful demon! Chapter 1134. Giant Demon, absorbing millions of ghost soldiers? What a powerful demon! The white-robed young master sucked in a breath of cold air and frowned. A zombie king from the secluded spring? One of his followers asked. Not only that, I have seen many zombie kings from the secluded spring, but this is the first time I have seen such a demonic one. The white-robed young master said seriously. Young master, should we capture him? One of his followers asked. No need, the old ancestor sent me here to take a look and report to the old ancestor. The white-robed young master shook his head. In the distance. Rumble! The rolling ghost soldiers were swallowed by the zombie Yenchuan. The two commanders roared in shock as they struggled against the suction force, barely managing to block it. The other ghost soldiers were not so lucky. 16 million ghost soldiers were all sucked into the zombie king's mouth. While absorbing the ghost soldiers, Yenchuan's red eyes slowly regained their clarity. After a while, the suction force stopped. Roar! Retracting his fangs, Yenchuan looked around. The countless ghost soldiers that had filled up the vast plains were now all gone, leaving behind only the commanders of the two armies. They stared blankly and fearfully at the zombie king with dragon wings on his back. Su Fu's eyes were filled with excitement. This scene was so familiar. On the other hand, Su Fu's disciples were completely horrified. Secluded Holy Court? Soul Wrath Holy Court? The zombie king suddenly said. The expressions of the First Legion commanders of the two dynasties turned ugly. I am Yu Wu Xie, greetings senior. I am Chen Jiu, greetings senior. The two of them no longer had the arrogance from before. They understood that if the zombie king did not show mercy, they would have been swallowed into his stomach. The zombie king looked at the two of them and said, Go back and tell your holy king that 500 million li is my territory. Anyone who dares to invade will die. The faces of the two commanders twitched. 500 million li? This was forcibly taking over the territory of two dynasties. This was blatant aggression. Although the two of them were from two different dynasties, they did not dare to refute. I will definitely pass on senior's words. Great Perfection Holy Court, Yenchuan. The zombie king said, Great Perfection Holy Court? Yenchuan? The two commanders were at a loss. I've never heard of it before. Was there such a thing in the history of the myriad ghostweave? Goodbye. The two of them said immediately. After saying that, the two commanders turned around and quickly flew away. There was no hesitation at all. There were more than 10 million ghostly soldiers, and he could eat them all in a single bite. Staying behind would be suicide. Zombie Yenchuan ignored the departure of the two legion commanders. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. Oh no, he's discovered us. The white-clothed man's expression suddenly changed. The expressions of the two lackeys changed as well. They quickly grabbed their weapons and stood on guard. The three of them were on high alert. After all, they had set up a formation around them. Under such circumstances, how could he see through it with a single glance? Yenchuan indeed saw the white-clothed man, but soon, Yenchuan no longer paid attention to him. Boom! The wings on his back flapped, and all of them shrank back. Yenchuan slowly descended from the sky and landed at the mouth of the secluded spring. The Celestial Emperor. Su Fu congratulates the Celestial Emperor on your rebirth. Su Fu said excitedly. Su Fu knelt down, and the group of disciples quickly followed suit. They all looked curiously at Yenchuan. The Celestial Emperor? Isn't he the Emperor? How did he become the Celestial Emperor? Is Master so excited that he's confused? In the distance, the white-clothed man was speechless. He's looking down on us? The white-clothed man suddenly felt like a crow was flying over his head. He's too arrogant. He doesn't take us seriously? The three of them had strange expressions. The white-clothed man's expression suddenly changed. I know, this giant demon isn't ordinary. He saw through our intentions with just a glance. Oh! We don't have any enmity towards him, so he ignored us. What strong eyesight! A giant demon? Yenchuan? The white-clothed man frowned. Sir, what should we do next? One of the lackeys asked. The appearance of a giant demon won't be so simple. Something big will definitely happen in the myriad ghost domain. One person against two dynasties? There's a lot to see. This giant demon can see through my desolation transformation formation with just a glance. Let's go back and wait for the two dynasties' reaction, the white-clothed man said as he patted his fan. The three of them stepped forward and shot in a direction. Su Fu and the others knelt down. Yan Chuan's expression relaxed. Su Fu, you've worked hard all these years. It's good that the Celestial Emperor has returned. I have no regrets. Su Fu said excitedly. Get up. Gui Guzi is already here. He'll find us soon. Yan Chuan said. Sir is here? That's good. Su Fu said excitedly. Yan Chuan nodded and waved his hand at the secluded spring. Boom. The sky-burying coffin flew out of the secluded spring. As it flew out, Su Fu was filled with admiration. Yan Chuan didn't put away the sky-burying coffin. Instead, he looked at the coffin. Come out. Whoosh. 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 Suddenly, 3 sword lights shot out from the sky-burying coffin and flew in front of Yan Chuan. The sound of swords rang out, and the surrounding void trembled. In front of Yan Chuan were 3 long swords, the Grand Emperor Sword, the Jade Emperor Sword, and the God Sword. One was black and yellow, one was red and black, and the last was pure white. The 3 swords trembled violently. As they trembled, the 3 long swords suddenly changed shape. In everyone's eyes, the 3 long swords slowly turned into human forms. The 3 men with sword chi rushed into the sky. One was wearing a black and yellow robe, another was wearing a red and black robe, and the last one was wearing a white robe. The 3 men had eye-catching sword-like eyebrows, and their bodies were surrounded by sword intent. Between their brows, there seemed to be sword chi shooting out at any time. Every strand of their hair seemed to be condensed from sharp sword intent. Boom! Countless sword chi surrounded them, and suddenly, they all gathered into their bodies. The Grand Emperor pays his respects to Master. The Jade Emperor pays his respects to Master. The God Emperor pays his respects to Master. The 3 of them bowed respectfully to Yan Chuan. Swords turning into human forms? Su Fu's disciples all revealed looks of shock. Yan Chuan nodded and said, Jade Emperor, go after Yu Wuxie, and the God Emperor, go after Qinjiu. Follow them to their respective capitals and cut off their dragon veins as a warning. Jade Emperor and the God Emperor replied. The 2 of them turned into 2 streams of light and shot straight away. Desolation waited for the thunderous might of the 2 dynasties, but Yan Chuan made a move first. The 2 great divine swords each went to a different place and wreaked havoc in the sacred court. Celestial Emperor, please move to Su Zhuang. Su Fu said excitedly. Yan Chuan nodded. However, at this moment, Yan Chuan's expression froze. Yan Chuan's surprise didn't come from the netherworld, but from the world of the living. World of the living, Xian Yang. In the chambers of concubines, Yan Chuan and Zizi formally performed the ceremony of husband and wife. Rumble. Dark clouds rolled in the sky and pressed down on Zizi's chamber as if they were going to completely destroy it. Buzz. Vaguely, a seemingly invisible pillar of heaven shot into the sky and went straight for the tribulation clouds. Boom. The vast tribulation clouds suddenly exploded as if they were expelled by the pillar of heaven. The pillar of heaven was naturally Yan Chuan's imperfect heavenly path. However, it was enough to dispel the tribulation. This was because she was the wife of a Tao god and was protected by the heavenly Tao. Only a Tao god could have her. Now that Yan Chuan had proven his identity with the imperfect heavenly Tao, the other heavenly Taos no longer targeted him. Many people gathered outside. Inside the chamber, Yan Chuan and Zizi were even more surprised. The 2 of them were honest with each other. Zizi lay in Yan Chuan's arms with a happy and satisfied face. Yan Chuan stroked Zizi's smooth back and sighed in his heart. Now, you don't have to worry, right? Yan Chuan said with a smile. Yes. Zizi's face blushed. Wife of a Tao god? No wonder Kong Outyin wanted to snatch you back then. It turns out that only the fate of a Tao god can awaken the fate in your body. Are you also a Tao god? Yan Chuan exclaimed. Moreover, you're one of the most special Tao gods. Yan Chuan sighed. Zizi lay in Yan Chuan's arms and turned her hand slightly. A yellow pillar appeared in her palm. This is the heavenly path? Zizi asked in surprise. Yes, and it's the heavenly path that I need the most now. This heavenly path actually sealed itself back then. Now that it has appeared again, it saves me a lot of effort. Yan Chuan said with a smile. Really? Zizi's eyes lit up. From Yan Chuan's tone, it seemed that her heavenly path could be of great help to Yan Chuan. Although your control over it is limited and you can't use its power, I don't need it to fight my enemies. Moreover, this heavenly path doesn't have much offensive power. It's not like other heavenly paths that are everywhere. This heavenly path can only stay in one place and won't move. Yan Chuan nodded. Zizi said in surprise. Zizi had a certain understanding of the heavenly path. The heavenly path formed the world and was everywhere. If someone could mobilize the power of the heavenly path, they could even mobilize it in different places at the same time. Your heavenly path has another name, the road to the underworld. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Road to the underworld? Zizi said in surprise. The heavenly path that you control is the third road to the underworld. When the heroes of the world know about it, there will be a lot of competition. However, it doesn't matter. With me around, no one can take you away. Yan Chuan said with certainty. Zizi nodded gently. Road to the underworld? After a few years, I'll prepare everything and officially open the road to the underworld. When the road to the underworld opens, the true dragon weave and the myriad ghost weave will become one. Yan Chuan said happily. Will opening the road to the underworld be dangerous? Will it attract a lot of powerhouses? Zizi asked worriedly. It doesn't matter. When it opens, I'll do my best to expand the territory. By the time the powerhouses of the world hear about it and come, it'll be too late. I've already stabilized the 4 directions, so who can take me away? Whoever wants to travel between the 2 realms will have to pay you a toll. Yan Chuan said with a smile. Zizi's face turned red as she pushed Yan Chuan away. The underworld. The myriad ghost weave. What's wrong, Celestial Emperor? Su Fu asked curiously. It's nothing. I was too conservative before. It won't be long before the great Jin army descends into the underworld. There's no need for the Yushan and Han new holy courts to exist. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Everyone was confused. Chapter 1135. 5 years later, the scouts of the various forces in the True Dragon territory all noticed that something was wrong with Xianyang. In the east of Xianyang, there was a huge area that was designated as the Forbidden Land of the Great Qin dynasty. It was guarded by the tiger race's paragon, by Ditian. No outsiders were allowed to come close. Although the scouts were surprised by this forbidden area, they didn't think much of it. After all, every country had their own forbidden areas. However, in recent years, a large number of Great Shen's troops had entered the forbidden area. Once they entered, there was no news of them. In the forbidden area, Yan Chuan and Zizi led some important ministers to the center of the forbidden area. On the outside, the various legions were surrounding them. Countless soldiers stood respectfully. He waited quietly. The ministers looked at Zizi in surprise. Let's begin. Yan Chuan encouraged. Yes. Zizi nodded. Zizi took a step forward, closed her eyes, and opened her arms. The officials waited quietly, and so did Yan Chuan. Who? Suddenly, with Zizi as the center, a gust of wind blew in all directions. The wind raged and blew in all directions. It even blew to every corner of Xianyang. For a moment, violent winds rose from all 4 corners of Xianyang. All around, countless scouts from various countries stared in shock at the forbidden ground and rushed towards it. Boom, boom, boom. With Bai Ditian personally leading the charge, all the scouts from the various nations that rushed over were sent flying. Rumble! Inside the forbidden area, The ground was cracking, and from within the cracks, boundless Yin energy shot up into the sky. Surging Yin energy appeared, and the surroundings were immediately filled with wails and howls. Ghost Valley locking Yin poison. Ang! Following Gui Guzi's shout, the dragon veins in the surroundings surrounded him and quickly locked the Yin chi in the center, not allowing any of it to leak out. Yin energy enveloped everyone. Vaguely, all the soldiers suddenly saw an extremely vast heavenly pillar. The heavenly pillar soared to the 9th heaven and descended to the 9th underworld. This was the heavenly Tao that ZZ controlled. As soon as the heavenly Tao appeared, the shocking feeling caused everyone's hearts to tighten. The heavenly Tao was not fixed there, as if it was slowly sinking into the ground. Rumble! The yellow pillar with a diameter of tens of thousands of feet suddenly sank into the ground, sinking deeper and deeper until it was completely submerged into the ground. Boom! The surrounding space trembled, and the yellow pillar stopped moving. Before everyone's eyes was a deep pit with a diameter of tens of thousands of feet. Within the deep pit, surging yellow water flowed endlessly. Yin Qi constantly appeared around the yellow water, but it was quickly controlled by Giguzi. Yin energy condensed and slowly formed a black fog that surrounded the entrance to the yellow springs. It was a huge lake with a diameter of 30,000 meters. The lake was filled with rolling yellow water. The officials gasped in excitement. In the mortal realm, everything was under control. Although there was a sensation, it wasn't intense. Things were different in the underworld. The entire 10,000 ghost domain exploded with a bang. Hong! The entire myriad ghost domain shook violently. Sacred King, Nether Sacred King, and Sacred King Soul Rage both walked out of their respective halls and looked into the distance in shock. Something's not right. The two Sacred Kings' faces darkened. At the center of the myriad ghost weave, within a city, Desolation Hua and his two followers were in the middle of a discussion. Sacred King, Nether Sacred King, and Sacred King Soul Rage ignored Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan demanded a radius of 500 million miles. Neither of them were willing to give up their territory, but neither of them came to attack him. One of the followers frowned. Who asked this Yan Chuan to be so strong? He sent 2 sword cultivators, and they actually caused a ruckus in 2 sacred halls and left safely? The 2 sacred kings have no choice but to pay attention to Yan Chuan. The other follower said in a low voice. Desolation Hua patted the folding fan in his hand and narrowed his eyes. According to my guess, this Yan Chuan seems to be planning something big. Oh? Why do you say that? When Yan Chuan was born, how domineering was he? In these 5 years he's actually holed up in one place? That's not realistic. Does he really not care about 500 million miles? Not necessarily. Maybe he's planning something even bigger. Desolation Hua guessed. Something even bigger? Is it useful? How can they control the territory with so few people? A country doesn't just rely on the emperor to be strong, it also needs the cooperation of countless people. Let's wait and see. Desolation Hua smiled. Just as they were talking, a loud sound came from the outside world. The earth quaked and the mountains shook. The city that they were in almost collapsed. The 3 of them quickly walked out of the hall and looked into the distance. In the distance, they saw a huge pillar descending from the sky. It was a spectacular sight. Below the pillar, a rolling yellow sea appeared. The yellow sea flowed in reverse and rushed to the sky along with the pillar. Rumble! Rolling yellow water rushed to the sky. All of a sudden, the countless Yin souls drifting between the heavens and the earth seemed to have found a refuge as they quickly rushed towards the yellow spring sea. Rumble! The yellow spring flowed in reverse and reached the 9 heavens. The yellow spring path? Desolation Hua's face changed. How is that possible? Even the ancestral master couldn't find it. How could it appear here? Is it a coincidence? No, it's Yan Chuan. It's Yan Chuan who found it. Desolation Hua's eyes lit up as he realized. Desolation Hua took a step and rushed toward the yellow spring path. His 2 followers followed closely behind. Desolation Hua wasn't the only one. The experts in the surrounding cities who saw this all flew toward the yellow spring path. Yellow spring path. After 5 years, this place was no longer what it used to be. Although the Yellow Spring Path hadn't opened, Yanchuan's sky-bearing coffin could still send many people over. South of the Yellow Spring Path, there was a new city. It was like Xianyang City in the Yang world. It was just that there weren't many people, and many of the constructions were only in the beginning stages. At the border of the city, there was a huge stele with 3 huge words on it. Great Qin City. Outside the Great Qin City, there were some soldiers gathered. Zombie Yanchuan led all the soldiers to the shore of the Yellow Spring Sea. Su Fu stood at the side. The Yellow Spring Path is open. Sage King, I'll go take a look, Su Fu said. Yanchuan nodded. Su Fu strode into the Yellow Spring Sea, rushing straight for the huge water pillar that went against the current. Boom! He rushed into the pillar. Zombie Yanchuan led everyone to wait. Rumble. Not long after. In the Yang world. At the Yellow Spring Path, there was a huge yellow spring lake. Boom! Su Fu rushed out of the lake. Around him, countless soldiers and officials were waiting. ZZ was already standing beside Yanchuan, looking a little tired. Meow. The Yellow Spring Path? Meow jumped into ZZ's arms and said in surprise. As soon as Su Fu came out, he immediately saw Yanchuan and the others. Greetings, Sage King, Empress, and my colleagues, Su Fu said with a smile. Su Fu, how's the Yellow Spring Path? Yanchuan asked. It's very stable, Su Fu said excitedly. Since that's the case, Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Li Si In Hentian, and Yi Feng lead the soldiers into the Yang world, Yanchuan said in a deep voice. The officials obeyed. Rumble. Under the command of Wang Jian and Meng Tian, the army quickly jumped toward the Yellow Spring Path and entered the Yang world. Su Fu, from now on, you will be the deputy director of the Imperial Astronomer and assist Gue Guzi from time to time. You will also be in charge of the Yellow Spring Path. Yanchuan said seriously. Yes, Your Majesty, Su Fu replied. Chapter 1136. Rumble. A large number of soldiers and horses rushed down, passing through the Yellow Springs Road and quickly entering the Netherworld. The group of Legion commanders followed suit. Underworld, Yellow Springs Sea. In a short period of time, a large number of Yin spirits had rushed over and rushed into the Yellow Springs Sea. They wanted to go through the Yellow Springs Road and return to the world of the living. However, at this moment, the Yellow Springs Road seemed to have been set up by ZZ, making it difficult for ghosts to pass through as easily as Su Fu. On the contrary, these ghosts could only crawl up the Yellow Springs Road. As they crawled, they didn't know when they would reach the end. Rumble. In the Yellow Springs Sea, army after army rushed out. The army that entered from the Yang realm quickly arrived in the Yang realm. When he arrived at the underworld, he immediately saw a group of soldiers waiting for him. Even His Majesty is here? The army was slightly stunned. However, Yi Feng and the others immediately reacted. Greetings, Your Majesty. Yi Feng, Wang Jian, Meng Tian, and the others quickly called out. Zombie Yanchuan nodded. Meng Tian, lead the First Legion and guard the surroundings. Don't let anyone come close, Zombie Yanchuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Meng Tian led the army to block the incoming figures. Bush. One after another, streams of light shot over. Yellow Springs Road. It's actually the Yellow Springs Road. A voice cried out. Boom. The person who shouted was sent flying by a huge force. The people flying over from all directions were slightly stunned. He immediately stopped. Everyone stop. Anyone who dares to take another step forward will be treated as an enemy of the Great Perfection Realm and will be killed without mercy. Meng Tian shouted loudly, his voice spreading in all directions. The experts in the surroundings were shocked. However, there were still some who refused to believe it. Where did this brat come from? I am the City Lord of Yellow Ghost City from the Nether Holy Court. Get out of my way, shouted a yellow-robed expert. A vast spear energy greeted him. Ah! Boom! The city lord of Huanggo City exploded into a cloud of blood and gore. Meng Tian stood in the blood mist and looked around. Who else wants to die? Meng Tian glared. Kakaka. Great Jin armies kept appearing from all directions, and the expressions of countless powerhouses became extremely ugly. An army from the mortal realm? The expressions of countless powerhouses in the vicinity turned extremely ugly. Almost everyone in this area was from the Nether Holy Court and the Soul Fury Holy Court. At this moment, they both felt that something was amiss. The zombie king, who was originally alone, seemed to have an army now? And it's even an army from the mortal realm? Seeing the army continuously entering the underworld, countless experts felt a chill in their hearts. Quick, go back and report this to the Saint King. Scouts from both nations immediately fled. However, there were even more who chose to stay behind. For those who weren't afraid of death, they stepped forward again. But even before Meng Tian could act, all of them were blasted into smithereens by the First Legion. The experts were terrified of the battle prowess of Dezhen's army and could only watch from afar. Desolation Hua brought his 2 lackeys over as well. Looking from afar, he squinted his eyes. Something's not right. This zombie king Yan Chuan was just born. How could he suddenly have such an army? Desolation Hua frowned. Young master? Should I go and take a look? One of the lackeys asked. No, you are not their opponent. Desolation Hua shook his head. Ah! The 2 exclaimed in surprise. Desolation Hua's face gradually became serious. It seems that this isn't as simple as the birth of a giant demon. The myriad ghost domain should correspond to the true dragon domain, right? These people all came from the true dragon domain. However, according to the information that the old ancestor gave me, the true dragon domain didn't have a powerful country called Dezhen. Desolation Hua frowned. While everyone was still in shock, more and more of Dezhen's army entered the underworld. Not long after, the army had reached 10 million people. When the scouts from the 2 dynasties saw this scene, their faces twitched. 10 million? So many people? We greet the Saint King. Long live the Saint King. Long live the Saint King. The army of 10 million shouted in unison. There was an army in this group, but there were also many civil officials. Jin Deyu, lead the 3rd Legion to guard this place. No one is allowed to approach. Everyone else, follow me into the great Qin city, Yan Chuan ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. The officials replied. Yes, Your Majesty. Jin Deyu, who was the last to arrive, replied. Yan Chuan stepped forward and led the army towards the great Qin city. Along the way, the army of 10 million was extremely disciplined. They entered the great Qin city in an orderly manner. With the sudden addition of 10 million people, the great Qin city became much livelier. They headed straight for the Imperial Palace. Great Qin City's Imperial Palace, Imperial Court Hall, Central Hall. It was one of the 2 great halls of Dezhen, along with the Yang Realm's Chaotian Hall. In the plaza in front of the Central Hall, Yan Chuan looked at the sky. The officials led by Yi Feng, Li Si, and the others stood respectfully. In the Yang Realm, in the Chaotian Hall's plaza, Yan Chuan, Lu Buwei, and the other officials stood in the plaza. The 2 Yan Chuan looked at the sky at the same time. In the Yang Realm, Yan Chuan looked at the Sea of Providence and suddenly roared. Dezhen's Providence, split. Boom. The vast Sea of Providence was suddenly torn apart in the sky, splitting into 2.
What?
The Yan Chuan statue transformed into the 18-clawed Golden Dragon of Providence. Golden Dragon of Providence, split. Yan Chuan roared.
What?
The Golden Dragon of Providence suddenly roared in pain. Countless citizens of Xianyang looked at the sky in surprise, not knowing what the Sage King was going to do. The surrounding sentries also looked at the sky in shock. Boom! As the Golden Dragon of Providence trembled, its head suddenly seemed to be torn apart. Suddenly, 2 heads shook out. The 2 heads trembled incessantly as if they were about to tear the body apart.
What?
The 2 heads roared, and the giant dragon quickly tore apart. Boom! The 18-clawed Golden Dragon of Providence suddenly split into 2, turning into 2 Golden Dragons of Providence. The two golden dragons of providence condensed on their own. However, they were much weaker than before. Clearly, they needed a huge amount of providence to slowly recover. The two identical 18-clawed golden dragons of providence established two capitals, Xianying City and Great Qin City. The heavens' fate, divide and serve. The human Yen Chuan shouted. Roar! One of the golden dragons of providence suddenly roared. Boom! Dragging half of the providence, it headed straight for the road to the Yellow Springs. Rumble! After tumbling in the road to the Yellow Springs for a while, it came out of the netherworld. Boom! The golden dragon of providence charged straight for the Great Qin City and flew in front of zombie Yen Chuan. Roar! The golden dragon of providence soared into the sky and floated above the Great Qin City. Rumble! The sea of providence shook and slowly settled down. Crack, crack, crack. A large number of small golden dragons quickly turned into the appearance of courtiers. Just like in the mortal world, they quickly condensed into divine statues. With the arrival of providence, the golden dragon appeared. The great Zhen Holy Court had officially established a foothold in the netherworld. Countless experts in the surroundings were confused. Providence? Capital? Emperor? Courtiers? Army? Apart from the lack of territory, it was as if all the elements of a country had been gathered. Territory? Territory? Suddenly, many spies of the two dynasties shuddered. Great Zhen is going to expand its territory? Great Zhen is going to send troops? The spies of the two dynasties shuddered. An ominous feeling rose in their hearts. Many experts quickly flew back, wanting to send the news to the capital as soon as possible. On the other side, Chilianghua's face darkened. Something's not right. Why does this Yen Chuan have such a strange aura? It's one thing for the mortal world to send troops, but there's also a sea of providence? Chilianghua's face darkened. Young master? That won't do. Left attendant, go back and see the old ancestor immediately. Tell him that I told you to send people to the Jinlong domain in the Yang realm and gather all information about Dezhen as quickly as possible, mournful spirit said with a grave expression. Young master, this is just a holy court. Aren't you making a big fuss over nothing? One of the lackeys asked in surprise. My foresight has never been wrong. Otherwise, the old ancestor wouldn't have sent me to the myriad ghost domain to investigate. I need to be quick. Remember quick, Chilianghua said in a deep voice. The lackey replied. Chapter 1137. At the Yellow Springs Road. Dezhen was heavily guarded, and news from the Yang realm had been sealed. Although many people knew about the Nether realm, with Jin Diyu leading the 3rd Legion, no one dared to approach. Nether realm, Great Qin City, Central Hall. The officials stood respectfully, and Yi Feng stepped forward. Reporting to Sage King, according to the information we have gathered in the past 5 years, although the myriad ghost domain is divided into 2, the world is not stable. In the past, the 10 countries had just unified into 2 countries, and the cities have different feelings of belonging to the 2 holy halls. The citizens of the cities miss their old countries, and they are even more conflicted with the 2 countries. Dezhen is now the time to mobilize troops. Mobilizing troops will be a great victory. Yi Feng said solemnly. On the dragon throne, Yen Chuan nodded. In the myriad ghost domain, the holy court of Great Zhen is the rightful ruler of the world. The various nations are at war, and the Yushin and Han dynasties have raged against each other, inciting the resentment of the masses. The 2 dynasties will not rest until one of them is dead. If this continues, the common people will definitely suffer. Since Dezhen is established, the world will be at peace, and the myriad ghost domain will be at peace. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Yes. The officials replied. Yi Feng will be in charge of the punitive expedition headquarters, and the myriad ghost domain will be at large. Yen Chuan ordered. Yes, your majesty. Yi Feng replied. Meng Tian will be the secluded divine lord marshal, and Li Si will be the deputy marshal. The secluded divine lord will establish the territory and rule the world. Yen Chuan ordered. In other words, Meng Tian would lead the troops, and Li Si would take care of the logistics. Yes, Your Majesty. The two replied. Wang Jian will be the secluded divine Lord Marshal, and Yin Hentian will be the deputy marshal. The secluded divine lord will establish the territory and rule the world. Yan Chuan said again. Yes, Your Majesty. Wang Jian and Yin Hentian replied. After the two acknowledged the order, Wang Jian returned to his position, but Yin Hentian did not. Yin Hentian, do you have something else? Yan Chuan asked. Yin Hentian smiled bitterly, not knowing what to say. After a moment of silence, Yin Hentian mustered his courage. Sage King, I have a request. Yin Hentian said. Oh. Clenching his fists, Yin Hentian's eyes reddened as he said, Soul Rage Sage King, Zhuotian Hun, pleads with the Sage King to kill him. With that, Yin Hentian bowed solemnly. No one doubted the final result of this expedition. The Great Shin Empire would definitely win. The only question was how they would win. It was very likely that in the end, the two emperors would submit, or force them to flee. But Yin Hentian wanted Zhuotian Hun to die? Sacred King, I've done some investigation. The Soul Rage Sacred King, Zhuotian Hun, is a disciple of the Zhou clan side branch. Although his status in the Zhou clan isn't high, killing Zhuotian Hun will offend the Zhou clan. The Zhou family is an extremely powerful force in this world. No, it is one of the top forces in the world. Yin Hentian said frankly. One of the top forces in the world? The ministers were surprised. Many people had heard of the Zhou family. After all, they had dreamt of Tianji for 5,000 years, so they had more or less heard of them. However, they had never heard of the Zhou family being one of the top forces. Everyone looked at Yan Chuan, and so did Yan Chuan. Zhou family? The enemy that you mentioned? Yan Chuan asked in a low voice. Yes, the main culprit who caused the destruction of my family. I will never forget it. Yin Hentian lifted his head and looked at Yan Chuan. At the same time, he seemed to be forcing Yan Chuan to state his position. Yin Hentian had stayed in the Great Shin Empire so that he could one day avenge himself. Yin Hentian had seen how powerful the Great Shin Empire was, but what was the attitude of the Great Shin Empire? Did the Sacred King still remember his promise? Yan Chuan looked at Yin Hentian. He naturally knew what Yin Hentian was planning. However, Yan Chuan wasn't angry. Approved. Yan Chuan suddenly said. Wang Jian. Yes, Your Majesty. Capture the Soul Rage royal family and hand them over to Yin Hentian. Yan Chuan ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. Wang Jian naturally replied. Thank you, Sacred King. I will not let you down. Yin Hentian said with tears in his eyes. He was touched. Yin Hentian knew that Yan Chuan might have had a powerful past life, but he had not recovered to his peak. Even so, Yan Chuan had supported him without hesitation. Yin Hentian suddenly felt like a gentleman who would die for his bosom friend. Yi Feng. Yan Chuan looked at Yi Feng. Yes, Your Majesty. Yi Feng stepped forward again. I have received news that a ghost immortal has opened a star-scattered chess hall in the myriad ghost domains Lilua City. Yan Chuan said. Yi Feng was slightly surprised. The Sacred King had received news? This meant that the news wasn't from the East Factory. It should have been from Bu Tian Pavilion. However, Lilua City? Ghost Immortal? Star-scattered chess hall? What did that mean? That ghost immortal is called Qin Feiyan. Yan Chuan took a deep breath. Qin Feiyan? Yi Feng seemed to have contracted hysteria. His whole body trembled, and his eyes were filled with intense emotion. Qin Feiyan was Yi Feng's wife. When Yan Chuan had persuaded Yi Feng to follow him back then, a large part of the reason was Qin Feiyan. As long as they established the Immortal Kingdom together, the Immortal Kingdom's forces would definitely help Yi Feng find Qin Feiyan's whereabouts in the Netherworld. 5 years ago, Yi Feng had asked Gui Guzi to send people to search for her, but there had been no results. Now there was? One had to know that Yi Feng had not remarried all these years because of his stubbornness. I have already sent people to protect the star-scattered chess hall. This is Qin Feiyan's portrait. Yan Chuan handed it over. A scroll flew quickly to Yi Feng. Yi Feng carried an intense joy as he quickly unfolded it. The moment the scroll opened, it revealed a woman in white. She looked extremely beautiful on the left side, but on the right side, there was a long scar. Phaeton, it's really Phaeton. The scar? Yi Feng was excited at first, but when he saw the scar on her face, his eyebrows jumped wildly. It is said that after the sealed world collapsed, Chen Feitian obtained a ghostly cultivation method in the netherworld. Her cultivation was quite good, and because of her beauty, she was fancied by a disciple of the Soul Fury Holy Court. He wanted to take her as a concubine, but Chen Feitian was unwilling. She used weaving fire to injure her soul and destroyed her own appearance, avoiding disaster. Yan Chuan said. Yi Feng's eyes were already red. That disciple is called Zhujiang. He is now the assistant minister of the Soul Fury Holy Court's Ministry of War. When I received the news, I did not make a move. You can deal with everything yourself, Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Thank you, Holy King. Yi Feng's voice trembled. This was a trembling that could only be caused by suppressing a surging aura. It felt like he was about to explode at any moment, causing the surrounding officials to feel a bone-piercing chill. Yi Feng had always been cultured and refined. He had always been indifferent and had never had a temper. Why was he so angry now? The officials didn't need to guess. They all knew what would happen to Zhujiang. Yi Feng, reorganize the army. We'll set out in 10 days. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Understood. Yi Feng replied through gritted teeth. Court is dismissed. Yan Chuan said indifferently. Long live the Holy King. Long live the Holy King. The officials bowed and retreated. Set out in 10 days? There was no need for 10 days. In 3 days, Yi Feng urged the 2 marshals to set out. The expedition to Myriad Ghost Domain had officially begun. Rumble. The army set out. For a time, the flames of war rose in Myriad Ghost Domain. Meng Tian and Wang Jian had been born to lead armies since ancient times. Under the training of these 2 fierce gods, the soldiers under their command had all become fierce gods. An army of 1,000,000 fierce gods continuously set out for the various major cities. In front of these 2 fierce gods, the various major cities couldn't withstand a single blow. This was especially true for cities that didn't have much of a sense of belonging to the 2 dynasties. In just a month, the 2 marshals had subdued 18 cities. They continued to spread out in all directions. Li Si and Yin Hentian were both powerful logistics officials. They had also nurtured a large number of civil officials and quickly stabilized the cities they had subdued. They also quickly recruited soldiers and recruited talents with generous rewards. The officials didn't keep a single immortal stone from the cities they had conquered. They threw all of it into the battlefield. This was because all the officials understood that these immortal stones didn't count for much. The only thing that was truly useful was the merits. War was always accompanied by a large number of merits. Whoever obtained more merits would gain more power and influence when the myriad ghost weave was unified. What were spirit stones? Once power arrived, the Holy King would reward immortal tools, immortal pills, and immortal techniques. They were all wholesale. The Holy King was never stingy with his rewards. As long as there was merit, there would be rewards. The powerful machinery of the empire quickly began to operate. However, when the news of the Yellow Springs path reached the 2 holy halls' capitals, Great Zhen had already conquered 50 cities of the 2 dynasties. It was a virtuous cycle that was constantly expanding. What Li Si and Yin Hentian were doing the most now was to continuously take part in the literary examinations and continuously select the most useful talents so that they could continue the selection process. Great Zhen's expansion was like the sun at noon. The Holy Hall's capital. The Holy King was listening to his subordinates' report. The officials were in an uproar. How is that possible? How long has it been? Half a year? The Holy Hall of Great Zhen has already invaded 100 cities of our dynasty? The Holy King's expression darkened. No, Holy King. This news is from a month ago. To be more precise, they have already taken over 100 cities of our dynasty. The official said. The Holy King slammed his palm on the armrest of his throne. Trash. A puny great Jin recruited a bunch of random soldiers and conquered a city? The Holy King said coldly. It's not a random army. The army led by Meng Tian has 10 armies. The generals of each army are all peak-grade immortals. No, they seem to be ancient immortals. The official said fearfully.
What?
Moreover, Great Jin's logistics is extremely strange. That Li Si is one of those who submit to him prosper and those who oppose him perish. Those who resist him will have their entire family wiped out. Those who support him will receive strong political support from Great Jin. When it comes to those who are virtuous, they will scour the ground to find them to govern. Great Jin uses the nobles to control the nobles and the virtuous to maintain order. Their logistics management is impeccable, the official said bitterly. Is their logistics management really that impeccable? The Holy King asked with an ugly expression. They are even more ferocious than Meng Tian's army. Meng Tian's army only conquered cities, but Li Si's management is destroying hearts. The official said. The Holy King's expression darkened. Great Jin? Great Jin had come prepared. What about the Holy Hall of Soul Fury? The Holy King asked. The Soul's Fury Holy Court is even worse. It seems that the Great Jin's attack on our 2 dynasties is more targeted at the Soul's Fury Holy Court. They have sent more soldiers and officials. Our dynasty has lost 100 cities, while the Soul's Fury Holy Court has lost 150 cities at the same time. Chapter 1138. Great Jin's war had begun in the Netherworld. Meng Tian and Wang Jian's armies attacked Yushan and Han Nu ferociously. In the mortal realm, although Jin hadn't sent out any troops, the ministers of the mortal realm weren't idle either. Zhenlong Domain, Great Chu's sacred court. Inside the palace, Great Chu's sacred king, Qin Shao, personally received Lu Buwei from Great Jin's sacred court. In a banquet hall, Qin Shao sat in the main seat, surrounded by ministers. On the other side, Lu Buwei was dressed in a gorgeous brocade robe, sitting with several envoys from Great Jin. Congratulations, Lord Lu, for being conferred the title of Great Jin's right minister. Qin Shao raised his cup and smiled. Lu Buwei raised his cup and smiled. Right minister? My position as the right minister is just an empty title. In Great Jin, my achievements are far from enough. What is a feint? Qin Shao asked with a hint of surprise. Great Jin's sacred court must have the dignity of the sacred court. I am fortunate to be chosen by the ministers and recognized by the sacred king as the right minister. Although I am a minister, my achievements are far from enough. I will slowly make up for it, Lu Buwei said. Feint? Make up for it? It seems like Lord Lu is highly regarded by Yan Di. Qin Shao smiled. After drinking, Lu Buwei smiled and said, I dare not accept his praise. The merits that I owe him will eventually be repaid. Lu Buwei smiled and looked at the officials who were attending the banquet. He then turned to look at Qin Shao. Emperor Qin, what do you plan to do about the sacred king's offer of 100 years? Lu Buwei smiled. Qin Zhao's face turned serious. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became tense. In the past, when Great Jin ascended, destroyed Zhou Tianshu, and defeated Sun Wukong, Yan Chuan announced that he would give the major forces 100 years to retreat or submit. It was extremely arrogant. However, in recent years, Yan Chuan had suddenly gone into hibernation, which puzzled everyone. Why did he bring it up again? The fact that the Prime Minister of Dezhen was an envoy meant that Yan Chuan attached great importance to him and was determined to win him over. Furthermore, Lu Buwei could even represent Yan Chuan fully at this moment. What does Yan Chuan mean? Qin Shao asked coldly. Emperor Qin, there is no need for that. I brought these people today. Lu Buwei smiled. Qin Shao looked at the officials behind Lu Buwei, his expression extremely complicated. Lord Lu, speak your mind. Qin Shao said. All right, then I will say it. Qin Di, you can see that although your Great Chu's territory is vast, it is blocking my Great Jin's path. You want to swallow Sun Wukong's former territory, but you don't want my Great Jin to drink the soup. This territory was given to us by Sun Wukong. Zhen what? Secondly, Emperor Chen, I'm sure you've sent people to investigate the background of my dynasty over the years. What do you think? Lu Buwei smiled. Chen Shao, how much is the difference between the Great Chu Sacred Court and our Great Chen Sacred Court? Lu. Zhen Qinzhao's face darkened as Lu Buwei spoke. Lu Buwei no longer remained seated. Instead, he carried the wine bottle and walked to the center of the hall. Emperor Qin, you might be thinking that Great Chen is strong, but with so many heroes working together, you are nothing to worry about? Lu Buwei smiled. That's right. Qin Shao nodded. Ha! Lu Buwei laughed. Turning around, Lu Buwei looked at the group of people he had brought with him. There was a man with a veil covering his face. Lord Wu. Lu Buwei smiled. The man slowly took off his veil. Suddenly, a familiar face appeared. Some of the officials cried out in surprise. On the dragon throne, the wine bottle in Qin Zhao's hand trembled, nearly spilling the wine. Wen? It's you? Sichuan's prime minister? Qin Shao exclaimed. Apart from the Great Qin dynasty, there were 4 other factions in Jinlong domain: Great Chu, Great Tao, Sichuan, and Sea Dragon. As for Wu Wen, he was the sect master of the Purple River Dojo. Yet, this prime minister had become Lu Buwei's subordinate? This was Sichuan's prime minister, who was on equal footing with Qin Shao. Why was he here? Who did not understand? Sichuan's prime minister had submitted to Great Qin, and the vertical alliance had collapsed? Emperor Qin, Lord Wu and I will toast you, Lu Buwei said with a smile. Emperor Qin, I'll drink first. Wu Wen said with a smile. The two of them downed the wine in the bottle. Qin Shao drank the wine, but he could not calm down. Qin Shao was not the only one. All the officials in the hall were terrified. Vertical alliance? How was that possible? What's wrong, Wu Wen? Why did you submit to Great Qin? Qin Shao asked in disbelief. Emperor Qin, Lord Wu didn't have to tell you that he chose Great Qin. Lu Buwei said with a smile. Qin Zhao's face darkened. The officials also had ugly expressions. The Great Chu Sacred Court was established by Emperor Qin, and it took a lot of effort. It is very difficult to give it up. I understand that, but sometimes, you have to give it up. Originally, I was not the one who came on this mission. It would have been best if External Minister Zhang Yi, the commander of Great Qin's 7th Army, could have come. However, I have some karma with Great Chu, so the Sacred King sent me. Lu Buwei said with a smile. 5,000 years ago, I worked together with all of you. 1/3 of Great Chu's territory was conquered by me through the trade route. Lu Buwei said with a faint smile. What a joke! Is Lu Buwei crazy? The officials were in disbelief, but Qin Zhao's pupils constricted. Lu Shang? You are Lu Shang? Qin Zhao's expression changed. Lu Shang was a great merchant who suddenly appeared in Great Chu's territory 5,000 years ago. His cultivation was not high, but his means were outstanding. In a short 10 years, his wealth was enough to buy a city. After that, he worked hard for Great Chu. In the following 5,000 years, Lu Shang focused on nurturing the hostages sent by the various dynasties and holy lands. He used these hostages to seize control of the dynasties and holy lands. In a short 5,000 years, Great Chu's territory increased by 1/3. However, just as Qin Shao was about to give Lu Shang an official title, Lu Shang suddenly disappeared. In these 5,000 years, Lu Shang helped Great Chu for free, but he never accepted an official title. He never lost to the emperor. In Great Chu, countless officials were extremely respectful to him. Many of them were even recommended by Lu Shang. A large number of officials were even Lu Shang's former guests. These officials submitted to Lu Shang's courage. Lu Shang disappeared, but as long as he appeared, he could gather a large number of officials in the blink of an eye. The countless officials in the hall were already in an uproar. Lu Shang? How could this be? How could that proud and lofty character be Lu Buwei? Who? You are Lu Shang? What evidence do you have? Chen Di said with an unsightly expression. What was the name of my merchant association in the past? Lu Buwei asked with a smile. The Buwei Merchant Association and the Dao Chiu Merchant Association, Chen Di said in shock. Lu Buwei Kong Dao Chiu? You should have found out that I used this name 5,000 years ago. Also, everyone, 1/3 of the officials here were my former guests. Do you still remember my Lu Shang's spring and autumn annals? Lu Buwei took out a bamboo slip and laughed loudly. The officials immediately panicked. Greetings, sect master. Many officials suddenly bowed. Back then, Lu Shang had a keen eye for talent. When many people were at their poorest, Lu Shang sent people to find them and give them the greatest help. It could be said to be a grace of rebirth. Hence, they bowed respectfully to Lu Buwei. When Qin Shao saw that his officials were bowing to Lu Buwei, his expression turned even uglier. 5,000 years ago, your consciousness entered this world? Then you possessed Lu Shang.
But
why are you funding my great Chu? Chen Shao asked sullenly. Emperor Qin, you must have forgotten. I made it very clear just now. My position as Great Zhen's right minister is illusory. Have you forgotten? Lu Buwei said with a smile. Chen Zhao's hair stood on end. He instantly understood. You did it for Great Zhen? When Great Zhen ascends, it must conquer the world. You started planning 5,000 years ago? You didn't do it for my Great Chu, but for Great Zhen. 5,000 years ago, you began to merge the original 10 heavenly dynasties and 8 sacred lands. You started planning then? Merge with my Great Chu, and my Great Chu won't get 1/3 of the territory, but rather, we will help you guard this territory? You can take it back at any time? Chen Zhao's back broke out in cold sweat. It was not just Chen Shao. Many officials in the hall broke out in cold sweat at this thought. Lu Buwei flung his sleeve and placed it behind his back. A trace of smugness flashed in his eyes as he said, Emperor Qin, you finally figured it out? Chen Zhao's eyes turned cold. What? You want to kill me? Emperor Qin, you can't kill me with your ability. Since I dared to come, I naturally have a way to leave. As for your cities, my 2 merchant associations will continue to control them. As long as I give the order, 1/3 of your Great Chu's territory will immediately belong to Great Zhen. Lu Buwei shouted. Chen Shao trembled in anger as he clutched the wine bottle. It's not just the cities. I can even take away 1/3 of the officials in this hall. Do you believe me? Lu Buwei said sullenly. The moment Lu Buwei said that, the officials in the hall immediately became suspicious. They kept looking to see which of their colleagues was the traitor. Good. Lu Buwei, Yan Chuan, it turns out that you have been targeting my Great Chu since 5,000 years ago. Chen Shao said angrily. We are not targeting your Great Chu. Emperor Qin, you are not qualified to own True Dragon territory. The entire True Dragon territory will belong to my Great Zhen Holy Court, and even the Great Zhen Heavenly Court in the future, Lu Buwei said sullenly. The Heavenly Court? Chen Zhao's expression changed. He did not expect Yan Chuan to be so ambitious. Emperor Qin, there will be no place for you in True Dragon territory. Each territory is controlled by a Dao god. You will not be able to do much. You are indeed talented, but you are much weaker than me, let alone the sacred king, Lu Buwei said sullenly. I don't believe it. Lu Buwei, you are deluding us. Chen Shao shouted angrily. He was about to attack. Wu Wen was about to step forward. Lord Wu, don't interfere. Lu Buwei said sullenly. Then Lu Buwei struck out with his palm. Boom! A beam of golden light shot into the sky from the hall. On this day, the Great Chu Imperial Palace was in chaos. The golden light shrouded the entire palace for 3 days and 3 nights. 3 days later, the golden light slowly disappeared. No one knew what had happened during these 3 days. The surrounding officials were unconscious on the ground. In the banquet hall, only 3 people were awake. Chen Shao, Lu Buwei, and Wu Wen. Chen Shao took off his dragon robe. A look of confusion appeared on his face. Lu Buwei stood at the side. Chen Shao looked at Lu Buwei. After a long while, the confusion in his eyes slowly turned into determination. Chen Shao, I, Lu Buwei, will personally recommend you. What are you worried about? Lu Buwei said with a smile. Chen Shao took a deep breath and nodded. Then he suddenly looked up at the sky and said, "People of Great Chu." Boom! The Sea of Providence shook violently, and the sound spread throughout Great Chu. Countless people looked up at the sky in confusion. From today onward, the Great Chu Sacred Court will submit to the Great Jin Sacred Court and worship the Great Jin Sacred King. Long live the Great Jin Sacred King! Qin Shao shouted. Hong! The sky of Great Chu collapsed. The people, officials, and soldiers all screamed in shock. What was going on? The Sacred King had submitted? Countless city lords quickly flew out of their cities and headed to the capital to ask the Sacred King about this unbelievable thing. Ha! Lu Buwei laughed arrogantly in the imperial city. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.